Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Receives food stamps, but it's so sad that y'all want to see people without so bad. They're doing that little cut to the food stamps and the Medicaid where it hasn't passed the Senate yet, but we know the whole Senate is Republican, so we already know. Let's just hope and pray that somebody in their right mind come to that senses. You feel me? But it's the fact that y'all happy about this. Oh, now y'all can get y'all lazy up and stop living off our money for free. Y'all think people who receive government assistance don't work? Y'all think we don't work? Baby, housing done went up. The cost of living done went up. The food cost done went up. Daycare done went up. We out here damn near about to lose our lives trying to hustle and get money to go pay the bills. That's why we need the government assistance. The car payments done went up. Car insurance done went up. And it's gonna go up some more because tariffs. So, what do y'all get? Oh, people who own government assistance are poor, they're lazy, or they don't work. Where do y'all get that from? I think that's a stereotype y'all started because people in the hood or the projects or the trailer parks, yeah, y'all put that on everybody. No, that ain't how that work. Because I'm at work. I'm in school. I'm doing the best I can. I need my food stamps. But if they take it away, I'm going to do what I got to do to make ends meet. It ain't going to stop nothing.
Okay, well, if it's not going to stop anything, then why are you concerned about it? Why is this a big deal if it's not going to stop nothing, if it's not going to stop the movement, if you're still going to do what you're going to do? Then that means that you are already an able-bodied adult and that taxpayers shouldn't have to foot the bill in the first place. I think that these women are confused a lot of times, right? And the reason that they're confused is because they believe that they are entitled to it. And so a lot of times they speak as though they deserve it, as though the people that are really holding our legislators accountable for what it is that they're allocating budget for are not using our taxpayer dollars. That's the key. When you receive government assistance, it don't just come out of thin air. It actually comes from us, the taxpayers. So when we get more concerned and we say, well, listen, we need to start trimming the budget, Department of Government Efficiency, we want to spend more time and more energy on making sure that people have opportunity to find the jobs that they want, that we need to increase investment inside of the United States of America, and we want to reduce the amount of people that are taking advantage of what's happening with social services. And let's be clear, there are people that need it as a bridge, but most of the people that I've ever seen in my lifetime sell their food stamps, they finesse, they lie, they act like they don't know where their baby daddy at, and their baby daddy be living with them. And it's so much finessing that we do need to make sure that we get this whole program in order. You know, to act like people are excited to see you fail. No, people want you to be accountable and responsible for the fact that you opened up your legs to have children with people and then you then couldn't afford them. And then it's a lot of people that are out here. I mean, God, it's a lot of people out here that are gloating. They are telling on themselves. They saying that they are lying to the federal government so that they can continue to get food stamps, and they still opening up their legs and they having kids. So what gives? It's got to be a balance, because there's a lot of people that are very careful about the fact that they are only having one kid, or they're choosing to wait to have children until they can, you know what I'm saying, get their money up, or they sufficient, or they got their bag and everything is good and all of that stuff. So what about them? Who helps them? I think that our government is now saying that we are going to help people that help themselves. This is a bridge. We are going to reduce it. In order for you to really even be able to qualify, you either need to be doing some community service, going to school, or you need to be working on your way and getting something that you can then sustain yourself. But I've seen people pass social services, welfare, Section 8, food stamps. I've seen them basically give the game and then pass it on to people that come after them. It almost becomes a generational curse. It almost becomes a generational curse. That's not good. That don't make sense to me. And it shouldn't make sense to you either. And just because you curse a lot, and just because you get angry, and just because you got a bonnet on, and you fit the narrative in the description, why are these women coming out here embarrassing themselves? You look like a food stamp welfare queen. You literally fit the description. You literally are proving a stereotype to be true. Y'all jump in y'all cars. Y'all make sure that y'all put y'all bonnets on. Y'all out here looking dusty as hell, and y'all don't even care about your appearance or yourself. You look like that's the way that you walk around every day. You have to go outside looking like that. And then you come on here talking like you deserve something, or talking like you actually contributed into society, when in reality you taking more than you give it into it. You use up all of the services, you use up the police service, you use up everything that we use our taxpayer dollars for, that we pay our property tax for, and then you sit here and you complain like you were entitled to it. You should be thankful that you're getting anything that you get. You should be thankful for. Ain't nobody trying to humble y'all. And yes, we do want a Republican that was voted on by the people, the same way that we had to suffer through the Biden administration over the last 4 years, and God knows who the hell was in there running that. And they think that, I can already tell that she's programmed to be on a Democrat plantation. I can already tell. Yes, the difference between Democrats and Republicans, and I explained this on the Millionaire Morning Show, and y'all need to tap in. The difference in general between people that understand politics and understand policy, the difference between Republicans and Democrats is largely this. Democrats think that the government exists so that they can continue to take more from other people that are productive in society to serve them. They believe that they need to take these diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and make it law. They believe in the Victim Olympics. They believe in giving away our money and not putting America first. The Republicans really only believe in removing and making the government smaller so that you can do whatever it is that you want to do with your money. That's it. The Democrats believe in spending other people's money more egregiously. The Republicans believe in being able to do what we want to do with our own money. We believe in no censorship. We believe in communicating effectively. We believe in smaller government, and we believe in choice. The choice to be able to choose what you want to do. You can choose to buy an electric vehicle, or you can choose to buy a gas-powered vehicle. But ultimately, we're going to put Americans first. And so that's really the basic fundamentals. And I'm tired of people leaning on the fact that we are making effective legislation, or we are planning our budget more effectively so that we can actually do the thing that's in the best interest of the American people, the people that actually contribute to this country. Nobody is entitled to anything. Nobody deserves anything. Nobody is required to do anything. You get what you put into it. And it's not up to you to determine what's best for you if you are then dependent on somebody else to feed yourself and feed your children. It's really that simple. You can't have it both ways. Either you want it or you don't. And if you want it, these are the stipulations and the qualifications for it. And you should be appreciative for anything that you get. And the only thing that you deserve is what you work for. And so that bad attitude and all of that flip neck and all of that stuff, ain't nobody going for that shit no more. Don't nobody care. You don't even have the power to go out and feed yourself. Oh, I'm doing the best I can. How is that our problem? God bless you. You're welcome for us contributing into what you got going on. But that is not our problem. It's as simple as that. Always like to link back to the content creator. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. Teach Hanley 40% off your...
Morning, everybody. This is a pop-up show, hence the pop in the title. And the title is important. Black fatigue is pop the balloon for white shades. Let me go ahead and define white shades. The white shades are pretty much the white version of the nightshades. Hey, what's up, CK? Hey, Seven Steel. Hey, Portia. Um, what if I disagree with both of these two folks? I think they fundamentally they know what taxes and the government are and what people think government is for from like TV shows or um, Rush Limbaugh type stuff. No. The difference between Republicans and Democrats fundamentally are what the purpose of the government is for. Democrats think that government is more a tool. It is to ensure that the pursuit of happiness, the well being of the people, government is there to ensure it. Republicans essentially believe that government is there to make sure that the markets work. It really all comes down to economics. Um, and that's it. If you start thinking about, well, first off, taxes, once you put the stamp on your tax envelope or you hit send on your computer, that tax money is no longer yours. The money is yours until you pay what the law requires you to pay to the government. Stop thinking that it's your tax dollars. Technically, it's not. And for the young lady here, I think, and I'm gonna. She thinks people give a shit. That's her main problem. The reason I started the show, I was looking at something earlier this morning, and Aaron Magruder, of all people, the guy who was the brains or the cartoonist, he's not that much younger than I am. He's about 10 years younger. A little 15 or 20-minute speech he gave back in 2003 has suddenly surfaced in the black fatigue nightshades or white shades are starting. They're using his speech as some sort of fundament for this black fatigue argument, which I think is just basically black fatigue. It sounds like something Aaron Magruder would put in a Boondocks comic. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I think it's not original thinking. Black fatigue has been around since slavery times. So, what's old is new is essentially my opinion of the whole black fatigue bullshit. So, we have heard Anton Daniels. And by the way, Anton Daniels is kind of my new fascination with, you know what? He's well reasoned. I think he's very articulate. I just don't agree with a lot of what he says, but at least I understand how he comes to his conclusions, which is all you can really ask for. He is well-reasoned opposition. And before we get to Aaron Magruder, this is Heather McDonald. She is a fellow at the Manhattan Institute, was a colleague of Glenn Lowry's. This woman has been around for quite some time. I became aware of her maybe 10 years ago. And she is a piece of work. And people should get to know. Her bailiwick has pretty much been crime and policing as it intersects with Black people. She is just a female and smarter version of someone like a white shade like Be Brave. A lot of his points she makes, she's just way more articulate because she's a Yale trained lawyer. So there we go. So I think it's important to listen to what she has to say. But by the way, this is a British, conservative British YouTube show called The Spectator. There's an American magazine called The Spectator, but there's also a kind of a British version. So I'm going to play this through, and I may stop it for comment during it. But as you all probably know, I tend to want to let things play through for context rather than stopping at every sentence to make a comment, every time there's a period in a sentence. So, and I've got maybe 4 videos to play. At some point, um, this isn't an open panel, more or less. So, if you want to come up, come up. But my feelings aren't going to be hurt if you don't. I think this whole black fatigue thing is just basically, I don't want to say cosplay, but I think Glenn Lowry learned, he learned what black fatigue really is. Black fatigue counts for black conservatives too. Glenn Lowry is proof of that.
If they're not getting hired or promoted, it's not because they're Jewish, it's because they're white and they're male and they don't fit into the intersectional categories.
Hello and welcome back to the Americano Show. Today we are going to be talking about Black Lives Matter, the second in our series about Black Lives Matter, because we are approaching the 5th anniversary of that summer, that extraordinary summer of 2020, when the world seemed to be going madder than ever. And I'm delighted to be joined to discuss this subject by Heather McDonald, who is a fellow at the Manhattan Institute and the author of When Race Trumps Merit. Heather, you're joining us from California. Thank you for coming on. 5 years on from Black Lives Matter, how do you look back at that summer?
It was a summer of absolute anarchy and the near collapse of civilization, whose effects continue to be felt today every time an American goes to a drugstore and finds that the toothpaste is locked up and the criminals who are at risk of stealing it are not.
That's what John Galt was doing the other night. And on his way to get toothpaste from the drugstore, he ran into a very objectionable female security guard. I don't know if he ever got his toothpaste. I wonder. I forgot to ask him that.
We have ratcheted down our expectations for civilized behavior. We live on the edge of yet more mass looting events, mass anarchy events. Just this last Saturday in Los Angeles, there was a rampaging crowd that covered police cars with graffiti right next to them, broke windows, covered every retail establishment around with graffiti, subway cars, out of just sheer destructive venom. So the perpetrators of the violence of that summer that we've put out of our mind, it's kind of like a response to the COVID insanity. We've just decided, let's not look back at that. The perpetrators were barely punished. We hear constantly about the January 6th Capitol rioters and their punishments, and anybody that was engaged in violence and attacks on officers on January 6th, of course, should be punished to the full extent of the law. But the people who spent days ransacking businesses, stealing from pharmacies, that have resulted in permanent closures and decimation of business districts in Minneapolis and elsewhere, we never hear about them. And the message was sent that this type of behavior will be justified in the name of, and I put this in about 3 levels of scare quotes, racial justice.
If that summer of 2020 was the sort of peak of near anarchy in the US, it's often said or thought today that the Trump administration is a kind of corrective to that. But from your description of America today, you don't think the correction has really happened yet?
Well, it's a question, what happens to a civilization when there's that degree of anarchy with no consequences? And we've had outbreaks since then of similar contempt for the law, whether it's the celebration of the cold-blooded assassination of a healthcare executive by Luigi Mangione, who became a folk hero, whether it's the attack, the terroristic attack on two workers for the Israeli embassy several weekends ago, these and the attacks on Tesla dealerships, Tesla cars, the idea that you get to engage in violence for causes that you believe in, I think has been normalized to a certain extent. Now, what the significance of the Trump election was is up for grabs, and everybody wants to read into any event his own favorite causes. So, of course, yes, I, as somebody who has opposed racial victimology, who opposes disparate impact analysis, who completely disagrees with the analysis that America is today systemically racist, would like to believe that the reason Trump was elected was because Americans have finally said enough with the race grift. We're not going to, the heterosexual white male is no longer going to accept being demonized on zero grounds. But I'm not sure. It may be that Trump was elected because the economy was bad or because he promised to close the borders. That having been said, he certainly has been very busy in rolling out executive orders that do take head on the lies that the Black Lives Matter movement embodied, above all with regards to white Americans' inherited collective guilt and their ongoing alleged activities of white supremacy.
Well, a lot of those ideas, neo-Marxist ideas, they're often called, come from academia and universities. And some of Trump's executive orders and some of his actions since he's been back in the White House have been to directly take on that sort of thinking in American universities, most notably Harvard. Do you think he's had any success there? Do you think those executive orders will bear fruit?
Oh, boy, is that a tough question. He's had success to the extent that there are a considerable number of universities who have actually disbanded their diversity bureaucracies. Of course, many of them have merely rebranded them. You have the same Diversicrat that was in 2023 promoting books like Against Assimilation, Why You Should Not Try to Act Like White People. And now he's still there at Case Western Reserve University as a belonging officer. So there's a lot of fast business going on, but there are some schools that seem to have truly made some difference in their, at least in their bureaucracy. But he's also created quite a backlash because his means have been arguably beyond the legal authority that he has. He has not followed some arcane statutory and regulatory procedures for defunding universities, for punishing them under our civil rights laws, for discriminating against whites and Asians and Jews. And so he's managed, frankly, in many not just conservative circles or not just left-wing circles, to make Harvard look like a virtuous David standing up against the thuggish Goliath, just because Trump's crusade against it is so arguably over the top. And I agree with Trump's analysis of universities 100%. I and others, it's not just me, have been sounding the alarm for 40 years about the fact that these institutions have totally betrayed their primary responsibility, which is to pass on a cultural inheritance with love and gratitude, and to educate students to the point that they could realize how unbelievably fortunate they are to be the recipients of so much beauty, so much sublimity, and so much brilliant conquest of natural mysteries and oppression, by poverty, by disease. But that having been said, I wish Trump were proceeding with a bit more caution. And I also think, to be perfectly honest, that he is using the anti-Semitism charge very pretextually. It is a stand-in for something that is much deeper, and a lot of his measures have nothing to do with anti-Semitism, yet that is the banner under which most of this is flying, and I think that's a mistake.
That's very interesting what you say about using anti-Semitism pretextually. Is that because in the world that we live in, one has to assume the language of an oppressed minority in order to get anything done? One has to talk in terms of oppression in order to combat the type of thinking that exists across American universities?
Well, I think it's yes, but I would say I might substitute a different set of victims, and I'm always reluctant to do anything. The left is always going to accuse you of, well, you're playing the victim card. If you point out just some factual aspects of our world, like if you're a straight white male trying to get into a selective college.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right here. You notice how every time you ask, and this isn't really just a far right thing, because I consider people like Heather McDonald far right. Every time you ask them a question, first thing they want to do is tell you what the left is doing. Why can't people, and this, like I said, this is both a left and a right problem. Why can't people just directly answer questions? It always amazes me. And I think the older I get, the more it amazes me. What's up, Bumpkin?
What's up, man? How's it going?
Pretty good. Well,
going.
welcome to this pop-up show. I had no intention of doing a show until something hopped into my algorithm, an old speech that Aaron Magruder did back in 2003, which will happen hopefully after Heather McDonald speaks. I'm just trying to figure out why people, first off, can't just answer direct questions. And then after you answer the question, then tell me what the left is doing. And this is a Yale trained lawyer. Why she can't do this? And she might even be older than me. So anyway, Bumpkin, I'm sorry. I wouldn't have started this show had I been like, what the fuck are these fools talking about? Nothing Aaron Magruder said would actually like reinforce this black fatigue theory. And I think it's actually just, I think it's more feeling than fact. Maybe that's the way I should say it. So I'm sorry. How you doing? What you got to say?
Nothing.
And then we'll get to you. Okay.
Yeah, nothing much, man. I'm just pretty much mad chilling. Decided to.
Oh, you came up here to chill with me. Now that is actually nice of you.
Yeah, of course, man. Of course.
No, dude, you and I bump heads all the time, but believe me, if I'm bumping heads with you and I actually like take the time to argue with you, you are worth arguing with. So, don't think I'm dismissive as much as you're worth engaging with. So yeah, that's as sentimental as I'll get.
That's fine. I think that I think we genuinely. Sorry, I'm also setting up I'm panel hopping all day long until I have to work today. So I'm messing.
And I avoid it. I hate panel hopping because you know me, I'm always contentious, and it takes too much energy.
Yeah. I mean, I like engaging with you too, man. I think it's just we bump heads so much because we come from two very different worldviews. I think that's what it is.
Right.
Come from such different.
And by the way, and it wasn't you, but you kind of agreed. was it on Flow State's Powder Dusty show? Something about Orthodox saying that that America gets more done when organized crime is kind of in play. And it's a different show, but I heard that comment and I went, "What?"
Yeah, no, I was disagreeing with that. I was actually arguing against that, against Orthodox Guy and Flow State. But yeah, in that conversation, I was arguing against that. I'm severely a statist. I would not. I would. I was actually arguing that it'd be more prosperous if we just. It would create infinite jobs if we just use the state to combat black markets. But
well, I think his argument is the economy works better with black markets. And I don't know, I never even thought of it that way, but I don't think that, black markets kind of crop up when there's severe scarcity or national emergency, I think. And I haven't thought deeply about it. It was such an odd position.
Well, black markets specifically crop up when there's something that was legalized becomes illegal, or something that is re-legalized. Right. Now, like, for instance, if for some reason, I don't know, let's take a drug like methamphetamines, right? We have a black market for methamphetamines because prior to the 1960s, methamphetamines was something you can get over the counter. No one knew the real proper effects that methamphetamines had on the human body, So, and that black market is always going to exist. I don't like black.
Well, yeah, I mean, look under the table. Shit, there's a black market for labor. If you're at the Home Depot, they're probably going to pay you under the table in cash. That's black market. So it's always going to exist, but when it gets organized as competition to, the regular markets, and then we haven't even talked about gray markets. I think that Orthodox likes being unorthodox. Maybe it's Orthodox is kind of a joke of a name or tongue in cheek, but I think it's the oddest thing I've ever heard. And that's essentially saying breaking the law is okay. In a way, it's very MAGA, because I think Trump is, pushing some boundaries. So anyway, I'm going to get into that rabbit hole, but I'm going to think about it. It might be worth a show. I would love to get Orthodox up here. I won't beat him up because I need to know more about his argument. I mean, it almost sounds like something like a Clockwork Orange sort of world.
I don't know if it's that far. I think his thing is this, right? All right, it's post apocalyptic. Close. I don't think he meant it to be like that. Here's the thing, right? Should I just come clean with like my actual ideology instead of trying to beat around the bush?
Well, I would say that because I am getting diverted from my intended purpose, but I think we're going to do a show about this.
So
I've got your email. It won't be this weekend. It may not even be next week because I'm going to be out of town. Though I'm going to do the show.
I can't.
But I'll be in touch with you because I mean, you specifically, and then if you want to organize it, it's not going to be a debate. I just want to shit. It might just be you and Orthodox talking, and I moderate because he does not make sense.
He makes sense when you think about, okay, so right, me and him share a very similar ideology, all right? Right? I'm not gonna lie to you, Stanley, okay?
What is it, anarchy? Like a right anarchy?
Fascist. I'm a fascist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, that's easy to deal with.
Yeah. That's my ideology, right? He is also a said fascist, but he has very libertarian leanings. Because he's more Americana.
Well, then how can you be a fascist libertarian?
Well, because he's a lot more Americana with it, because there's a lot of like libertarian leanings when it comes to living in America, right? Because a lot of our basis of freedom is off of like
Well, the
libertarian.
way I understand fascism is it's actually, capitalism needs to be its economy. Anarchists or even libertarian, to me, libertarians are like very local. They basically wouldn't even want, and there's so many types of libertarian, so many types of anarchist. Um, so
If we want to talk about the fascist economy, I can do that all day long, buddy. That's my actual forte. I'm just dropping.
okay, well,
completely.
let's table it, and I'll get in contact with you because it's totally fascinating. So let me move on to CK. I will be in touch because this is a whole show, dude. I am fascinated.
I don't like dropping the veil that much because a lot of my subscribers have libertarian leanings, or they're
Well, we can do it on your show. We whatever format you want to do it. It doesn't have to be on Stanley versus the World. It can be, it can be on Orthodox's show. But I must know more, and not that I'm a fan. I'm just like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? It is literally, and I could just be old and ignorant, but it literally sounds like something that would exist in a Mad Max movie.
What, Orthodox guys?
Well, that criminal gang, Afghanistan with warlords controlling parts of the country. To me, that's what a black market being prevalent would result in.
I mean, yeah, in a way. I mean,
what's the difference between the Corleones and some dude in Afghanistan, a warlord controlling his territory? That's essentially organized crime.
That is essentially organized crime. I do disagree with his take, so I think he'd have to explain it a lot more.
All right, well let me move on, and I definitely want to have that show. CK, what's up, man?
What's going on, Stanley?
Oh, nothing much. Let me set the stage. Black Fatigue is the show today because I've had problems ever since it's reared its ugly head. And I think the patron saint of Black Fatigue, and I have to say he was ahead of the curve on this, is Be Brave. He has had white fatigue for who knows how many decades. And like I think I made the comment, maybe I didn't. I was just thinking about it. Is Heather McDonald is a better educated and female Be Brave. She's saying a lot of things that Be Brave does, and she's a Yale law graduate. So, but I still think she is fringe. I think Be Brave is fringe, and so. She's wearing blue glasses. Maybe if she wore a blue mask and wore shades, that would be.
CK dropped out. He must.
Yeah, he might be on his way to work or something.
He must be driving.
But he'll be back. So anyway, let me go ahead and play this. Mayo Monkey, good morning. And I know you have white fatigue. I'm sorry, black fatigue.
Completely penalized. That's just fact. That's not playing a victim. The reality in our world today is black privilege, not white privilege. There's not a single mainstream institution, whether in academia or in the business world, that is not tying itself into knots to try and hire and promote as many remotely qualified blacks as it can. But white males have a very hard time getting into medical school, into law schools today.
By the way, that white males getting into med school goes back to the Bakke case back, I think it was 1978. There was a whole kerfuffle about the Bakke case, Bakke. So look up that case. It's a Supreme Court case. And that was actually kind of the beginning of the dismantling of affirmative action. So if y'all are right of center and you want to talk about, white males being oppressed, now I'm not that kind of smart, but I was a kid in 78. What was I? Probably 12 or something. I remember the Baki case, and that was the beginning of the end for affirmative action. Now, maybe at least that I noticed.
So I would actually say that there is a denigration within universities of a culture and of certain individuals, but it's much broader than anti-Semitism. It's as you know very well, Freddie, because you've been articulating this, it's a hatred for the entirety of Western civilization. The primary attitude of academia today is what the philosopher Paul Ricoeur called the hermeneutics of suspicion. Anything it takes up from the West will be done in order to deconstruct it, to show that it's a power play. And so that's the key fact of universities today. The idea that their primary characteristic is anti-Semitism, I just think that's a bit facile. Yes, there are totally ignorant students that are involved in this group mania of conformity to feel like they are united against a enemy, which is Israeli Zionism, and that they are defending this underdog, which is the Palestinians. These students know nothing about the history. It is completely an ignorant reaction. But that, I think...
And this is where I will actually kind of agree with Heather McDonald. The students are ignorant. And I think we have lost that bubble for decades, maybe since I was in grade school and high school. I think we basically lost the meaning of what education was back in the 80s. So, CK, go ahead. You dropped out. What's going on?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh no, there's nothing going on. I'm just off on Friday, so I just pulled up.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go through, probably not as well as I wanted to, or as thoroughly. I basically think this black fatigue thing is, CRT, then black fatigue, and then I guess it's, and then woke. I guess this DEI shit, that lasted maybe a couple years. So I wonder if we are just going to go through waves where they keep renaming the anti-black sentiment in America, which has literally been going on for almost 400 years. I wonder if the advertising agencies have gotten in. It's like every couple years we get a new pithy name, and it's fascinating.
Wonder why that is.
I wonder why it is too, because maybe Heather McDonald needs rebranding every now and again. People get bored. People got bored with woke. So they had to rebrand. That's the only thing I can think of. And I know where you want to go with that, but don't worry. There's a zinger. There are zingers coming. I think this is literally mid-wittery, if not just outright lowbrow. This is Be Brave level fatigue. The reason the Be Braves are fatigued is because they have nothing better to do, apparently.
That is going on. There are professors who encourage it. There is certainly a circumambient ideology against so-called, colonialism. We're in a post-colonial world, but let's be honest, Jews per se, in hiring, they're not discriminated against the way they were 70 years ago. It's not that they're not being promoted because they're not seen as clubbable in the WASP Country Club in Greenwich, Connecticut. If they're not getting hired or promoted, it's not because they're Jewish. It's because they're white and they're male and they don't fit into the intersectional categories. So, I don't believe that Alan Garber, the acting president of Harvard, is anti-Semitic and he is Jewish, but or his bureaucrats are. Now, some people in the diversity bureaucracies, those intersectional individuals, there's probably quite a few who are more conventionally anti-Semitic, and that correlates with being Black. Let's face it, there has been historically anti-Semitism in the Black community, and you see that now in the anti-Israel movement.
What is this chick's
But
deal
generally,
with Israel? What is
I
going
think
on?
that what ails the university.
Well, she is literally like a very pro. You could probably even call her a Western chauvinist, Western culture chauvinist. She is like so just pro-West. It essentially what it winds up being is a lot like Be Brave, and he is very like white culture is like the end all and be all of humanity. She is literally in that same vein, except she just has more education and is way more articulate. She's a Western chauvinist. She just knows what Western culture is, where I'm never sure, Be Brave and that ilk even understand what Western culture is.
Israel is not Western culture, though.
It has so many emigres, at least way back in the day, that were Eastern European. That I've been to Israel. It is very cultured.
Yeah, it's cultured.
It is literally very Western. Like I said, I literally, like, one of the first, it wasn't the first symphony. I literally had a front row seat. Now I was in the Navy and it was like a USO thing, but I literally had a front row seat to the, I think it was the Israeli Philharmonic, and I met Zubin Mehta backstage. They took me backstage to meet the conductor and everything. I had no idea who Zubin Mehta was until about 10, 20 years later. That motherfucker was super world famous as a conductor. They are very Western. Now, maybe you can make the argument that they're kind of a fusion, but believe me, Israel is not like Saudi Arabia, and I've been to Saudi Arabia too. So yes, they are very Western.
Yeah, I get that. But I don't know. She seems like a very Zionisty type, which I'm not.
No. She's very. I mean, look, Israel has an intersection with the religious right in the United States. There's so many dual citizens, etc. She is pro-Israel. She is anti non-Western. Israel is the little Western desert in the middle of the desert. I'm sorry, a Western oasis in the middle of the desert. So
just
maybe somewhere like Syria might have been, or even Iran way back in the day. But Israel is a little Western oasis in the Middle East.
I mean, I'll be real with you, just off that basis alone, the fact that she's throwing and being pro-Israel, and she already gets, I'm already knocking her off the totem pole. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh well, I'm sure her feelings will be hurt.
Her feelings better be hurt.
Universities is not anti-Semitism. It's anti-Westernism. It's a complete just violation of their entire reason for being.
To what extent does that anti-Westernism overlap with anti-whiteism? Because I mean, if a government were to try and take up, the sort of the whites of rights, it would quickly be accused of being white supremacist and so on. So, to what extent can Americans really talk about the hatred of white people in a fair-minded way?
It's absolutely tantamount. They are the same thing. Anti-Westernism and anti-whiteism are identical. And yes, it is very interesting to see what's happening in the Trump administration. One of his main aides is Stephen Miller, who was...
by the way, let me stop and thank Lupin for sponsoring the show. Y'all have really been nice to me over the week and over the months, and I certainly appreciate it. I know I'm a little bit of a little bit of an annoying character, but those that rock with me, I do appreciate it.
Involved in the first Trump administration. He started out working for Jeff Sessions, who was our strongest immigration hawk in the Senate. Sessions was Trump's first attorney general in his first administration, and then Trump, in one of his typical adolescent tantrum fits, fired him. Sessions put in many of the pro-border policies that are now being reinstated in the second Trump administration, and he also put a real limitation on police consent decrees, which again has also been recently done by the current head of civil rights in the Justice Department, Harmeet Dillon. Stephen Miller was a border hawk during Trump 1. Then in the interim period, he founded a private law firm, a nonprofit law firm that did litigate on behalf of and try to tear down anti-white policies in government.
That is going to be the intersection. Stephen Miller is Jewish, but he is pro-white, I guess. He's not anti-white. So hopefully you will start seeing this is the wonderful thing. Just about politics in general. When they say politics makes strange bedfellows, there's a reason that little aphorism exists. Stephen Miller is about as pro-white as a Jewish man can be.
And in private sector.
And I suspect so is Netanyahu. There's a whole Ashkenazi strain that runs through Israeli politics.
Yeah, but
and now he's back in the administration, and you.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
It's separate though. It's kind of like they're.
Oh wait, hold it. Hold. How is that strain separate? You mean in Israeli politics?
Yeah.
They pretty much run the government.
Yeah. Well, the United States government, absolutely.
No. Israel.
Yeah.
The Ashkenazis pretty much run Israel.
Yeah, and they're Zionists, which they separate themselves as a group of.
You know what? I'll have to take your word for it. Because to be honest, I don't give a shit. Zionist or not, I don't get that wrapped around the axle. That's their problem. Now, if Zionism is running the United States government, I might take a little bit more notice. But I think that Trump has Stephen Miller as a special advisor. Maybe you could call him a Zionist, maybe not, but he's also, got MBS. Is that his initials? Let me put it to you this way, and at some point I'll get around to this. The West runs on capitalism. It is why slavery in America happened. It was an economic fuel for the capitalist engine. Zionism, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, there's religion involved. There are just offshoots, but in the end, it's all going to be about the money. That is the one thing that's the most dependable thing in Western culture, at least modern Western culture. It's always going to be for profit. And if you start hurting bottom lines, that's why Elon Musk, he's contending, over tariffs with Trump. Dude, he would be going strong had Tesla not got its ass kicked as far as profit and all that. In my opinion, it's literally going to be Western culture's demise. And I'm not a Marxist or anything like that, because Marxism, while a good critique for capitalism, it's all going to be about the money. Even if we were a strict Marxist, planned economies and all that, it's still about the money.
Yeah, it's a good critique. It's not very good solutions. But
okay, well, Marx, see, people, much like CRT and all these things, they want solutions in critiques. They want to build off the critique to make solutions. Marx wasn't a solutions guy. He was a critic.
He did.
Derek Bell with CRT was not a solutions guy. He was a critic. It's when you start applying stuff to kind of, fix the stuff that a critique points out, it always goes south. DEI started out very successfully because it started in the private sector and then the government adopted it. It's when you try and take something that is kind of a philosophy or a way of doing things and you start legislating solutions or mandating consistently, those all go wrong. So trying to find solutions for Marx is crazy.
He did write down solutions, though. He did try to advocate.
And you know what? Again, I stop at the critique. Hayek the same way. And I think Hayek was just crazy.
How much money do I need to give you to read Gentili?
To do what?
To read Gentili.
Just put the link in the back. You don't have to pay me to read. I like reading.
You like reading? Shit, maybe I'll just... What's your email? I think I have a PDF for it, because if I try to drop a PDF file to you...
Well, no, yeah, just email it to me.
Email it to you?
Shit, I still need to read Mein Kampf. So I've got a summer of reading.
Yeah. Mein Kampf. Who linked you Mein Kampf?
Oh, that's a whole HP project. He has a love of Mein Kampf, and one day we'll do a show about it, I guess. So let me get back to my darling Heather.
All right.
You have Trump with his recent executive order, I think it was, or maybe came out of the State Department, I don't know, saying that, well, we're going to grant Boers, Afrikaners in South Africa asylum status because they're living through something close to a genocide in South Africa.
See, and this goes back. This goes back. She didn't say genocide. She said something close to a genocide. At least she fucking has a brain and a limit. Orthodox wants to fucking have a whole debate about, ooh, well, genocide can mean more than killing people. Dude, you need to actually understand the arguments you make. At least I have to give Heather a little bit of kudos here. Close to genocide is not genocide. Thank God there is someone with a brain on the right.
I mean, I'm the one that was
on their land holding and
genocide.
I'm sorry. No, it wasn't you. Was it you I talked to? It was Orthodox. Because I challenged him on that, and he started going into, well, genocide can mean something like taking away, the means to make a living, that sort of thing. He started. It was something about the UN.
Yeah, the UN gives a definition of genocide, and that's the utter.
Well, I actually went up and looked at the UN definition. Didn't support Orthodox's argument. Now, I didn't read the whole thing. I just kind of did the AI thing. So I didn't get deep in detail, and I could have missed something, but nothing the down and dirty Google did sounded like anything that's happening in South Africa. I believe it's genocide when there are a bunch of white people in a refugee camp.
And murders. And this has created just an absolute level of hysteria in the American media. He's playing white politics. How dare he say that whites could ever be the victims of discrimination? This was foreseen. This moment was foreseen years ago by the race hustlers in academia, who came out with this formula saying that there can never be, by definition, there can never be discrimination against whites because.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing. Heather McDonald is doing the same thing that a lot of people say who are race hustlers. In my opinion, she's a race hustler. Okay, you want to take every little like minor person who writes something and make a big deal out of it. This is the other thing. Heather McDonald is as big a race hustler as anyone she criticizes as being a race hustler. These people just do not understand the nature. And this is why Heather McDonald will never go on a podcast or a YouTube show that is oppositional. That's the other thing. Echo chambers are like, the little feathered warm nest. These people, and I have to give Glenn Lowry a little bit of credit. He will go on in his older years. He never did it when he was younger. You will never get Heather McDonald on, say, Brianna Joy Gray's show or anything like that. It's always got to be someone who gives her softball questions and kind of let her spout that she's a little too sophisticated to be called a Karen. But I'll have to think of a higher, a more classy name to call her. But she is really a race hustler too. This white grievance, the people that are pushing, America's white guilt hangover. I assume she's talking about black fatigue. How is that not race hustling?
Discrimination is a combination of power and privilege. And because whites have power and privilege, they can never be discriminated against. It's only blacks who can ever be discriminated against. And so that would, come into play again here with the left saying that by definition, no white can ever be the victim of discrimination.
Who the fuck on the left says by definition no white can be discriminated against? Again, this hyperbolic bullshit that race hustlers like Heather McDonald wants to push. She is essentially the white version of what's his name, Tariq Nasheed. Now that's a little hyperbolic too, but whoever said that white people can't be discriminated against? They kind of, at least in the United States, they kind of invented discrimination. So there was no non-white input in the Constitution or anything like that. So they're making it up. Heather McDonald is making it up. This is why she does not go on a show that would challenge these bold statements she wants to make. And by the way, I've been following Heather McDonald for damn near 10 years. She is at the Manhattan Institute, and I just don't see her as any different than a race hustler. Orthodox, you're here.
Yeah. I was watching somewhere else and I heard you mention my name in the genocide.
And you know what? I'm not particularly interested in, taking that up farther than I disagree with you. That's a whole nother story too.
We don't have to debate it.
Oh, good. I'm glad we don't have to, because we're not.
I'm just here to say you're wrong, and the definitions of genocide is clearly posted. By better people than you or I.
I looked it up, and I disagree. And there are no better people than you or I.
Fair enough. We are pretty great, aren't we?
We are the champions.
That is true. I will agree with you there. Oh, how you doing today, Mr.
Don't
Stanley?
be acting all fake humble. No, I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. It was a while. I was like, I guess I'll hop on and say hey to Stanley. And Bumpkins.
Well, that's nice
Bumpkin wouldn't drop the link like a hoe. Not linked here, but linked to his. I was like, damn, Bumpkin.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. Having you and Bumpkin up here is actually kind of a privilege. So,
well, I do enjoy talking to you. Believe it or not, it's worth it.
I
It's
believe
a challenge. It is a challenge. You are educated. Plus, like me, you are a Georgia boy, and that is the greatest. Us Georgia boys have to tell people.
Hey,
how
you know
great
what?
Georgia
That's why I say you're the best.
Thank you. You too, Stanley. You are the best adversary comes from your home state. The best friend comes from your home state. It does not matter. Georgia is the greatest place on the face of the earth.
You know what, though? The funny thing is, it is very provable. I didn't even realize how, people keep telling me that Georgia's a purple state. And I keep going, no, it is a red state. But it's a little less red than somewhere like Texas. But let me tell you how great Georgia is. And I would actually vote for Brian Kemp if he ran for president. I think he's a great guy. He did some things during that Ahmaud Arbery case that I'm like, damn, you know what? That dude, we will not agree, about 95% of the time, but I will never say he's a racist of any sort. That motherfucker stood up and, made Pete. You notice a lot. You don't get a whole lot of pushback from the black community in Georgia against Brian Kemp because Brian Kemp's a good guy.
Well, the thing about it is, like, specifically with the Ahmaud Arbery thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
The people who perpetrated that, even though technically speaking, citizen arrest, that sort of stuff is legal, they went too far.
And what did Kemp do? Because that law was like from 1856 or something. He fucking got it abolished.
Well, they should have just minded their own fucking business.
I don't get that. You know what? And the thing is, because I watched the trial. I watched almost like pretty much the whole trial. And I was just amazed. And the funny thing is, years ago when I was a kid, um, my parents did an addition to our house rather than move. And it's a different show. There's a reason why they didn't move. And one day, I'll probably talk with John Galt about it one day. But um, my father and I, if there was new construction back in the day, now granted, this is like 70s, 80s. Yeah, you could stop by if it was new construction and nothing was roughed in, it was just bare bones. Yeah, people wouldn't mind if you walk through, you know, the builders might even be there, the carpenters might be there, and you might talk to them. So that the guy, stopped by and kind of walked through the structure. You know, I'm not going to draw a one-to-one parallel, but stopping by looking at new construction, I just don't know why that's a big deal.
I don't either. I know that people try to say, "Oh, he was scoping it out," but there was no proof for that, and it's just.
Well, yeah, but the thing is,
I'm gonna lose my racism card if we keep on here, Stanley.
Well, no. You know what? Fuck all that. What I'm saying is, I don't know. To me, and again, I'm older than y'all, so times have changed. I get accused of Stanley, you're out of touch, and I can't fight that argument. But I honestly think that how much are you going to steal wearing running shorts? You're not going to be able to put a bunch of shit like power tools in your running shorts. And I've seen the video where the guy Arbery ran away and they fucking hunted him down in trucks. I mean, that was just vicious. It did not have to be. And I'm actually proud of Governor Kemp for like, no. This is a little bit too antebellum for the 21st century.
These wasn't no night rides now. They did this in the broad daylight.
Oh man. And then the defense, and I know I'm going too far. I'm going to have to come back to Heather here. But the deal is you know what? If you got a shotgun pointed at you, hell yeah, you're going to go for it and try and put it up so it doesn't shoot you. I just think, and I'm not sure that Ahmad, and I don't remember a lot of the details, but he wasn't 100% all there. Whatever it was, he wasn't all there. That Southern term. Mm-hmm. There might have been a marble or two, that weren't well placed. He might have lost them.
On, but nobody's home type deal.
Well, I don't know the case, don't remember the case that well, but he was not a threat. He was not an imminent danger to the good old boys who chased him down. He was not an imminent threat. That's what I don't understand. He had no weapon. He was wearing running shoes and fucking running gear. How was he a threat?
Beats me, Stanley. Beats me.
Well, that's why. And this is the black fatigue. Those three boys, those good old boys had black fatigue. Black fatigue. Hey, stop coming by this new construction and making us uncomfortable. We're gonna hunt you down and show you our fatigue. So, it's a dangerous precedent. This black fatigue stuff can do. Innocent people get hurt. And
I will.
I
will agree with you.
I can't remember if they put up a no trespassing sign. I don't recall it coming up. If you don't want people on your property, put signage up. They might have, but I don't recall that coming up during the trial. So post it. No trespassing. You'll have a stronger case when you hunt people down and kill them. Nowhere near. They had to leave their neighborhood to do it. These motherfuckers were crazy, but I'm not going to beat it up. Georgia is the best state in the union.
Yep.
Even
I
better.
agree.
Even, dude, you and I will always agree on that. And so will Caucasian Sasquatch. I'm gonna have to. He is a funny guy.
One of God's chosen Southerners, or one of God's chosen humans.
Yeah, he hasn't been on my show in shit. I think he's only shown up maybe once or twice. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get him back every now and again. But yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah. Oh well, I had to shoot shit with you. What's up?
Oh no! I was about to say let's get back to Heather, dude. It's an honor you showed up.
Thank you. It's an honor to be allowed up, Mr. Stanley.
I'm not all bad.
Nah, you're actually a really good person to speak to, and I do appreciate the conversations. I do like fucking with you sometimes, because when you get angry or when you get on that motherfucker thing, that shit, the way you say that just fucking kills me. It takes me all the way the fuck out, like dead. But God bless y'all. Love all of y'all. Y'all have a good one. Y'all be safe. Thank you for having me.
God bless you too, man. Take it easy. All right. Well, Bumpkin, let's get back to Miss Heather here. And you know what? Maybe we shouldn't suffer too much more through her. Let's see. This is good. South Africa and no. This segment, the end of this segment, and the next one will touch on South Africa.
Discrimination. So Trump is coming very close, and may have in passing at various moments to saying, yes, in fact, it's white people who are the targets of discrimination today. And I would like to see that go further. Frankly, as a matter of pure logic, if every other group gets identity politics, it as a matter of pure completeness in your conceptual scheme, why shouldn't white people? Either we none of us have this, and let's just get rid of the whole stinking schema whatsoever. Or let's make it universal, and every group gets to claim some kind of identity solidarity, and be able to say that our culture had something to offer, which is clearly the case. Western civilization happened to be demographically white. It came out of Europe. That's just the facts, folks. You can't change that historically. Yet no civilization has done as much for world humanity as the West. That too is just objectively true. When you look at the pace of scientific and technological development that began in Britain, in the Royal Society in London in the 17th century, and then just picked up steam and went gangbusters in Britain in the 18th and 19th century with the Industrial Revolution and the conquest of biological ignorance. It's stunning. Everything we look at in our world today is a product of Western innovation, and our political theories are also a product of Western civilization. And I mean the theories that the left fights in the name of equality and tolerance, those are uniquely Western ideas.
Okay, here is the huge problems. These people like Heather McDonald want to pretend that Western civilization popped up in a vacuum. Where does, and I know she knows this, I hope she knows this, but where did the technology or the technique for tacking against the wind, where did it come from? What enabled Columbus to cross the Atlantic. And I've been across the Atlantic maybe 3 times. It's not that easy if you don't have power. If you're doing it with the wind, who invented tacking? Does anyone in the chat know who invented the technique of tacking sailboats against the wind or parallel to the wind? It wasn't Western civilization, motherfuckers. What a oh.
And yet we're only allowed to say that we're the source of oppression. And again, like, you've got some great thinkers there, Nigel.
Yes,
Bigger,
you're the source of oppression.
Exploded that myth, and we should know that.
Does she not know that literally oppression was put into law? What the fuck is this? How do you get a Yale degree and make these kind of egregiously flamboyant statements with no pushback? You don't come on a podcast or a show that asks you hard questions.
That every other civilization has been as imperialistic, as ruthless, as cruel, as slavery perpetrating as the West, but they all get a free pass.
Well, I suppose another thing that Western civilization has created.
Okay, you know what? I said that Heather McDonald was a version of Be Brave, a female, somewhat prettier version of Be Brave. I've changed my mind. She is Ryan's doppelganger. No. Again, Western civilization did not pop up in a vacuum. It didn't miraculously appear. It wasn't an immaculate conception. Western civilization evolved just like every other human process. And now I want to hear her talk about, how did Western civilization learn algebra? How did Western civilization learn calculus? How did Western civilization get pasta? What white people, and you know what? Not all whites are like Heather McDonald, obtuse or myopic. So please don't think, when I say white people, I really should preface it with certain types of white people. The white shades. Because some white people actually know shit and would never never say that Western civilization has done so much to improve the world. Well, yeah, but it got it somewhere. It learned some of the basics somewhere and improved upon it. If you just said, hey, we took calculus and built the World Trade Center, who's going to argue with that? But to just think that, oh, it's all Western culture that did it, the fundamentals, the basics, Western civilization did not invent. It was the Greeks who invented the concept of hubris and gave it a word.
Is this self-criticism that sometimes pushes it towards self-destruction?
To me, this is the big question of our time. What is it about the West that has led to this suicide, that has led to this obsessive focus on its largely phantom sin?
I would actually say it's the notion of karma that is basically fucking up Western civilization. You got too many Heather McDonalds. You got too many John Galts. Motherfuckers who don't know shit. They know that white people invented shit, but they don't know how white people invented shit. White people did not hatch. They evolved. Oh, and by the way, the concept of white was hatched more or less, but it did evolve as well. White people, y'all, I don't even know what to think other than white people didn't invent shit because of their genetics.
Where did it begin? Does it begin with Plato? Does it begin with the idea of philosophy as a critique of received concepts, that you cannot take any authority for?
Now look at this silly bitch. What she doesn't understand is that Greek philosophy wasn't hatched. She thinks Plato just kind of hatched from an egg and he was Plato. Greeks learned stuff from Persians and Egyptians. That Mediterranean is a very interesting mixing bowl. Whites did not just learn shit because they were that smart.
For granted. Now, obviously, authority had a very strong hold on Western societies, on nations, on thought throughout the next 2,000 years. It wasn't as if Plato turned everybody into knee-jerk deconstructionists. And
once again, Ryan, I did not say Western civilization invented oppression. They perfected it.
And you had the authority of the church for a very long time. You had authority of absolute monarchs, but still you did have a tradition that waned and ebbed and flowed, but that kept up, of self-analysis, of philosophy. So maybe that was the start of this, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe we could have kept some beneficial and deserved attitude of self-critique and not have gone completely bonkers into this state of self-cancellation. So did it begin, other possibilities? Did it begin with World War I and the sense of futility about the ideals?
This is literally psychobabble. This is literally the far right version of Foucault. She's literally talking about the opposite of Foucault. If all of a sudden this sort of talk reminds me of power structures and the left this, the left that, she's literally making the same arguments, that white people are oppressed, someone's oppressing them, and her theory is that the left is doing it. What she doesn't understand, motherfucker, hold on. What she does not understand is the left is white too.
No, they're Jewish.
Okay, you know what? You might want to go back to sleep.
No, I wasn't sleeping. I was taking
from a black perspective, Jews are white too.
Are you saying you guys don't have any idea?
No. Oh, hold on. The Ashkenazis come from Europe, right? Eastern Europe. Is that correct?
They're an admixture, but where do they come
from? Motherfucker, just answer yes or no.
I said they're an admixture.
No. Okay.
I said they're an admixture. That's
okay, bitch. See, this is what the right can't do. That's a yes/no question, and you want to talk genetics, which you don't understand. I simply asked you, and Heather McDonald couldn't do it either. Bumpkin, do Ashkenazis have Eastern European roots? Yes or no? I'm making it simple for you now.
Yes, Stanley.
Okay, thank God you came to your senses.
You understand?
That's all I need. That's all. I don't give a shit about the admixture. Who cares about the admixture?
You are not this dumb.
Do they have Eastern European origins?
You are, yes.
What does admixture? See, this is what butt hurts people. They can't just stop at yes. I don't care about admixtures. I didn't ask you about the genetics or the heritage or any of that stuff. Eastern European, from a very Black American perspective, sounds white.
Oh, okay.
So at least the Oscar, nope.
You're just
at least the Ashkenazis have a European heritage.
So we're just being ignorant.
Yeah, well, no, oh yeah, motherfucker. I'm gonna take the be brave ignorance, and I'm gonna hold that line. Except Be Brave doesn't know how to ask questions because he's not trained to ask questions. Oh yeah, don't overtalk me, son.
No, I'm
here's where we're gonna go. Let me finish what I'm saying. European heritage from a Black American, legacy Black American. I'm not going to even say FBA. I'm going to say LBA because legacy just seems a little bit more appropriate for my point. Jews are white, especially if you're Ashkenazi. And you know what? You as a white man may have a little bit more of a refined, or people accuse me of splitting hairs. Sounds like you're splitting hairs, but that's neither here nor there.
I'm not splitting
Jews are white, especially if they're Ashkenazi. So where I'm going with this is the left is white too. That's my original point.
They're Jewish. We've been over this.
The left has a European origin to a legacy Black American. European equals white.
Are Ethiopians and Ghanas the same?
I don't give a fuck about Ethiopia.
Oh, are they the same though?
I literally don't give a fuck. You said yes.
Would you say they're genetically the same?
I am going to hold you to yes. Don't run away. Don't run away from your yes.
I'm not running away, buddy. You just want to answer
you're skipping. I don't know what you're gonna do. Hey, let me tell you, I don't know what you're gonna do because I'm not gonna let you try.
You would just like to be a disingenuous old man.
Oh no. I'm literally going to accept yes and hope there's a period, a one-word sentence. Yes.
Stanley,
I'm taking I'm literally taking that. What we need to do now that you've answered my question, now that you've answered my yes/no question with a yes, I know you want to go, dude. Don't make me treat you like a solid snake. You answered the question. You have answered my question.
Did it begin in World War II and Germany's travesty of its own self? Or did it begin with, but I would say, did it begin with racial guilt? But we're the only ones who feel racial guilt. Africa doesn't feel racial guilt about selling its.
This silly woman is acting like Africa is one country. She is the far right version of Foucault.
All Europeans are the same as well. Right?
All she wants to do is talk about power structures and how they're oppressing the little blonde lady with the blue glasses.
Well, I mean, all Europeans are the same.
Its own people into slavery.
Europeans are not Africans. Heather McDonald's only point is that white people are oppressed. And you know what? I love how she stands by her man. She's not even Southern.
Into the fact that it took the British Navy to blockade Lagos for it to decouple itself from the slave trade in the 1860s.
Look at this silly bitch. 1860s? When the fuck 1860s, dude. This. Let's go back to the 15th century, you silly woman. 1860s in slavery, really, that's kind of like, well, let me put it to you this way. Britain at least got rid of slavery on its home soil in 1772. So yeah, maybe they're gonna go against Lagos. Well, what does that have to do with American slavery? Nothing. She's doing the same thing that people like a Glenn Lowry or Thomas Sowell. They want to talk about Britain and Nigeria, and I'm not even sure it was Nigeria in 1860, and try to draw parallels back to American history and culture, and she fails. That's why she's wearing blue glass. That's why it's a monologue. She fails. Who gives a fuck about Britain and Lagos when she's an American talking about American culture? She is a more pale version of Thomas Sowell here. Who gives a fuck about Lagos and Britain? We're talking about America.
It's to me, you've asked the main puzzle. What is it about the West that has resulted in this unique lie about its own unique perfidy?
Unique perfidy? Oh, motherfucker. Let's just call oppression. Don't call oppression perfidy.
Is it perhaps just civilization exhaustion? Stanley.
I'm sorry, what, Bumpkin?
I think you just kind of hate white people that advocate for themselves.
Oh, you know what? I hate stupid white people. I hate stupid black people too. I just hate stupid people. And she's being stupid.
I
think. Oh, wait, hold it. Hold it. Are you going to tell me I don't hate stupid people?
Sure, you might, but I think you hate white people that advocate.
Oh, you think I might?
I think you might. I don't think she's
now the one thing. Oh no, might as in maybe I don't hate stupid people. All I have to say is that's maybe the through line for my John Galt urban landlord career. And by the way, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you're new to the John Galt urban landlord channel, please make sure that you subscribe. Please make sure that you subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel at Stanley Cross 6000. I need you folks. And but the like buttons are more important. Look, I've known plenty of brilliant white people. I've known plenty of brilliant black people. It's the Heather McDonalds that don't fit the brilliant category. And I'm 60 now, so I don't have to pretend. I don't need to put up with stupidity. I get to call a spade. And I think Heather McDonald is being, like I said, I'm not going to even bother calling her disingenuous. What I'm going to say is Western culture did not spring from an egg, or God didn't go one day there will be Western culture. Not how it worked. And for her to pretend that it is the greatest thing on earth without acknowledging what made Western culture, to me just seems hubristic.
I think your justification for a stupid white person is to start advocating for whites or not. I think that's your justification for if they're stupid or not.
Okay, do you honestly think I understood what you said? Why do you think I think white people are stupid? And I think I qualified that. Not all white. I know brilliant white people. Heather McDonald, I don't know her, but she doesn't sound brilliant.
Yeah, I think that let's see. let's
Don't
see.
struggle for words. I can help you with words.
And I'm thinking of an advocate that's brilliant. That's white. Who helped me out in my chat.
Do you think Heather McDonald is brilliant?
I don't know enough about her.
Well, then you do just take this little snippet about how she is praising Western culture is the greatest thing. Like, did Western culture invent sliced bread? Oh, are you Googling whether Western culture?
No, I'm not Googling that.
So you have to Google whether Western culture invented sliced bread?
I'm loading.
Did Western culture invent bread? Really? You don't know if Western culture? No. You think Western culture invented bread, don't you?
I'm looking up specifically.
Did they invent pasta?
Certain
No. Let's take a step easier. Pasta is literally made from wheat. Did Western culture invent pasta?
I have no idea, Stanley.
Motherfucker, this is my point. The white people who want to advocate for Western culture often know nothing about Western culture. Heather McDonald might know more than most. And I think because she's actually like 68 or something like that. She's older. And she's like literally like a Yale English graduate or something like that. So she must know something about Western culture. That's why I'm finding problems with her. She knows what she's excluding. She is being very political, very ideological. She's not wide spectrum because it's complicated. But I'll tell you right now, Europe did not invent bread. Probably didn't invent sliced bread either. They might have perfected the process. They might have built taller loaves and had the right contraptions to make uniformly sliced bread, but they didn't invent bread. That's my point. Europe has done, or Western civilization has taken some basics and made more complicated structures and things. They didn't invent buildings. They perfected buildings. And this is what a moron like feathery haired false Farrah Fawcett is doing. And this is the other thing that white people don't seem to figure out, mainly because they are, tend to be badly educated these days. And I don't want to beat this point, but I'd say probably 90% of the motherfuckers on this John Galt Urban Landlord channel, black or white, doesn't really matter, literally don't understand their arguments and generally don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They hear a Heather McDonald talk about Western Civ and the greatness, and they're just repeating her points. They're not investigating, they're not questioning, they're not interrogating, they're taking it lock, stock, and barrel. Therefore, there is a Stanley versus the world. Y'all, most of y'all don't know what. Most of y'all don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Keep talking. You're proving my point.
You know what? You never had a point, so I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to waste my time following it up.
Right.
Don't bring up bread, son. If you don't know who invented bread, no. Yeah. See, this does not work. This is not Orthodox's show. Yeah, you want to do that same bullshit.
So disingenuous. Why do all of our conversations end like this? You know why? Do you know why no one can have an actual conversation with you, Stanley?
Because they don't know. Whoa. Let me answer the question. Whoa. You asked. See, you know why people will ask me a question and won't pause for me to answer? Because they're afraid of the answer.
I'm not.
Now ask me the question again, and then pause.
Do you know
I
why?
think
no
I
one
think it was.
has an
Oh, there you
intimate
go. Go ahead.
conversation with
Sorry,
you?
because they don't know enough.
The hubris, dude. The hubris.
Hey, I'm just facing reality.
Stanley, is it possible that you were just a slightly above average midwit?
It is very possible.
Okay. Okay. So you're not that much.
But what does that say about everybody else? If you can't fucking like deal with a midwit, what does that make you?
I can deal with you all day, Stanley. But the moment that
Yes, you can, but are you sure you can? I ask you simple questions, yes, no questions, and you want to talk about shit that's not yes or no.
Stanley,
If I am a midwit, what are you? No, seriously.
Stanley,
No,
let's go back to that yes or no
You
question.
asked a question. Now I'm going to ask a question.
I'm going
If
to
I am a midwit, what are you?
Ask the question, are you?
Okay, motherfucker. See, this is what is so frustrating
said
for
adjective.
midwits like
Is
me.
that an answer yes or
Midwits get mighty frustrated. If
When
I
when
am
you
a
said-
midwit and you
when I
cannot deal with a midwit,
said a yes or
what
no
are
answer.
you? I'm sorry. I was talking and then you were talking. I will talk first and then you can respond. If I am a midwit, and I will freely admit that I am the middest of midwits, what then are you?
Someone that is talking to a brick wall midwit. Because when you ask me a question and I give you a yes or no answer, I just don't say yes or no, but I literally say yes by saying adjective.
Okay, motherfucker, why are you giving more? See, have you ever been like on a witness stand? Sometimes you don't want to say yes or no, more than yes or no. I mean, sometimes yes is good enough. It's when you start saying why it's yes or why it's no that you get your fucking arguments wrecked.
No.
And you need to be no, I'm not done. Why are you over talk? Why are you over talk?
That's the
No,
only dialectic that
dude, you lost your argument when you went beyond yes.
I did not. I won the argument.
You know what? Let me answer if you won the argument or not. I'm going to make you feel good. Yes. Because you need to feel good right now, apparently.
Yeah. So you want to take complex issues and break them down into
Oh, wait, hold it. I hope little Blackbird is here. You have taken Sucor in my answer. So that has to be good enough. And Mayo, you can bring your dumb ass up here if you want, but you're going to get the Bumpkin treatment. You're worse than Bumpkin, actually. Oh my Lord. Have you ever heard Mayo Monkey answer a yes/no question? This motherfucker will go on for days.
That's
at least, you know what, Bumpkin? At least you can fucking like form sentences.
Mayo has
Mayo Monkey. You know when you spread mayo on on that sliced bread, you have to keep going back and wiping off the butter knife. Mayo Monkey will go on for fucking a whole loaf of bread, mayonnaising it, and just never fucking shut up. Shit you don't need to know. He specializes in. Okay. So hit the link, Mayo. You can get some of this too.
Are we going to continue watching the Zionist?
You're still on about Zionism?
Yes. Anyone that claims
she is not a Zionist.
Anyone that is
she is a Western chauvinist. Israel is literally an outpost of Western civilization in a in the desert, in an Arabian part of the world. Persia is not Araby, by the way.
Anyone that
So
advocates pro whiteness, right, and doesn't immediately see the fact that Zionism has brought down literally pro whiteness, I do not take them seriously. Because anyone that has picked up a
well,
history,
then don't take me seriously, because I think both pro-white and Zionism are jokes.
that's crazy. 'cause
Pro-white is
all the Zion-
pro-white is racist. Zionism, if it's like the 1940s version where Zionism will take over, lands. It is racist. Zionism, pro-white, pro-black. It's all racist.
So you're just a pro-black racist. Is that what you're getting at?
Okay, I literally just said being pro-black to an Okay, look, I don't have a problem with you being proud of your heritage, but white is not a heritage. Black is not a heritage. Heritage is a lot more ethnicity than race. Race is literally not the same thing as ethnicity.
Race is an extension of ethnicity.
Okay, motherfucker, you need to deal with what I just said, and I'm not wrong on this. Race is not the same thing as ethnicity.
I said race is an extension of ethnicity. I'm combating.
No, I don't agree with that. Race is literally something that's almost like a legal concept. When they say it is a social construct, it is a social construct where ethnicity, you can make the argument that it's a social construct, but it is deeper than race. If you think race is an extension of ethnicity, then I'm just going to have to be blunt. You're a moron.
Yeah,
you are literally uneducated.
Categories work.
I suggest you might want to rethink that thought.
I think you don't understand how categories work.
Okay, motherfucker, I think you don't know shit.
That's crazy.
I see. I know what I'm talking about. I don't think you do. And I encourage you to go research that point.
Oh, I've researched it.
Ethnicity? No, you probably did it on 4chan or something.
Yeah,
ethnicity and race are two distinct things. I will grant that they're related, but when you start saying race is an extension, it's an extension because people extended it. It's not the same concept. Race is more a legal thing. Ethnicity isn't even biological. It's more cultural.
Crazy.
Race is not cultural.
Ethnicity is not cultural, sir.
Okay, motherfucker, then you better take a sociology class.
You better take a genetics class.
Hey, no. You are used to dealing with powdered dusties or black crows, raven, whatever the fuck his name is. No. You're interrupting when you don't need to, son. Yeah. I actually know. I actually know what I'm talking about.
I don't think you know what happened.
And y'all get up on these fucking powdered dusty fucking truism, like y'all are just hitting and missing. Because I listen to y'all. And the reason I don't come on panels like Truism or even Q Butter or Quay Butter, whatever the fuck,
because you can't bounce.
Y'all, it is literally Sharon Bracey, all those. It is literally a confederacy of dunces.
Well, you can't bounce them
like,
down.
I can't. It's like I cannot believe how many ways y'all figure out, and this is black panels, this is white panels. It's amazing how many ways y'all can be wrong. It's truly amazing. That's why I don't go on these panels.
Maybe you should come up on the panel and actually.
No, maybe I should continue reading books and talking to people who know shit, because y'all don't.
Well, if you're so intelligent, you should be able to easily combat.
Motherfucker, it has nothing. Dude, reading a book doesn't knowing stuff does not take intelligence. Where the fuck did you ever get the idea that reading a book takes intelligence? You have to have reading comprehension, but any old 100 IQ dude can read a book and understand it.
Yeah, Stanley, I never said that the ability to read a book takes intelligence. I said,
okay, motherfucker, don't equate me reading a book with intelligence. Yeah, you were on the verge of doing that, and I cut you off. I cut you off. Just because I read a book to know something doesn't mean I'm intelligent. It means I have sense enough not to go on a YouTube panel and learn shit, or at least not interrogate it.
Do you know what the point of a debate is?
It's why I don't debate.
Okay. So, what you're telling me,
debate. See, the problem is, and I know I cut you off, and I will let you have your say right after I make this point. Debate assumes there's a question. One side might be right, the other side might be right. I'm sure I'm right. Why debate if I know I'm right?
Shit, can you hear that train in my background or no?
Are you on the train? What are you at a hobo camp or what?
No, I'm in my apartment.
I thought you were about to hop a train somewhere.
No, I'm in my apartment. The window's open and the train going by outside.
Do they come through in the middle of the night?
No, it's 11:27 a.m. for me.
Oh, okay. No, I like trains. So no, seriously, if it's not too close, if it's off in a distance, dude, I can hear a train, and it's maybe 3 or 4 miles. There's a train crossing. I love trains. So anyway, what were you saying? I don't debate because there's really no reason to debate. If I know I'm right, why debate it?
Stanley, I would say you don't debate because it puts you in a position to go somewhere where you can't bounce people down or overtalk them.
That's probably true too. If I can't insult you because there are rules, look, ad hominems are part of the way I tell people they don't know what they're talking about. So yeah, you're right.
At least you admit it. At least, all right.
Oh wait, hold it. You didn't think, dude, why do you think I don't hop on these panels? They would fucking pay to get me off.
Then you're given to the Griffno state, bro. You're given to the ecosystem.
Well, that's why I do. You know what? If the money's going to go to the host, not to me. So, if they were going to say, hey, Stanley, we'll give you $50 to get off the panel. Yeah, I might do it more often.
Stanley, where do white people come from?
Where do they come from?
Yeah.
In America, or you mean more in world history?
World history. I'm using the term white.
Portugal. Essentially, that's what is it? 1450 something, late 1440s, first slave auction. In my opinion, that's where it came from. Now, you can hop towards American history or pre-American history, which I'm more conversant in. But there's a book called Born in Blackness, which pretty much gives a good synopsis of West African slavery, talking about Portugal, which was, kind of the spearhead of developing slavery. First slave auction that, like, European slave auction, Lisbon, 14 something or another. Okay. Now, slavery existed. We all know that. That's not even a debate. Slavery existed in Africa and in the Islamic world, pre-existed. Um,
I should
and really, the reason Portugal got interested in all this stuff was gold. They couldn't afford to fight Spain. You know, you needed gold to fight wars. So I would say white, as a, like white selling. Um, let's just say in Western civilization, I would say the 15th century. And then it got perfected from there.
Okay, Stanley. This has been fun. Thank you for having me up.
I figured I would whittle you down. That 15th century stuff kind of gave you a headache, huh?
No, it didn't give me a headache. You don't give me a headache, Stanley.
Well, you didn't. When do you think white was invented?
I said, where do you think white people came from? That's what I
Came
said.
from?
Yes, genetically.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misheard it. The origin of white. Because see, I don't think people didn't think of themselves as white before the 15th century.
Well, they're
and maybe before then. I mean, there was phenotypical, but the white, as in I am a white person, as far as I know, 15th century.
It was even before that, because you had a term before white, but we don't like to use that term, but it is historically accurate.
Okay, when was it legally encoded? Because I mean, people understand differences in phenotype. What I'm saying is white didn't come into being until it was encoded in law. And you and I will, I mean, it's a genuine difference. I don't think white as a concept as enforceable, like, hey, I'm white by law. I'm maybe more into the legal stuff.
Okay.
So you and I may, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying we kind of think of white differently.
Yeah. So I view white as just a rephrasing of what they call the Indo-Europeans, right?
Okay. Well, you know what? You will get plenty of people of Indian origin, especially who want to talk about Indo-European languages and stuff. I'm not into that. I don't think that Indo-European stuff, I think is just, some people are into it. I'm just not one of them. I'm thinking much more civilizational, not so much biology. Because biology is just so gray.
It's not really gray, right? Because here, I'll explain it, okay? So Indo-Europeans, or otherwise called Aryans, that's what they called themselves. I can't jump around that fact. They did call themselves that, right? They were a tribe from the Caucasus Mountains, from Asia.
Well, yeah, explain it for the chat. Literally, I know people from India and of our Indian origin who will tell the same story, because there's a lot of people from India, especially ones who live in Britain, want to draw these connections, and I just fucking chuckle. I think it's just so sketchy, dodgy.
Yeah, see, they try to claim that the Indo-Europeans or Aryans were from India. That's the out of India theory that's been blown out of the water several times. They came from the Caucasus Mountains. They conquered down into India and throughout Asia, and then they turned around. They also conquered down into.
Well, yeah, they talk about Indo-European, origins of language, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Then they conquered down into what we now know as, Europe, Eastern Europe, and then North Europe, Northwestern Europe, and then when those people bred together, that's where you get the modern day like European phenotype, right? So that's like the origin. And if you actually look like the genetic markers of Europeans, a lot of them, like pretty much 95% of them stem from Germanic tribes. And those Germanic tribes stem from the said Indo-Europeans, right? So that's why when I say like why I'm making those connections, like, okay, well, the term white is kind of just like an extension or a rephrasing of that original group, because those genetic markers are still very much there. Like the blue eyes, the blonde hair, green eyes, like those genetic markers are still very much there. Yeah, we can just call them
But see, that kind of makes sense, saying if you are actually a fascist, that actually makes sense.
What? What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Well, no, it does. I mean, one of the hallmarks of fascism is origin, is part of how you organize a society based on, genetics. Are
Well,
you
hey.
pure this? Are you pure? Hold on one sec, because that's part of, the fascism that, and I'm not an expert, but there's a guy named Jason Stanley. There are a lot of books on, what fascism is, but I'm thinking back to Nazi Germany, which is that the best example of fascism? I'm not an expert. You might be. But fascism, to me, at least the definitions I've read about, a lot of it has to do with origins, genetics, if you must, so that you would care about phenotype. Yeah, it kind of, when you identify as a fascist, to me it makes sense. You care about phenotype.
So
you care about origins. You care about the ancient Indo-European stuff.
Right. I do care about those things, but like, for instance, right, it depends on which type of blue eyes were an advantage in dark European winter. That's true, Ryan. Anyways, but it really depends. Like, I'm more of like scripture.
What kind of fucking bullshit is he talking about? Motherfucker, cats can see better than blue-eyed humans. The fuck is he talking about?
He's talking about specifically for the climate. Like, blue eyes are specifically.
I need Ryan to come up here and like experience some scorn.
He's genetically
what
not
the
wrong,
fuck? It doesn't get any darker in Europe than it does anywhere else on Earth at night. What kind of moronic bullshit? Oh, bullshit.
Okay.
It gets. Are you gonna say that snow on the ground makes the night brighter?
Snow on the ground. I'm sorry.
Have you ever been at sea in the middle of the night? Have you ever been in the desert in the middle of the night? I've been on a snowy night, snowy calm after it snowed. I've been at sea and I've been in the desert. If it's a clear enough night, snow only becomes a thing if there's a moon shining.
So when you hear dark European winter, do you just instantly think it's nighttime?
I don't give a fuck. To me, it's just words.
Okay, so Stanley,
I have literally been in the Mediterranean in the middle of the night, in the middle of it, and the light of a night really does depend on if there's a moon or not. It could be true that blue eyes may pick up light, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
Human sight is human sight. Blue-eyed people do, and I don't know it off the top of my head. Do blue-eyed people see better at night than brown-eyed people? Is that the premise?
Not better at night, but blue eyes specifically help with.
Okay, and what did Ryan say? Because he wasn't making that distinction.
He said blue eyes were an advantage in dark winters, European winters.
And I am saying, you know what? When I heard Dark Winters, I assumed Dark Winter Nights.
You did.
And he meant Dark Winter Days?
Yes.
Okay, and that's dumb too.
Do you think there are not genetic advantages that people have based off of genetics?
Absolutely. That's the whole point behind.
So you agree that there are differences
That's
like,
the whole Darwin thing, of course.
Okay, so why is it so difficult to understand that like blue eyes?
I'm trying to find the relevance to this show, mainly.
Yeah, he just dropped that.
Okay, motherfucker. No. Don't. Ryan can hit the link. I'm trying to struggle. We were talking about fascism and why fascism kind of depends on social orders like origins and stuff like that. We were talking about blue eyes, but I was talking about blue eyes as a phenotype as to origin, and this motherfucker's talking about eyesight. Like, where did eyesight come from?
I don't know. Maybe he's just back in the chat. He was
no. I think that Ryan just wants to be heard in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be mean.
Okay, Stanley. I'm going.
Eyesight had nothing to do with what we were talking about, did it?
Stanley.
How is eyesight phenotype?
Stanley.
This is why I get so annoyed at motherfuckers who have no clue. They just spout out shit. Eyesight and fascism. I love the connection.
Holy fuck. I hate this. I hate you sometimes.
You should.
you it's like talking to a brick wall. I'm going
what it's like talking to is someone who actually hears what you say or reads what you says and tries to connect the dots, and if they don't connect, I'm going to roast you. I'm literally going to mock you if you spout out some bullshit about eyesight when we're talking Indo-European and fascism. Yeah, I'm going to challenge that.
Stanley.
Sorry.
Goodbye, buddy. I've been trying to leave for the past 20 minutes.
Well, I enjoyed talking to you.
All right. You too, man. Well,
take it easy.
We can have that discussion. I'm free to.
Oh, whoa. We have to have. You really want to have this discussion again?
No, you're talking about earlier.
Really? Are you a sucker? Are you a glutton for punishment?
Stanley, you didn't win this engagement for starters, but you were saying, right? You were saying that you wanted me and Orthodox Guy to have that discussion, right? And you said you wanted to email me, correct? You said that in the beginning of the stream.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I remember.
Okay. So I'm saying, like, I'm free Tuesday, and I'm sure Orthodox Guy's free Tuesday.
Not going to happen today. Probably won't happen till next week at the earliest.
Next week yeah. I'm talking about Tuesday of next week.
Well, I'm going to be out of town. I'm in North Georgia. I'm going back to Savannah for a week, and I'll do shows from there. But I kind of, when I do this show about genocide and the other topics, I need to be back here.
Okay.
Down there it's just a little bit more vacation-y.
Yeah. Take it easy, okay?
Take it easy. All right, well, let's get back to Ms. McDonald here.
We are reaching the end of a very long period of Western civilization, and therefore the West is starting to kill itself.
I wonder if this guy's had Botox or something. He just does not seem to have a whole lot of facial movement. Is he ill?
Well, we did Rome actually turn on?
This silly bitch is talking about Rome. America's White Guilt Hangover is the title of the show, and she wants to talk Rome.
On itself intellectually as it was collapsing? Did it say?
This is literally fake erudition. America's White Guilt Hangover, and she wants to talk Rome.
That it deserved to die? I doubt it. I think that this the rhetoric and the thinking is unprecedented. I don't know, and who knows what the signs are for a civilization collapsing. I would say, in a sense, it's sort of tautological. You're describing the thing you're trying to explain, using that as an explanation. If we didn't have this self-annihilation, this obsession with our racial guilt, would we be in a state of collapse? Not necessarily. I don't know. Although, the other aspect of modernity that one can point out is the growth of bureaucracy, the loss of autonomy, the loss of individual autonomy, the fear of taking risks, the feminization of everything, females taking over universities. And that's a very worrisome thing, because females on average are less rational thinkers. They are more prone to one of the 5 big psychological traits, which is neuroses. And they have not been the ones who gave us civilization. They were nurturers. That is their comparative advantage. And maybe peacemakers as well. I don't know. And again, I'm speaking of averages here. I'm not speaking of anybody's daughter who is plunging ahead in a stellar engineering career, but on average, there are real differences logically and intellectually. And the modern trend of civilization does seem to be feminizing. So these are very, very big topics, and I do think about them all the time, but I don't have the knowledge myself to come up with a single answer. And we know there's these phenomena that are multi-causal, and that's frustrating, because you do want a much more simple explanation, but it just may be that there's so many things feeding into this that it's hard to tease any one of them out.
Going back to the Trump administration, you mentioned that amazing press conference in the Oval Office last week with South African President Cyril Ramaphosa. And that seemed to me to be part of something that's happening within the Trump administration, which is a kind of adopting of left-wing tactics to advance right-wing causes, to put it oversimply. But this is something Christopher Rufo, who I think has some influence over the administration, is quite keen on. And when you hear Trump didn't actually use the term white genocide, but the people around him have done. When you hear people talking about white genocide, genocide is a very politicized word, and it's one that the left traditionally has used to advance its own agendas and its own race politics. So is that what's happening here? Is that the Trump administration is inverting DEI to its advantage? And is that necessarily a good thing to do?
Well, I don't know if this is some deliberate plan. I think he's using the terms that are ready to hand. And it's just, I would say it's more of an empirical description. Now, genocide, again, as you say, is very loaded. And obviously the right is upset about that as a description of what Israel is doing. And so I suppose one could quibble on good grounds with, is that really what's going on in South Africa? Trump is so impulsive in his language. I don't know whether it represents a strategy that his speechwriters told him, get that phrase out here. So I think one can.
You know, that's an interesting point she makes. I think both the farther left progressives and the farther right people like Heather McDonald, because I'm not even. I think she's to the right of MAGA. She's certainly not a populist. Um, I think that Trump is literally a useful idiot, like a historical useful idiot. Um, there are connections between the farther reaches of the right and the farther reaches of the left. And Trump, whether y'all want to believe it or not, in my opinion, this is just my impression. Don't quote me on it. He's literally like a historical pawn here. I honestly think that Trump will be remembered as a useful idiot. And that's not a bad thing. It's just the role that he's playing. And I never really thought of it until Ms. McDonald brought up this point.
And overthink this or claim that we've got this, we're going to follow some script. We're going to follow some script that they used to infiltrate the long march through the institutions, and we're going to do the same thing. I think that's often rhetorically rationalizing the real. I think that political actions are often taken at the moment, and they don't represent some long-term plan. I also don't believe that there was a long-term plan on the left. I think this evolved spontaneously and organically, the left-wing takeover. Nobody set their sights on the universities. So I disagree with that narrative, and I disagree with the narrative that we're going to have some plan to take it all back. I think you fight the battles one by one, and you point out the facts of the world, which is that there is Black privilege, not white privilege. There's female privilege, not male privilege. And you point that out, and you hope that people agree with you.
Finally, Heather, 5 years on from Black Lives Matter,
and this this is literally why someone like a Heather McDonald goes to the softball ideologically friendly cases like that, because first thing I would ask her is, what the fuck? If you think there's Black privilege, please define what Black privilege is. He didn't ask her that, and that is a problem.
It seems to me in that summer where you had politicians winking or even actively encouraging violence, you had a kind of mania take hold that a lot of clear-thinking people found very disturbing. It hasn't got a lot worse from there, I think it's fair to say. Perhaps it did after defund the police, the violence in cities carried on, and as you said at the beginning, criminality has now become accepted to a large extent. But we're not quite at the sort of point of crisis that we seemed to be 5 years ago.
That's true, but there's still, as I say, there's still
Yeah.
So yes, we're
See,
not.
once again, he literally says we're not at the point of crisis, and now she's trying to invent a crisis.
Cities are not burning at the moment, and frankly, I'm enough of a pessimist that I thought if Trump were elected, that cities would burn again.
So did John
I was
Galt.
glad to be in California for the election and not in New York, because and cities were boarding up, and that didn't happen. And
now, see, this silly bitch can't just say, I was wrong, I overthought it. What she wants to do is the version of Bumpkin not being able to answer a yes/no question. You were wrong. Just say, hey, I was wrong. She needs to do the white splaining.
And that was curious to me. So, yeah, we're not in flames. I guess we could celebrate that. But we still have police forces that are decimated, that are way, way down in.
I guess we could celebrate that. That answer is just amazing. This is Be Brave level. I was hoping for the worst, but I was praying for the best. Ugh.
Down in numbers because morale is so low. We still have rules saying that police can't make traffic stops because that would be racially discriminatory, which is, again, BS. We still have colorblind neutral technologies being disbanded, like shooting acoustical sensors called ShotSpotter. They can't be used because they're racist, because they show that most shootings occur in black neighborhoods. And so the acoustical audio sensors are racist. We're getting rid of red light cameras because they show that black speed more. Those must be
I'm just going to let
cameras.
the silly blue.
So I guess I tend to look on the dark side of things. I still see a lot that is based on the phony premise of that racial disparities per se reveal the existence of deliberate racial discrimination. But
Well, let's see. Samuel says, Stanley, Bumpkin asked you a question about where, and you answered with a year. I also brought up Portugal. Thank you, Samuel Guru. Start listening more closely. Let's see. That's like asking a stoner. Samuel, you have always been an interesting character to me. You literally think that when did whiteness begin is a yes/no question. You need to do better, son. And then let's see. White John Galt, I assume that's Chenard. I will never understand those who read books and listen to podcasts to study and understand whites. Are whites not someone to be studied? The fuck are you talking about, Chenard? Maybe you should have just said something like tap dancing. Okay, again, Samuel, you don't seem to actually be able to understand what questions and answers are. I'm sorry I didn't get to it as quickly as you could. And maybe Bumpkin should have asked you. Key word is I told you where. Portugal. So you know where now. I told him where. That I didn't answer it quick enough for you is not my concern.
there is pushback happening. There are cities that have said, we want the cops to be proactive again. In the last election in California, one of the worst of the racializing district attorneys, Pamela Price in Alameda County, which is the county seat is Oakland. This is on the East Bay, east of San Francisco. She was recalled. The LA County District Attorney, George Gascon, and district attorneys are sort of the lead prosecutors. They're the ones that bring criminal cases. George Gascon was also one that said, I'm not prosecuting a whole bunch of crimes because if I do so, I will prosecute Black criminals, and therefore my prosecutors must be racist and the laws will be racist. So we're just not going to prosecute. We're going to decriminalize everything. He was lost in an election. That was good. Californians passed a voter initiative that was pushing back against a an initiative that had decriminalized shoplifting. So there has been movement back towards sanity. I would definitely agree with that. And you have Trump saying we're not going to have disparate impact standards any longer. That is the best thing that he's done so far, the most far-reaching, if he can get that to stick. So yes, there's been progress, and my hope is that the next time a would-be race grifter stands up and says all you white people are to blame and you're guilty, and the reason that there's racial disparities at Google AI department is you're discriminating against Black computer scientists. I would hope people just shout that or laugh that person down. We'll see if the spell of racial victimology has truly ended.
Well, on that almost optimistic note, we will end it there. Thank you very much, Heather, for coming on to Americano.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I think I've said everything I have to say. Heather McDonald is sometimes wanting this dependence on Western civilization is sometimes, it's like a snack, not necessarily a meal. Well, let's deal with Mr. Guru here. Nope, I was here to hear it all. Again, Samuel, stupid questions sometimes stun me. Like, why would Bumpkin ask me about whiteness? I just assume people who are fascists know what whiteness is. Kind of stunned me. I told him when. And if he had actually known the history, maybe I was expecting him to go, well, oh, you're going to talk about the 15th century. Do you mean Portugal? I don't like talking to people who don't know shit, because sometimes I'm expecting to refresh their memory or something like that. Motherfucker, people here, including you, Samuel, don't know shit, and it amazes me sometimes that people want to hard charge into arguments thinking they know shit, and then lo and behold, they don't know shit. I expected someone like a Bumpkin. Same thing used to happen with Denizen. These guys would come hard charging into asking me questions. I just assumed they were rhetorical questions. Like, you know the answer, but you want to see if I know the answer. If you're going to ask me a difficult question like that, you should know the answer before you ask me. Samuel, you and Bumpkin have a lot in common. I will give you that part. Let's see, what else? You gave an answer, Portugal, as to how white people... Okay, Samuel, now I know you did not hear. Oh, motherfucker. Do you even understand English, Samuel? Now I'm pissed off. What the fuck does if I say 15th century America, which America? Central, South? The fuck are you talking about? The origins of slavery have nothing to do, barely anything to do with North America. The first slave auction happened roughly 50 years before Columbus discovered America. The fuck, dude? You know what? This is so frustrating. God damn. Do better, y'all. Okay, and this is kind of the main event. This is Catholic University back in 2003, and I think it was some leadership conference for young Black Americans. And then Tavis Smiley starts off kind of as the lead-off speaker and introductory introducing person, Aaron Magruder, and then I didn't hear the Cornell West part. We may not even get to the Cornell West part, but Aaron Magruder's comments, his speech is actually rather interesting. And Solid Snake, if you're out in the audience, hit the link. You could. I need to run to the beer store, and could use a hand. And if you're not here, that's fine too. We'll deal with it.
Monologued about the leadership challenges facing this particular generation. And so we've discussed all kinds of topics over the last few days here at this National Leadership Conference. Today, as I said a moment ago, there are a couple of major topics we're going to tackle. This morning, we want to talk about the intersection of black youth and the media. I've often said that when you talk about young black men in particular, you see black men on television in one of two positions, one of two roles you see them starring in: handcuffs in the front or the handcuffs in the back. What is it about this particular generation that has made their presence in the media so contrary to what this generation really represents? What is it about the intersection between black folk and the media that presents an image that is antithetical to what they are all about, what they are attempting to do, and what is against, obviously, again, their best interest? And so we're here today to talk about the intersection of black youth and the media, but that raises all sorts of questions: social questions, economic questions, political questions. And so we are pleased today to have a conversation that features two wonderful presenters. We promised these young folk when they came to Washington that we would do our level best to expose them to the best and brightest that black America has to offer. And I don't have the time now to run the list of all of those great men and women who've come
up,
to this.
Man? I had to wait on my water to clear up, man.
Your what to clear up?
Water so dirty.
Your when you say water, you mean like your house water, like your inside plumbing?
And surprisingly, they just lifted the boil water ban yesterday. They cut that off yesterday, right? They say, oh, you don't have to boil your water. And then wake up in the morning, your water just brown like tea, man. Come on, man. That ain't cool.
Was it rust or dirt?
Man, it's whatever the hell they ain't doing up there right, man. I used to work at that water company, man. I'm embarrassed that I can't get my job back. I'm actually insulted. I used to have the cleanest goddamn water. I took pride in my city water. This shit is ridiculous.
Well, you got bottled water, right? Because I recall you saying you drink mostly bottled water.
Yeah, but people pay for this, man. We shouldn't have to pay for dirty water, you know?
Well, you should.
I think we need to stop worrying about race and start worrying about infrastructure. I think that's what America
tell that to the John Galts in the Be Brave.
Well, yeah, Stanley, but you're the most racist person I've ever seen in my life. You hate black people.
And you know what? What you hate is that I know a lot about American history. What is American history but about race?
But I tell you what, though, I like the way you said that earlier, legacy Black America. I think that's the better phrase. I think
well, you know, I'm gonna go ahead. Well, I've been putting it that way. I think it's an original idea. I've never heard it. I just kind of
me neither. That's why I say, damn, Stanley, I like that damn legacy Black America. What the fuck?
Well, when I say legacy, believe it or not, it kind of comes from the argument for reparations. Like, you know, I have roots that go back before the Civil War. So, you know, when I say legacy, I mean deep American history roots. A lot of white people, like Mayflower people. But here's the deal. I like it. I like it better than foundational. I like legacy. And legacy covers foundation. Legacy covers culture. So everyone here, I think I'm the first to ever, because I've
Yeah,
been
you
doing it
did
for
that.
a couple months now.
I
I
learned
could
that,
be
but I ain't
wrong.
gonna lie. I like it the way you said that. The legacy, Black American. Oh, I like, God damn, I felt proud. I like, God damn. It sounds better than foundational. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause
Well,
when you feel like,
I'm just trying to be a little more classy. Legacy. It means we have roots. It means we have cultural influence. All kinds of influences. And I'm thinking of how did okra get to the United States? It didn't come from England, and I love okra. Tomatoes didn't come from Europe. There are legacies that we all share. And we need to start thinking a little bit more about legacies. Okra and tomatoes is something my mother's mother used to make. Even my father's mother didn't. It was a Savannah thing. Tomatoes did not come from Africa or Europe. If I recall, it was either South America. Someone will have to remind me now. I thought I remembered, but I want to say, well, I know potatoes came from South America. Tomatoes might have too, and I'm not going to Google it, but tomatoes aren't European. I'll put it that way. They are, somewhere in the New World. We, since we need to stop thinking about race and maybe more about ethnicity or culture. And there are people who have made this argument before. And the funny thing is, Fred, who's probably not listening right now, I used to think that the black community was kind of a little bit more solid as a group. And it was John Galt and some of these anti-black blacks. When I'm thinking, I think nothing like this motherfucker. I know people,
oh, come on.
black folks in LA. I think nothing. I literally think nothing like them. When I'm asking the question, are y'all even black? That tells me black culture is not that on code. There are different codes. I think more to parallel someone like a Colin Woodard. It's more regional. I don't know that it's North America though, Brian. It might be. You could be right. For some reason I thought tomatoes were South America, maybe, but I know it's New World. I know it's a New World vegetable. So, or
My
berry
bad.
for that matter. Tomatoes are a fruit. Now that I think about it,
Tomato a fruit?
yes, it's a berry.
Ain't that something? Think
Matter
about
of
it. Think
fact,
about it.
tomatoes. Someone tell me tomatoes might actually be a nightshade. I know potatoes are. And this
But
is
think
why I
about it.
have a problem with John's point about this motherfucker is so uneducated. He doesn't know that not all nightshades are poisonous. This is how see, it's funny because if you want to make the point that black culture is ignorant and uneducated and doesn't know shit, well, the motherfucker calling black people nightshades means he thinks all nightshades are poisonous, and they're not. Potatoes are nightshades.
Well, and
Why?
that's some information
You know
for
what?
everybody.
All I
in the
have
audience.
to
Hit
say,
that like
all I
button,
have to
everybody.
say,
Hit that like button.
black people are black. The anti-black blacks, I keep saying, are the worst thing for the quote black community than white racists are. Self-hating, internally racist, and maybe if you're into colorism too, the black community. And I want to let this play because I am glad you're here. Are you off? Or are you still working?
Oh no, I'm out today. I'm out this morning. I got to work this evening. Man, I had 2 good days off. I got drunk, and with nobody paneling, I was mad. I was like, God damn, I could be on the panel right now. But I had to entertain my audience here in my town, so you know, it wasn't lost time. I still got my point across over the past few days.
You have.
Yeah, man. Hey, Stanley, I be showing people replays of these panels I be on. I really be trying to advertise these channels. I really do. Like Orthodox Guy, the other night when I went on there, I don't know what I said. I don't really care to remember. But
Well, if you don't know
but
what
I
you
did
said,
advertise this
if
channel.
you
Hopefully I
don't
got
know
my
what
three
you,
most subscribers.
why would you show, if you don't know what you said, why would you show it?
Because I had to remember, so I wanted to make sure I was right about what I was saying at the time.
Okay.
Because I know when I get drunk, I say things, and it's usually on point, you know. But my drunk mind ain't the same as my sober mind, if that make any sense.
So, are you more on point when you're drunk, or more on point when you're sober? I'm
I think
very
I care more
interested.
when I'm drunk. I think I give a damn when I'm drunk. I give more of a damn when I'm drunk than I do when I'm sober. See, like when I'm sober, I just let it ride, you know. But when I'm drunk, I get involved. I just do that. I don't know why.
Well, do you get so drunk you don't know whether you're sober or drunk? Because it's usually people let things ride when they're drunk.
I don't let nothing ride when I'm drunk. I'm ready to fight. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm better when I'm drunk, Stanley. It's not cool. It's not a good image. You know what I'm saying? And I try to care when I'm sober. I try so hard to care when I'm sober. But I give more of a damn when I'm drunk. If that makes any sense.
Well, that is a new phenomenon.
That's
I've never
crazy.
heard
I don't know what they putting in this bill. I don't know what they putting in this shit, man. It's like when I'm sober, I don't give a damn. I mean, like I be like, oh Lord, you know, I'm pretty passe when I'm sober. But dang, man, when I start getting drunk and I get to thinking and shit, I be like, oh hell no, let me talk about this. I be like, oh. So I'm usually more involved when I'm drunk. I don't know how they work.
Well, neither do I. Maybe Universal, the black conditioned psychologist, is in the audience. He seems to know about a lot about black depravity. Probably his primary practice. So,
hey Ryan, why don't you join the panel, man? Come on, Ryan. America miss you, man. We miss you, bro. God dang. Hey, Stanley finna leave, so you know we got the panel all ourselves.
I'm not gonna be gone that long.
Stanley finna leave, y'all. We finna have the panel all ourselves. So please join the panel, y'all, and hit that like button. Hit that like button, man. Hit that motherfucker like it's Stanley face. That's what I know.
Yeah. Give me something to corral when I come back. I'm only gonna be gone for like 15 minutes, and I'll let you know before I go.
Hey,
I will let you know. I will let you know before I go.
Hey, it'd be good when you like go to the store and you ain't on the panel and you hear everybody talking, and then like, dang, you can build your ammo, you can build your quiver up.
Oh wait, when I leave, I don't listen to y'all when I leave the house. Why would I do that?
Oh man, I don't think I ever stop listening. Soon as that motherfucking notification pop up, man, I'm on it, man. I don't know why. And we need to fix that. We need to start notifying people because, look, man, I'm telling you, we got a big audience, man. But if we're going to compete with these big fish out here, man, we got to get on it, man. I ain't lying. I'm about to quit my job.
Why do we
dedicate myself
need
to the John Galt channel. I really want to do that.
Why do we
Just
need to
dedicate
compete?
myself.
This is interesting. I'm sorry, why do we need to compete?
Oh, damn, Ryan ain't even in the United States. Oh, this motherfucker done went somewhere. A passport, motherfucker. Ooh. Hey, Ryan is overseas, everybody. I'm not in the U.S. Oh, shit. Where you at, Ryan? Where you at, man? God dang it, man. Ryan on left the country. Oh shit. Come on back, man. Come on back, man. Come on back. Don't run from America. Yeah, man. I love this channel though. I don't know why, man. I be trying to get over here, man. I wish I had that 20. We had that 24-hour stream going like we used to. Where's HB? Stanley?
Well, I don't know. Portia would be the right person to ask.
Oh, I ain't been saying that.
I mean, I literally he was on not last weekend, but the weekend before. He popped into the chat. I mean, he's changed jobs. That's about all I know. Oh, and by the way, I was gonna make a joke about Ryan being the January 6th of Greenland. You know, maybe they're gonna storm Greenland's capital or something, so America can take it over. So.
Oh man, that oh Lord. God dang it. He in Canada and his service don't work. What kind of man?
No, he's in Greenland.
Oh, he in Green. Ooh. You know what? I'm gonna tell you, Iceland is beautiful. I went to Iceland.
Well, all I have to say is when that January 6th insurrection hits, we'll know who started it. Deacon Dave, that's a John Galt thing. He and Portia. I just do my little part.
They named Greenland because it's not a good investment because Iceland is where it's at, man. Iceland has some of the most beautiful scenic landscapes you have ever. Oh Lord, Iceland is beautiful. Iceland, not Greenland, Iceland. Iceland is beautiful. I drove up there as a truck driver once.
Okay, how do you get to Iceland on a truck? You'll have to explain that trip.
You drive
to Iceland?
Yeah, it's like ice roads. But that was like early 2000s when I was doing that.
Okay, you do realize Iceland is oh wait, hold it.
It's not an island. Go look it up on the map.
Would you go over like ice roads to the Arctic?
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, man. Look, man, they get so icy, you can drive on those roads.
Wow.
When I was young and rambunctious, I needed that money, man. I needed that money. Man, I was driving trucks for this shady character here locally, but we were delivering products, from Baton Rouge all the way up there towards Iceland. But I gave up on trucking. I don't know how HB do it, but I couldn't do it. It's that when they say you can't drive more than 8 hours a day, I said that's bullshit. I used to drive 24 straight hours. Well, I mean, it's always been like that, but I got caught up in New York. I was doing a delivery towards New York. No, Newark, New Jersey. I had a delivery going to Newark, New Jersey. And I had drove 16 hours and I fucked up my logbook. And this so-called super cop want to pull up. Black guy, you know what I'm saying? Black motherfucker, I always got to hate on another nigga. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, I'm trying to make money, motherfucker. You know that shit don't mean nothing. But it is what it is. Fuck it. I just gave up on trucking. I'm not finna pay all that. No, I had fines and everything. But my logbook was fucked up. I ain't lying. I fucked that logbook up. I was up in that motherfucker, man. I was driving that truck, man. Stanley ain't nothing like driving trucks. That's the most peacefulest. I don't understand how truck drivers have families. And the only reason I became a truck driver was because my daddy was a truck driver. And there was a mate. Hold on, who calling me? Oh, hold on, everybody. Hold on. What up, man? What's up?
Well, you at work?
Nah, I'm at well, yeah, I'm at work. I'm on the panel.
All right, then I'll get back with you.
All right. Yeah, man, I was doing that truck driving thing, man. That truck driving thing ain't what it do, man. They don't show, man. That 8-hour bullshit is bullshit. Cause you gonna drive. If you're a truck driver, man, you supposed to drive. Now, I would love to have like a double, whereas we can drive like 12, 15 hours each, you know what I'm saying? 12 hours each or whatever. But they don't do that. They don't want to allow that. And I think that's going to be the cause of our destruction because we don't allow 2 drivers. We need to have 2 drivers. But that's what I
okay. I honestly don't know where to go from.
Truck. Hey, Stanley, you can drive trucks right now because you ain't never been in that system, right?
Okay, well, hold on. You go. I'm thinking Iceland, as in like Reykjavik.
No. You can drive there. You can drive there. It's ice roads. They got ice roads.
Okay. Well, you know what? I might have had a couple too many beers. My mind is blown.
Go put it up. You can put it up right now on the stream. Right now.
I'm literally looking at it. How to visit Iceland from the U.S.
Yeah, how to drive from Iceland. How to drive to Iceland from the U.S. I'm pretty sure it's a video on it.
I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna kind of listen to a little bit more of this Aaron Magruder thing, and then run and get some beer. My mind needs to. I think my mind needs to just kind of get a grip on actual current temporal dimensions. Let me just listen to this. This is from 2003. Tavis Smiley introducing Aaron Magruder eventually. And this is kind of the crux of the show. There are people who want backing or intellectual underpinning for this black fatigue argument that the anti-black blacks and the white shades are making. And I listened to the whole Magruder speech because I'd never heard it before a few hours ago, and I don't see where they are making a point. I don't think Aaron Magruder makes their point. You know, there are always intersections, but you know he doesn't make the argument, at least as far as I can think, that they want to make.
This conference to speak to these young people, to engage them in dialogue and discourse about the issues that matter to them. But trust me when I tell you that everybody who's anybody making a contribution to Black America has come through this conference, and we've been delighted to have them. This morning is no different. We're going to bring 2 speakers to the podium, one for a presentation first, the second for his presentation, and then they will be joined on this panel that we're going to have engaging these young people by a young person from this group. Will join these 2 speakers on a panel here so that we can have some dialogue directly with the audience of young people who you see sitting before me. It is my pleasure to expose these young people to one who they may have heard of, one who I know they read, but have never had a chance to meet or to dialogue with. His impact on the social discourse, the political discourse, the economic discourse in this country is growing every single day. He is a syndicated cartoonist. His strip is read in 300, 400. The number keeps growing so fast, I've lost count. But hundreds of newspapers across this country every single day. I read a strip this morning in the Washington Post, and it's funny. It's a J-Lo thing. You got to read the Boondocks, today's cartoon strip in the Boondocks, and see the conversation between Huey and Riley. It's much funnier when you read it than when I tell you, so I'll stop there. But it's funny. Huey and Riley have a fascinating conversation and somehow intersect gay marriage and J-Lo. You got to read this to understand. I know I've confused you now, but anyway, read the Boondocks today to see what Huey and Riley are saying about the intersection of those issues. But every day, with two young male African-American characters, namely Huey and Riley, this particular syndicated cartoonist has a lot to say about the issues that this generation is being forced to grapple with. He's a graduate of the University of Maryland, and as I said earlier, has a voice every day that's being heard and offering a perspective on the pages of our newspapers that has never been there before. He's done something historic. I mentioned to these young people, mentioned to you, I guess yesterday or day before, that there are two kinds of folk in the world: originals and repeaters. You don't want to be a repeater. Folk who don't have an original thought of their own. All they do is go through life repeating stuff they've read, repeating stuff they've heard. But you have to be an original thinker, and you have to be a person.
And I am going to talk about the anti-black blacks on or in this John Galt space being repeaters, not original thinkers. And you know who you are. I won't name names.
Person who thinks critically. He does this every day, and he makes us laugh in the process. I've always believed if you can get folk to laugh, then you can get folk to listen. And there's no better example that I am aware of a person who gets us to laugh and to listen every single day in newspapers all around this country and indeed around the world. And he is part of the best and brightest that Black America has ever produced. Please welcome the creator of the Boondocks, Aaron Magruder.
Tavis thinks he's very kind. Thank you to all of you for being here. Thanks to the audience for C-SPAN. I've got my phone here to keep track of time, so if it goes off, I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to be a baller. I'm just trying to keep track of the time. So today we're talking about redefining the image, which, is comforting to me because I think oftentimes when we start to examine politics, in particular, public policy, what's going on in the world, sometimes those of us who lean towards the political left fail to understand the importance of image. This is a problem which costs us a great deal, both in terms of money, our cultural situation, and our political situation. I don't know how important it was decades past, before my time and before your time. But what people consistently underestimate today is how the nature of mass media has transformed society. 10 people control 90% of everything you see, read, and hear in this country. 10 people. And they want to tell you that Cuba has state-run media. 10 people. Who are those 10 people? Well, you can look them up. They're not hard to find. That, in and of itself, is problematic. When you consider that these 10 people all need permission from the U.S. government in order to have licenses, in order to buy other corporations, in order to do all the nefarious things they like to do, then you really understand what state-run media is. If Martin Luther King were alive today and he were in his 20s, nobody would know who he was because he would never get on TV. That's the difference between 2003 and 1953 or 1963.
I would tend to disagree with that very bold statement. Aaron Magruder is back. Let's see. It's he's 51 now. So that is he is in his early 20s. Dumb statement. Of course they would know. And you know, it's a counterfactual, but Martin Luther King, if you've ever seen him give speeches, we'd probably know because he was good. He was a good orator. I hate these silly young people arguments. Of course, it's 2003. Everybody was silly back then.
We live in a completely different era where information is more tightly controlled than it has ever been in the history of this country. What that really means is somebody can tell you black is white and night is day, and you will believe it. And not only that, the bigger the lie, the more likely you are to believe it. They told you for how many months that the attacks on New York and the Pentagon were the responsibility of Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. They told you that over and over and over and over again. And you know what? You believed it. Until they wanted to invade Iraq. Then they told you it was Saddam who did it. They just told you a completely different thing. And you know what? Nobody said anything. Everyone, oh, okay, sure. Now, you guys are smart, so I know some of y'all had to be asking questions. Some of y'all had to go, oh, this ain't sitting right. But the vast majority of Americans believed it. How many of y'all are old enough to remember, well, I guess none of you are old enough to remember Iran-Contra. I'm barely old enough to remember Iran-Contra. But I won't get into that. There is such a limited amount of truth available for you to acquire, to digest, and to apply. This is not an accident, and it's not just a conspiracy against black people. This is the world in which you live today. As leaders, the most important thing that you have to remember is that the nature of power changes. These people who run the world, they may not be good people. In fact, they're really, really bad people. But they're not stupid people. Rarely do they make the same mistakes twice. Meaning, whatever worked before, whatever strategies, whatever tactics, whatever plans were really successful 30, 40 years ago, they're not going to work anymore. They've learned those lessons. We're coming up on the anniversary of the March on Washington. One of the most memorable moments in American history, something that has ingrained itself in all of American culture, because we can look, we can remember all of us seeing the footage of all those people, Martin Luther King, the speech, the singing, all that stuff. It was a big deal. Then we had the Million Man March, 1995. We've seen that. That was the response. It wasn't that big a deal. It was a big deal for like a week. Y'all are probably too young to remember that, but you know, we all went, we felt good. It was like a moment. But there was something that felt a little old. And then there was a Million Mom March and a Million Black Women. There's been like 500,000 people marches since then. To the point that when we're on the verge of the Iraq War, no, actually after the Iraq War started, some 400,000 people march in New York City. And they don't even get on the news. This is what I mean when I say that the nature of power has changed. The civil rights movement, what was so amazing about it was that there was a brand new tactic. Mass media was new, television was new. And they realized that they could use this new thing to their advantage. That they would be showing people the oppression that black Americans face, and it would be beamed across the world. It would be the first time these images were being seen in this nature. And they used it masterfully, and it worked wonderfully. But in 2003, nobody cares about your march and your picket sign. And even if they did, they'll never know what happened. Because you won't get on the news. This is what image is. This is what we're talking about. Wrestling control of information from those that have it and those that don't want to be honest. Those that want to use that information to put a stranglehold on the entire planet. So those same people who are, flipping through and they're watching Fox News and they're watching CNN and they're watching MSNBC and they're being...
Let me stop it right here, right quick. Funny enough, Lupin, years ago, me and you will love this. Me and my Danish girlfriend were upstate New York, and for some reason, she and her family wanted to go see a vineyard, some vineyard they'd been talking about. So I get up there, and I'm talking to the owner of the vineyard, and we got to talking about Heineken, and he described the taste of Heineken perfectly. He said, yeah, I like Heineken, but sometimes the taste is too skunky. And this is literally, this is probably 25, close to 30 years ago. And that's the perfect taste or the taste profile, flavor profile for Heineken. It's skunky. It's very sharp. I prefer Grolsch, believe it or not. And I can't remember if Grolsch is German, but Heineken, now I like Heineken dark. For some reason, the dark is better. But then we're talking, American tastes. Because back when I was in the Navy, for instance, like Bud Light or Budweiser in other countries, you could put formaldehyde as a preservative. So I guess the long and short is Heineken just tends to be a little bit too sharp. I think my little marathon station might have Heineken dark, but I'm gonna have to go with the mainstay. Now, Blue Moon is good. That's more. It's a pale. Blue Moon's a pale ale, right? You know what? Let me just get. Oh shit! You know what? If they have it, I'll get Bass Ale. I have not had Bass Ale in quite some time, so the first beer I could ever drink, like actually drink and enjoy, was Guinness Stout. I am a fucking stout fan. And Bass Ale, that India Pale Ale, I can do that family. That the Pilsners. I can do Belgian, like Bock beers. Even Bock beers, I think, are weedy. But I can do like Belgian. Those are wheat. Man, and in my old age, and I will stop fucking nattering on. When I was in college and maybe part of the Navy time, I was like a beer snob. There are some people who do like wine tastings, beer tastings, like upper end beers, like that Belgian stuff. Oh my God, that stuff is just divine. But now that I'm an old billy goat, I'm just one step above, like a Be Brave. I'm not above sitting out on my porch in a rocking chair in some fucking, overalls, denim overalls, fucking sucking down cheap beer and staring at the sunset. So, but yep, I'm gonna go see if I can't find some bass. Solid Snake, are you still there? With an egg? No, I'm not doing. Oh my god, come on, dude. Hey, the best I can do, if I'm not like Guinness Stout on tap, because in Savannah and places like Atlanta, there'll be like these quote authentic English pubs or Irish pubs. Oh, that motherfucker, Guinness Stout from tap. Oh my God, it should be illegal. That is, oh my Lord, that's good. Guinness as a braising liquid for something like lamb shanks or something. Perfect. What you're describing, like in a blender, egg and condensed milk in a blender, dude, I have a weak stomach. I'll throw that shit up. There is no way I could do that. What's it called? Is there a name for this? Dude, I'm as old as I am, Deacon Dave, but thank you for saying a protein shake. Oh, motherfucker, you must be joking. There is no fucking way I'm doing that. So, I'll wait for a Solid Snake to come back, or I'll figure it out.
I'm here, Stanley.
You are?
Yeah.
Did you fall asleep?
No, I went to the bathroom.
Oh, well, no more needs to be said. So what I'm going to do is just listen to the end of, because it's not much longer.
Kevin Smiley, though? Whatever happened to that guy? Kevin Smiley used to be one of the
He's still around. He's still around. Now,
when they canceled that guy, they canceled that guy into oblivion.
Well, he had some sort of sexual scandal, I think.
Yeah, they canceled that guy. They canceled that guy to oblivion, man. And Travis Smiley.
Well, do you have look? I was never that big a Smiley fan to begin with, so he had some. Look, this is. Oh, I have all kinds of theories about. And my father did too. I'm not going to get into it today, but this black fatigue. It's not a new concept. Shit. You could make an argument that Martin Luther King was killed because of black fatigue. White America as a white country, has had black fatigue ever since the first shit. Black fatigue, they had it right after, Nat Turner. But you need to no. You need to listen to what Magruder says. I don't particularly like the overall speech, but he makes a couple very salient points about gangster rap and shit like that.
Yeah.
It is worth listening to. So let me start it. And then before I go, I'm definitely going to let you know.
They're being told how popular the president is and all of that stuff. Then they flip a few channels over to BET, and they
by the way,
you act like
just to reemphasize, this is 2003. This is before Barack Obama.
Like idiots, and that's all they see. They only see you acting like idiots, and you can get mad if you want. You can go, "That's the media." Okay, yeah, it's the media, but they're still watching you act like idiots. And every week there's somebody new on television acting like an idiot. And they look like you, and they dress like you, and they talk like you. Are y'all mad at that? But are you really mad? And if you are mad, the question becomes, what do you do about it? The interesting thing when you talk about the media and the media and the media and the media and the media, and they making us look bad. Well, one, please take responsibility for yourself, because, those are real black people up there.
Okay, and this is the crux of my point. What are you going to do about it when you see people on the screen? Let me rewind this because, motherfucker, he hits it on the head, and this is where the anti-black blacks kind of spin away from this point.
And if you are mad, the question becomes, what do you do about it?
Hold on one sec, Dave. I'm glad you were here, Dave.
I ain't gonna lie, Stanley. I think it's very important that we advertise this channel locally, and I think we need to grow
Locally
this channel
where?
locally.
How is this channel? How is this channel?
I mean, like get out of your neighborhood and advertise the channel sometimes. Like, bring some people in like John be doing. Get out there and do street interviews. That's what I want to do.
Wait, hold it. Then you know what? Then you do street interviews, and John will show them. Why the fuck would I want to do that? Now I might. If I go to this ladies' restaurant in Savannah, I might not. If I go fishing, I might or might not.
Georgia,
I'm not. What? I'm not a street interview person. I don't care.
But Stanley, it'll be great to see people interact with you for the audience. That I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm sorry. You is the boom coon, motherfucker. Cause dude,
well,
dude, if you was in Savannah, Georgia right now,
let me be a boom.
You the boom?
Look,
no, not
I
boom.
literally am.
B-O-O-M.
I literally am from Savannah. Being in Savannah is not that special. It's where I grew up.
Yes, it is. That's part of America. And it'd be great for you to go around and talk to the people and get everybody's opinion in your community. That's what we want. I'm telling you, Stanley. You going to the liquor store, cut your phone on. Cut your phone on.
John Galt is interested in their opinions to present to an audience. I value people's privacy. Why the fuck? Why the fuck would I have a conversation about their opinions and broadcast it? That's a far right motherfucking.
Yes.
No.
Yes, we could check the temperature of the community,
motherfucker. You lost me at we could check the temperature. Why would we care what people think? It's their personal business.
I think, in my personal opinion, I believe that you being out there on the streets in Savannah, Georgia, interviewing people would be
not going to happen.
I'm telling you, it'd be great. I'm serious.
Or Snake, Stanley versus the world at a table in the mall. That would be
that's definitely not going to happen.
Come on, Stanley. I want to do it. They making me do it. I'm going to do it too.
I've done Stanley versus the world from a table in my grandmother's old house. That's the best you're going to get.
I think I want to do table interviews at my store. I want to do interviews with the people. I want to go in there.
You know what? What you need to do is just that. And you know what? River of Hate. Let me address this comment. River of Hate actually gets me. Absolutely, I'm gonna avoid black people doing street interviews, and I'll be the first black. I will be the first black person avoiding street interviews. I'm not fucking going out to the street to talk to people.
He said you avoid the black ones, not black.
Well, wait, I'm black, and I'm going to avoid doing street interviews. I'm not motherfucking going to do a street interview.
I'm
not gonna conduct a street interview. Why would I do that?
Stanley, it'll be great. It'll be awesome. I'm serious, Stanley.
Hey, I'm honest in saying this. It would probably be pretty cool, except I could live without doing one. That'll never happen.
I hope I'm
Stanley.
not chicken shit at 60.
And then we
It's
can
not
get
a
Deacon
matter,
Dave. If
dude.
me and Deacon
It's
Dave
not.
had a channel, I bet
See,
you
Dave.
Dave would do it. Deacon Dave.
Oh,
Would
Dave.
you do a panel?
Dave.
Would you do
Dave.
a would you
I
do a live
want
street
you.
interview?
I want
Absolutely.
Dave to do street interviews. I want Solid Snake to do interviews.
All right.
I'll watch. I will watch.
That would be good entertainment. I'm not afraid of the limelight. You are, Stanley.
I'm not
Yeah,
afraid.
I'm afraid of
You
it.
have a
I
If
do.
I'm
hell of
gonna
I
do,
you have
could
a
if
I
hell
could
I'm
of a
did
gonna
one
have the
last
lot,
night.
if
I
I'm
really
gonna
could have
have,
did one last night. I
why
wanted
didn't
to do one
why didn't you?
because I ain't get in touch with Portia enough when in time enough to set
You
up
got
the
her
time frame.
email. You got her email.
Yeah, I know. I was too drunk though, but I mean, I had a great. There was some great conversations
Okay,
going
so
on last night.
it wasn't a matter of you didn't have time. You were too drunk.
See,
Don't
Stanley,
be
there you
drunk
go.
next
See,
time.
there you go.
Stanley, don't point out the obvious.
Man, we had some great conversations going on last night, but I think my girl did it on Facebook because she got her little Facebook channel. She be trying to gravitate off of me. She
You know
really be
what,
gravitating off of me.
Brian Nichols? You know what? See, you don't, and I understand why. Years ago, I was in the Navy, and I was like some topside guy. Like my khakis never got dirty. You know, topside versus engineering, it's a thing in the ship Navy and maybe even in the sub Navy. So, you know, I'm all glitzy. You know, I deal with top secret shit. I deal with admirals and captains. I don't get my fucking like dirt under my fingernails. Well, I was also a very mission oriented, like, motherfucker, I'll get in your face and I will break your will because you're going to do what the fuck I want you to do, period. You know, if it's me and you, I'm always going to win. I was that kind of officer.
Is that
So
where you learn how to respond with 50 comments from the Navy?
no, from my mother.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Oh, you
Nah,
didn't know
most Navy guys I meet, they're
Hurricane
pretty sharp.
Hurricane Dolores? Oh, she trained me for the Navy.
Oh man. See, this is the first time
We
we
literally
have
used to call her Hurricane Dolores. It's like, motherfucker, you don't stir her up. And she's the sweetest woman, but god damn it, you know, she had boundaries.
I understand it, but see, you don't understand. See, the way I look at it, it's like a lot of African Americans, we love that TV series In the Heat of the Night, right? That was based in Savannah, Georgia,
Well,
right?
have you ever seen the actual movie?
Yeah.
I did.
Good. Well, then you know it's nothing like the fucking TV series.
Hey,
Okay,
Other
but
than
what I'm saying,
other than
you can
other
bridge
than the
that
song.
gap.
That theme song was the shit. I used to hear that right at bedtime.
Wait, well, let me just put it to you this way. One day, my captain said, "Hey, we're going to send the 3 most experienced division officers because we were coming up for an engineering inspection." So it's like, Stanley, this is the worst division on the ship. We need you to fix it. And you know, I was like, well, goddamn. I don't want to do this. You know, I like hanging out in my air conditioned space, you know, being all James Bond and shit. So anyway, I happened to be down like the leading petty officer for the division I was going to, which was tore up from the floor up. And everybody was like, oh shit, this is gonna be like a nuclear war down there. So the leading petty officer runs into me before I'd taken over the division. This motherfucker who reminded me of, and I kid you not, he was a Be Brave.
Uh-oh.
I kid you not. This is why I'm so fucking like shitting on Be Brave. I've dealt with that motherfucker before.
Yeah, it's familiar.
But one there is an advantage of being 60. History rhymes and sometimes repeats. I've met Be Brave before, and I tamed him. So this motherfucker down on the mess decks, I'm going somewhere or another. So he fucking in front of all these enlisted guys. Well, Mr. Cross, are you ready for A gang? And I look that motherfucker in his eye and I go, the better question is A gang ready for me? And everybody's like, oh, it got mighty silent. I broke those motherfuckers. I broke them because they did not know what was gonna. Motherfucker, I break people for fun. You weak-minded motherfucker. I'm the goddamn officer. You don't run me, motherfucker. I run you. Oh, dude, I've had people cry. Motherfucker, when I was an ensign, this was before my first deployment, and I was always classing, and this guy was an E7. He was my first chief. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to tell the story from the beginning to the end, and this is gonna be a little bit longish. One day, I'm literally been on the ship for 6 months. I told the chief I wanted the spaces cleaned. You're not leaving. The guys are not leaving until this is ship shape. So I come up there, and for some reason the XO was in that space I want to clean. And when I say space, I mean a room. Like it was the operations, radars in there. You clean them. And before you leave for the day, you clean the space. And it's optional. If it's not clean enough, you don't leave. So it was not to my specifications. And the XO is second in command of the ship. He is day to day. The captain is the captain. So this E7 white guy thought that he was going to shame the new black officer. So I'm like, well, Chief, this space isn't to my expectations. So in front of the XO, this motherfucker's like, well, sir, we've been here all day. Are you really just going to keep the guys here longer? Just, because there's a little bit. You know what I told this motherfucker? I told my chief, motherfucker, if you don't get this goddamn space to my expectations, you and your boys are going to be here all night. And this was in front of my XO. You know what the XO said? Not a goddamn thing. Motherfucker, don't you ever fucking like the XO is gonna fucking give a shit? Motherfucker, I'm your division officer. I will break that motherfucker. We had a couple more encounters. That motherfucker went to my XO in tears one day.
Because of you?
Oh, fuck yeah. Motherfucker, I was 23. I was 23 years old, and I took a motherfucking 30-some-year-old and made him cry. And but no. He went to that same XO. You want to know how I know about it? The XO came to me like in the officer's mess. The XO was crying, laughing. He's like, what did you do to this man? Motherfucker, I'm a 23-year-old black officer, and I broke a fucking Be Brave. And this guy reminded me less of Be Brave. Oh, no, motherfucker. I knew my shit. I knew who I was. And you know who I told you who prepared me for the Navy? My mother. My mother. You know what? She was the sweetest little Southern belle, but motherfucker, you fuck with Hurricane Dolores, she will hurt your feelings, or she might just break you.
Man, like torture
Y'all
with a hammer.
don't know the power of fucking looking a motherfucker in his eye, and
That
you
just squeeze the life out
motherfucker,
of you.
you know what the most fun thing is, and you've seen it in movies. Tell the motherfucker what you're gonna do to him, do it, and then laugh if they don't believe you. I'm gonna break you, you son of a bitch.
Hey,
And
Stanley, you know
laugh.
what I was thinking about?
Oh no
Hey,
no
what
no!
if
I
that
don't give a
man?
fuck. Hey, I'm not done.
He's about to break you,
Um,
Snake. Let him talk.
no, dude. Do you? I had my dude. Do you know how much respect when you tell a motherfucker and they don't believe you, and then you do it? Do you know what kind of respect you get afterwards, dude? The first encounter, my shit was in the yard. I had a black E6 Bosun BM1 motherfucker. Oh, this motherfucker was he looked like Fred Lamont Sanford, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah.
So one day I'm like, hey, petty officer so and so, I need you to do this. He's like, well, what you gonna do if I don't? You know what I told that motherfucker? Dude, it's gonna get dumb. I didn't call him dude. I literally told him, and I've been on that ship for like a week or two. I told him, petty officer so and so, I'm gonna get what I want, and if I have to fucking step directly through you to get it, I'm gonna do it. That motherfucker's eyes popped open wide, like, oh shit. Oh yeah, motherfucker, you will suffer. If I have to suffer, your goddamn dumbass is gonna suffer too. And dude, I'm gonna win. I always
Stanley don't
win.
play with these. Stanley be putting his
No,
foot up
but
people's
the
ass.
thing is, and I think a lot of these pussies like John Galt, motherfucker, I'm always gonna win.
I should have been on your
John
shit, Stanley.
Galt,
I ain't gonna lie,
John
Stanley.
Galt, the urban landlord, is a pussy compared to what I have done.
Oh,
What I
Lord.
Oh no
Shots
no no.
fired. Shots
Whoa,
fired.
whoa, whoa, whoa. You don't
Yeah,
think I'll
shots fired.
tell him this? You don't think I'll tell him to his face? He wants to
Shots
tell all
fired.
these, God damn it, Solid Snake. All these motherfuckers want to tell me I don't understand the real world. Bitches, I've lived in worlds that would melt your fucking sugar laden ass.
I'm up here arguing with
Motherfucker,
you
no,
every night
motherfucker.
if I
I don't
can.
know, dude. And CK knows what the fuck I'm talking about, motherfucker.
Stanley, I ain't scared of you.
Y'all, who the fuck is asking you to be afraid of me? What the fuck are you talking about? All
ain't
I'm
gotta be
saying
afraid.
is I chuckle when I hear a John Galt talk about the ghetto.
Oh, you just
Motherfucker,
put me on mute when I want to.
you are a gaping, dripping pussy when you tell me about your hood. Motherfucker, I've been in places where people die.
Shots fired. No, Stanley, stop.
I've been in places the ghetto ain't a goddamn ship. See, this motherfucker doesn't understand that the ghetto is black. Get on a motherfucker. I have friends who were 3-star admirals, and they still tell me I was the best officer they ever met. 3-star admirals, motherfucker. I know some people. I have been on a national stage. I have competed with the best, white, black, and different. Motherfucker, you just need to be smart. I don't give a fuck whether you're black or white or orange. Motherfucker, are you smarter than me? Are you a better leader than me? Who's gonna command this? I once told a motherfucker, oh, dude, after my first deployment, and the guy who's a 3-star, one of my best friends I've ever had.
Mm-hmm.
First time we ever met, we were turning over a CMS account, like some top secret account. In this, I was an 01 ensign, boot ensign. but I'd had a deployment under my belt. So this fucking supply lieutenant, he outranked me by 2 promotions. This motherfucker came up to me and he was telling me something about how he wanted to turn over account. Motherfucker, I just got back from the goddamn Persian Gulf. I don't give a fuck if you're a lieutenant. Motherfucker, I'm a line officer and you're a supply officer, sir. Motherfucker, this is how we're going to do it. And if you don't like it, go get your goddamn captain to tell me not to do it. That little white lieutenant's eyes, poof, they were open. And the guy who's the 3-star admiral, he's like, I have never heard someone disrespect his superior like that. Fuck you. You're either right. You got, hey, and back in the day, now this was black privilege. Back in the early 90s. Oh yeah, motherfucker. I'm not only black, I'm smarter than you. I'm smarter than you too. Fuck
where's
yeah.
Snake at? Where's Snake at?
Oh, he's in the back because I didn't want him over talking. Dude, John Galt is fucking chump change. Your little urban landlord. Hey, all good for you. All respect, but motherfucker, you ain't shit. And that if you fucking come, these motherfuckers come to me and want to talk about Stanley doesn't know the real world. Motherfucker, I know more than y'all will ever know just because I was in the Navy. People like CKJ3, those are the real niggas, if we have to use that word. CKJ3, that motherfucker knows what's going on. J-Dub knows what's going on. Y'all y'all civilian motherfuckers want to tell me about the hood. Fuck the hood. Why would I be afraid to go into a hood? You know what the better thing? Why the fuck would I go to a dangerous place? Motherfucker, if you know danger, why would you go there? To look good? To tell a joke? To fucking act like you're a man? Motherfucker, men don't go to dangerous places. They don't move into dangerous places. Motherfucker, you head to safety. You don't why the fuck would I care about the hood? It's dangerous, motherfucker. You sail your ship away from danger. When there's a hurricane, you sail your ship away from the hurricane, motherfuckers. Y'all crazy motherfuckers who want to talk about all the bravado and Stanley doesn't know the real world. I know the real world better enough. You only deal with danger when you have to. You don't seek that shit out.
I agree. You don't seek it out.
CKJ3 might be the smartest motherfucker here. J-Dub might be the smartest motherfucker here because they know danger. They know it's to be avoided.
Sure.
The rest of these dumb fucking nightshades and white fucking Be Brave doesn't know shit about America, let alone white culture, black culture. The motherfucker's just a fucking shit kicker. And so is John Galt, for that matter. They're just a bunch of shit kickers who think they know some shit. They don't. Motherfucker, have you ever been afraid for your life? That's the reason someone like a John Galt will fucking do the dangerous shit with the cops. That motherfucker's a thrill seeker. Motherfucker, I know better than to fucking F with a woman or man or kid. Motherfucker, this woman has a sidearm. Why the fuck would you fuck with her? Because you're dumb? Because you're dumb?
I didn't know she had a gun in the
Why the fuck Would you mess with an armed security guard? I thought she was armed. Maybe she wasn't. But why the fuck? Why? Where is the thrill with going to a woman who does not know you in a place you shouldn't even be in the first place? Why? Why is it impressive? Why do you do a whole show? Motherfucker, you got arrested for a tricycle accident. You put your fucking three-wheeler, your tricycle, on a sidewalk. Who the fuck cares if you got arrested? Why are you a tricycle hero? That's not being that nigga, it's being a dumb nigga. I'm unimpressed. And motherfucker, you better do better than, ooh, Stanley, you in the chat? Georgia Tech, there was a killing at Georgia Tech. Motherfucker, you couldn't even get that right. This all of a sudden it's off campus. Well, I never said it was on campus. Y'all niggas are failures. I don't give a shit if you're an urban landlord. Motherfucker, you haven't done what I've done. Stop pretending that you know what I know. I don't know what you know. And that I don't know what you know, not hurt my feelings. I don't want to be like you. The fuck are you talking about, you moron? Y'all anti-black blacks need to get your shit together, because you're not scoring, you're not landing. The only people that are John Galt are fucking, the only people who consider John Galt a holy man are CT and a motherfucking Be Brave. Who the fuck are they? They're not like national leaders. They have their own little channels and they make a living. But motherfucker, who the fuck is Be Brave? Y'all need to check yourselves. You are not national leaders. You're not even YouTube leaders. You're not even YouTube sector leaders. You're all good people. You are all entertaining, but motherfucker, stop worrying about me. I don't give a fuck about any of you. Y'all, when I turn off my computer, I don't think about you. That Stanley's delusional. I hear motherfuckers like Dolomite. Stanley is Michael Brown. Stanley, you don't get it. Motherfucker, I don't get it because I don't have to. When I have to get it, I will. Motherfuckers, y'all go live the way you live and take care of your business. Your business is not my business. You need to shut up and listen more than you tap in the chat. It's ridiculous. Literally, y'all are small fry. When you get on some national stage, I might be impressed. So that's all I have to say. I've done my soliloquy. Don't fucking be stepping to a motherfucker who knows how insignificant you are.
I feel like I had the hurricane.
Man, why don't you go get your bill, man? Let me run this thing for a minute.
Well, I'm on a roll. I'm literally describing black ants. Literally, these are motherfucking scurrying little black ants.
Go get your bill, man. I know you'll put your shoes on.
I'll let you know when I'm done. But I need to let some motherfuckers know that you can natter on in the chat all you want. Motherfuckers, y'all ain't shit. I know.
Hey man, everybody join the panel, y'all.
I don't know why he has to do that. I know people who are smart, intelligent, significant. Y'all need to know your lane. Dolomite, Brian Nichols.
I ain't never
y'all
like that,
y'all need to understand. Y'all need to understand. CT ain't shit. John Galt ain't shit. Where the fuck? Sometimes it makes me fucking chuckle. Y'all think you're shit? Oh my lord. This shit, y'all niggas ain't shit. John Galt ain't shit. Motherfucker has a couple buildings and he thinks he has the dope. He's smoking, he's high on his own supply.
Everybody hit the panel, man. Let's hit the panel, man, while Stanley gone go get his bill. Because he going to keep on talking.
I'll let you know when I'm going.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Go get your bill, man. And put it on camera, just in case you get robbed.
Yeah, do a street interview while you out.
Yeah, I don't think I'm
serious, Stanley. That'll work, man. I'm telling you, go do a street interview.
Just do one, yeah. Just pull up on
We
somebody
want to
and start
meet
talking.
people. Yeah, right, Deacon Dave. That's right. That's what I'm saying.
You know what? You need to set the
touch
example.
iconic areas, Stanley.
Hey, Solid Snake, you first.
What, you want me to do a street interview first? So what, I can get punched in the face again? God damn it. So why everybody want to fight me when I go do a street interview? I'm like the Gerardo Guerrero of this shit. I don't know why I always get into a fight every time I want to do a street interview.
Hold on, man. Somebody punched you in the face doing a street interview?
Yeah, nigga that came up and just punched me in the face. Because I'm a Donald Trump supporter. But they ain't know he had started sending motherfuckers to Guantanamo Bay over drug charges. So, yeah, it's pretty, yeah.
Like you a wild
man, you know, he considered dope dealers, Donald Trump considered dope dealers pretty much terrorists at this point. That's what the DOJ is starting to consider us. So,
hey,
and I'm
CK in the chat.
So
yeah, this has a lot to do with street interviews. Donald Trump and terrorists. Dude, motherfucker, you cannot even keep it between the guardrails.
Really, Stanley, that's the risk we take.
Yes,
though, you know
really, Solid Snake.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do street interviews. I do street interviews. I want to do street interviews.
Well, it's gonna be a street interview that turns into one of those things John Galt and Portia used to show with girls fighting in the backyard like bare knuckles.
You downplay that, but I don't agree with John Galt getting locked up because he says something about black kids. Because you can't deny that that's exactly what that was about. That's exactly what that was about. When he fought up the point,
well then you are just a little bit.
Lock him up.
You were just a little more retarded than John Galt.
No,
why the fuck would a 50-year-old even be out there?
We brave, Stanley. We not like you. We brave.
You know what? What you call? Did you say brave?
Yeah, we brave.
Y'all are retarded. Y'all have a death wish.
Well, whatever it takes to make content.
Yeah, well, motherfucker, you know what? That's what we're going to put on your marker. Your stone marker. Whatever it took to make content. Well, no. It's going to be whatever it took to make content, and I make sure there's going to be an arrow pointing down. It's
cold-blooded, man.
I wound up 6 feet under for motherfucking content. Content is forever.
I tell you what, I would not.
Content is forever.
I would not mess with a black woman with authority. That's just me.
Man, look, dude, I be wanting to do some interviews, man, with these black women around here. Y'all don't know, man. I be wanting to do them, and I want to put it up on YouTube. I want to put it on this channel because I want Portia. Man, I'm telling you, man, we can make this channel great again.
Hey, Snake, why don't you try to get the Gone Trucking Hour? and they could go back to
Nah, 'cause
24
I ain't no
hours.
trucker. I ain't no trucker. I gave up.
Okay,
They
I'm
got on
trying
my
to
head.
figure this out. Why the fuck is the hood waiting for me, Brian Nichols?
Why the hood waiting on you?
Do you
Goddamn
know?
it,
Do
'cause
you
you the
know?
smartest
Do you
motherfucker in the
know?
motherfucking.
Hey, smart has nothing to do with it. If I'm smart,
Damn lie,
if
Stanley.
if
Damn
I'm
lie.
smart, if I'm smart,
Stanley, you
tell the
are the Stanley.
okay. I don't know why you need to. All I'm saying, let the hood wait. I'll be there.
Come on,
And,
cuz.
as a matter of fact, let me tell the hood I'll be there about next Thursday.
No, Stanley, the hood needs to hear you. I got my friends over here. I have my friends
I
over here. I
think
listen
that
to
is
a whole
that
podcast
is
hour,
literally that.
and a
If the
lot of
hood
them agree with you.
if the hood wants to hear me, tell them to subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross.
Well, shit, you don't put nothing up. You did
If
one
the hood-
YouTube. You
if
did
the
one
hood-
video last
if
week,
the
Stanley. One
hood-
video.
If the hood wants to hear me, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. They need to be hitting the like. If I get 1,000 likes from the hood and 1,000 likes on my channel from the hood, I'll consider it. What I need is all kinds of cash apps. You know
Stanley.
what? Here for the
Stanley, I want
tea.
CKJ3
Here for
up
the
here
tea.
on the
Here for the
channel,
here
and I
for the
need you to go get your bill.
here for
I
the
want
tea.
CKJ3 up here so I can eviscerate his ass.
You don't.
I
You
want him
there
to
you go.
stand.
There we go.
You. Hey, let me put
I'm
it to
ready to
Solid
eviscerate
Snake.
you, CK.
Solid Snake. You
Let's make
don't
a
know.
this moment.
Okay, this motherfucker does not understand people like CKJ3.
Oh, shit,
CKJ3,
no.
no motherfucker. That motherfucker is Navy, dude.
I don't
Dude.
care. I'm
You don't
armed.
have,
I'm trying to be a
motherfucker. You
Marine.
don't have to. Wait.
I tried.
Okay, motherfucker. What does you caring have to do with anything?
I tell you what, I bet I joined the military before y'all do at my old age. I might not be at recruitment age, but I promise you to God, I'll join that motherfucker in a minute.
Well, let me
I
ask
fight
you
for
a
my
question.
country.
What
I ain't
at
like
what
that.
age? At what age does a black man stop talking shit?
Shit, never.
Okay.
I guess you'll be an indicator before I will, man.
All I have to say is, do you know how silly that sounded?
Whatever. America sounds silly.
Yeah,
Stanley,
motherfucker.
but
That is the conclusion. Whatever. Dude, I just, you amaze me sometimes. And so does John Gall, for that matter. That motherfucker will sit there and look like a solid fool and then tell Stanley Cross that I don't know what I'm talking about. Motherfucker.
You know. You scared.
Of what?
Your own shadow.
Wait,
Stanley.
hold it.
You
If you mean I'm scared of looking like a solid snake or John Galt, fuck yeah. Wrong people might see it.
Stanley. You the most intellectual motherfucker we got as a placeholder outside Barack Obama. And you afraid to do street interviews?
Motherfucker, this is a YouTube channel, not a national stage.
It don't matter.
Yeah, Stanley, don't downplay yourself like that, man. Go ahead, stand in the light.
That's what you're supposed to do, Stanley.
You know what? There are younger people.
I need my
who are much more,
grandkids to know
who
a
are,
Stanley
I don't
exists,
care
okay,
about your
Stanley?
grandkids. I don't care about your grandkids.
No, damn lie, I do. And I care about you. And I care about you putting yourself face forward in the public eye to let motherfuckers know that goddamn we do have intelligent black men leading the charge. What is wrong with you, Stanley?
Let me tell you my impression of what people like you and John Galt, Solid Snake, think about the public eye.
Don't blame
And
us.
let me tell you how It was so shit. I was embarrassed. So I get into the chat yesterday, John Galt's last show, and all of a sudden there was like a Georgia Tech student who commits a murder or something like that and turns himself in. So what is the first thing John Galt says? Well, Stanley, Georgia Tech, there was a murder on campus. And this motherfucker wants to go on. And I'm like, well, fuck. That's significant. This motherfucker basically just wanted to be a pussy and go, well, Georgia Tech's just like any other college. Motherfucker, it turns out that he fucked up the story. It didn't happen on campus. It was like a Georgia Tech student. And this dumb son of a bitch doesn't understand that, you know what? My son's actually taken a couple classes, but he's doing it remote. Motherfucker, off campus, a Georgia Tech student doing something off campus is not the same thing as doing it on campus. And you know what? John Galt was looking for the opportunity. Well, the shit happened on campus. John Galt has problems. And the problem, motherfucker, you better no. You will not interrupt, Solid Snake. I don't know where you think or why you think you need to. I'll let you know. John Galt is not me. He needs to tend to his whatever, his business, his buildings, his scraping up dead bodies. I love John Galt to death, but motherfucker, you aren't me. I'm not you. Motherfucker, we move in two different circles. And I'm sorry if you don't like my criticism of that anti-black, I love whites and be brave and successful thing. I think both of y'all motherfuckers are failures. John Galt is a failure. Fucking Be Brave is a failure.
Come on, man. You can't believe
a motherfucker. See, I don't need all that shit. I think you're perfectly fine. I think you're successful. You're not starving, but motherfucker, you're not me. We can associate and all that, but motherfucker, you live in the hood. Great. Be safe. But motherfucker, don't you ever expect me to be like you. I don't critique John Galt's lifestyle. And that motherfucker, I don't care where he lives. That motherfucker shouldn't care where I live. I don't understand why people care so much.
Don't you ever.
Until this motherfucker starts paying my bills, I don't give a fuck what his opinion is. To me, it is juvenile. This is like some high school nigga shit. John Galt needs to grow up. I don't give a fuck about his lovely lady, Lisa. Who gives a fuck? Because you don't want me to go there if I must. You don't want that heat, son. What you need to do is stop worrying so much about Stanley. Stanley will be okay. Stanley has survived for quite some time without being in the hood. Y'all need to motherfucking get some sense. You are the nightshades you're describing.
Hey, everybody, cash app Kylie CT Cross. Cash app this motherfucker.
I'll be okay. Hey, Lou, hit the link, man. Actually, I love is giving that look. Lou, hit the link, man.
You never cuss out Lou. I've been a couple.
I've never cursed out Lou. I think I have.
Never give Lou that smoke.
I think he did one night.
Oh, I've done it in the mornings.
Yeah, he did it. He did.
Yeah, because I'm on everybody's team. I'm on team fuck you, Stanley. It's Stanley versus the world, and goddamn it, Solid Snake gonna be charged.
Let me put it to you this way. Hey, CK, I know what I'm doing. I know it's gonna get back to him. And you know what the
I don't know why
ultimate,
CK
you
ain't
know,
up here.
you know what the ultimate is kind of like Be Brave. Be Brave will put my name in his title. You know what the best get back? Just don't listen to it. I hopped on the John show talking about Georgia Tech. You know, I do occasionally. But motherfucker, you know what? I told Be Brave I was not going to get into his panel anymore. I looked at the Be Brave show from my show and kind of trashed it. Nah, Be Brave actually never says anything original, and I kind of know what his racist shtick is, and I'm kind of getting there with John Galt too. It's always the same shit. Nothing new, nothing original. Look, there is a problem with originality if all you want to do is talk negative about black people. I think black people being successful leads to a whole lot more diverse ideas. Like Aaron Magruder, 2003 is when this speech happens. He does cartoons. A seminal cartoon, you know, if you think Boondocks actually is. There's a lot more black success than there is black criminality. If the argument is 3% of the black community, and this is like that white trash Be Brave argument, if only 3% of the people are doing it, yeah, that's a tragedy, but god damn it, that means 97% are doing something not criminal. These motherfuckers don't know how to think. John Galt does not know how to think. Be Brave does not know how to think. They don't know how to think critically. They don't know how to use the mental tools that they should be using at their ages. Motherfucker, life is not all body cam videos. If you think that all the black community is doing these days is either being in a body cam video or not being in a body cam video, motherfucker, black people are diverse. Black people are smart, no more smart than white people, or privileged, no less privileged than white people. The motherfuckers who want to complain about nightshades and all that shit, how about get drunk? How about get drunk and do something positive? Talk about people positive when you get drunk. Motherfucker, if you got young kids, anyone who has young kids, and I know pretty much everyone on this panel has had young kids. Maybe they're not like me. They're not so young anymore. Motherfucker, how can you have young kids and not be positive? Motherfucker, you better be.
Man, you got to trademark that motherfucker. The way you said it, yeah, that's on point.
Well, it's not an original thought. Parenting is inherently a positive endeavor. You don't plant seeds. You don't plant seeds if you don't expect them to grow and flower. It's not original thinking.
I think most of the babies are oops babies nowadays, Stanley. I think that's why it seems.
Well, see, there goes your motherfucker. They're babies. Oops. Okay. I wasn't talking about fucking or conception. Literally, I said parenting. When you fuck a woman, are you really thinking about parenting?
Good
Half
question.
the time, you wouldn't be fucking.
Allow me to connect it. Because people are having kids that don't expect.
Dude, I know what the connection is. I said parenting. Parenting is not fucking.
I'm talking about parenting. Stanley.
Tread lightly.
Go on. I want to hear this connection.
When two people have a baby who did not expect to have a baby with each other, that affects the parenting. That affects their ability to parent. That affects if they're on the same track.
Literally, that's the dumbest connection I've ever heard.
What you mean?
It is a good
Okay,
connection.
so how is parenting not a positive endeavor? If they don't want to have kids, they're going to abort it or have it out for adoption. Parenting is inherently a positive endeavor. You plant seeds, you parent because you think you're going to raise a productive plant or whatever. Your argument really isn't connecting the dots you think they are. Only a Dolomite or a motherfucking shredder, that quality of, like, I wouldn't even call it intellect. I'd call it niggerdom.
That is what it is.
That's
what it
is. Y'all be negative niggers if you want. And I said the hard R.
Damn, Stanley, you breaking your own rules.
Yo, that's like the third time you've broken the rule for me, man. I feel special.
One too many Bud Lights.
I feel special. He done called me nigga 3 times. I feel great, man.
Well, I didn't mean you specifically. I was actually talking about Dolomite and Shredder. I wasn't actually talking about you.
He used your point and boiled you down to a piece of shit, and then said he wasn't talking about you.
Yeah, well, this is much too much amusement. So
I'm just saying, man. The way Aaron's looking, Aaron's giving you that look. He's looking to the upper left corner and he's pointing to his head like, "Yes, Stanley, think about it. Street interviews, you and John. Yes, you seen my Boondock show.
You know what? Not even within the realm. Like, motherfucker, you have to go to an alternative universe. Not gonna happen. Because you know what? Why would I do street interviews?
Why not? With the Stanley versus the world, motherfucker.
You know what? If someone came to me with years ago, again, Navy, and I showed a little clip. Years ago, CNN was on board my ship way back. This might have been like 1992 to 93. We were gone for 6 months, and CNN came on board, and I was the only black officer on the ship at the time. You know how much screen time I got? 0, because I did not want to be interviewed. I had a job to do. Motherfucker, I am literally, do you think that wouldn't have been a story? The only black naval officer on a ship in the middle of the Red Sea? I bet it would have been.
You'd have been like Robert Freeman getting all them stories off, Stanley.
Let me put it to you this way. I literally avoided the whole thing. I was never in a room where the cameras were. Motherfucker, that's just not me. And
how did if I can ask Stanley,
maybe I should have been.
How did you come? Okay, so in the military, right? There's your. It may be different in the Navy, but there's your actual job that you do, and then there's like military politics. How?
I was, pretty much the politics begins when you're 04 and above. I was in 03. It gets a little political because 04s are, in the Navy, 05 and above is considered senior officer. In the Army, I know for sure 04 is considered. So major, that gold oak leaf cluster.
Yeah.
I think even in the Marines, but the Navy's kind of different. You are not considered important until you make 05. So, I mean,
you got out
I got out 03. I was only in for 5 years.
Okay. So, did you get more enjoyment from the actual job or playing military politics, or was it kind of all one and the
You
same at
don't
your level?
really look. There's very little military politics. Um, and that's an actual good question because now that I think about it, I did play politics.
Yeah, because I was like the
However,
best at my
it
job, but
doesn't.
I hated military
It
politics.
it does not. No. Well, see, the funny thing about military politics, it's really a pissing contest.
Exactly.
And now the thing is back in the day, like I had when I first got to my second ship, there was an O2, a Lieutenant JG, first lieutenant in the other branches. And I was now the difference is I was an O1 when I got to my second ship, but I was warfare qualified. I was shed hot. I got my warfare qualification as an O1. That's like having a combat infantry badge. If you're an O1, like you are above the other O1s. And if you're not warfare qualified, the Navy's kind of strange. Like if me and my technical boss were in like a motor whaleboat, like, say the ship sank and there are 20 people in my boat, um, the O2 might outrank me by what's on your bar, what's on your collar, but I'm a motherfucking, I got my warfare qualification. So technically, I am in command of that boat. Fuck you if you outrank me. I have my warfare qualification. It's kind of that way. The military is weird. You can have the same rank and outrank someone based on year group or warfare qualification, or just I've had command and you haven't. And I think all the branches are like that, but the Navy is very weird that way. So anyway, this motherfucking O2, I can't even remember why we fucking locked horns, but I was warfare qualified. This motherfucker was a Naval Academy graduate, but he was kind of a shitbird. And I was a motherfucking O1, black naval officer. And back then, I was trim. I was fighting trim. I cut a fine figure in my goddamn unit. So I'm warfare qualified. I'm new to the ship, and I fucking look people in their eye. So this motherfucker wanted to go who was in charge of what. So I went to my boss and said, you know what? I'm in charge. You need to tell this motherfucker to back off. He is not warfare qualified. I am. And you know what? That is probably maybe one of a few times. Like I took a Naval Academy graduate, and Academy graduates in the military are kind of like the golden children. I basically took a Naval Academy graduate. I went to another. My boss was a Naval Academy graduate. And I said, I'm warfare qualified. Your little Naval Academy graduate person is not. Who's going to run this show? And you know what? Luckily
they sided with you.
Of course, because the motherfucker was an obvious shitbird.
There you go,
dude.
And see,
You just have to have balls, and you have to be sure of yourself in the military. The biggest balls will always win the politics.
There you go.
You can fuck up. You can have the biggest balls and fuck up. It is literally politics, but if you know your shit and you can accomplish shit, if you can talk and walk, oh motherfucker, you will be a 4-star. Motherfucker, you just have to know your shit. You also have to know the other motherfuckers, because you know what? If your your equal knows his shit too, then you form alliances. you know what, motherfucker, you know shit, I know shit. Let's you might know some shit I don't know. It's literally politics. You're right about that. But motherfucker, you better be shit hot. Motherfucker, dude, I was on the bridge once, and this was off Vieques, back off of Vieques Island, Puerto Rico.
Mhm.
The island across where it used to be just like this huge island that planes used to bomb the shit out of. It was a range, a firing range, basically. So I was on the bridge, and thank God I was not the gunnery officer. So I'm officer of the deck, and we're just going up the coast, firing, just bombing the shit. Planes are coming in, and this poor island. There's so much ordnance on that island. I'm surprised it just doesn't sink.
Right, there you go.
So you go up the coast, then you do a 180, and you come back down, just bombing the shit. Now, if you're the captain of a ship, the first thing you want when the captain says fire, that big gun better motherfucking fire. There should be no. So I'm like the little gunnery officer. The captain had been fucking talking up this little fucking. You remember? You're not old enough to remember Bad Luck Schleprock on the Flintstones. This is like a motherfucker who just. Bad luck Schleprock, like a cloud was over his head. It was like this motherfucker. His thing was wowsy, whoa. This is the most fucking bedraggled failure of a son of a bitch. So there was an ensign, white ensign. I think he was a graduate of Gettysburg State or some shit. This captain, he was a little pudgy. If you were a fucking officer, motherfucker, you better be trim. And those boys, those kids that work for you better see you as like, I want to be like that motherfucker.
Right.
This dude was just a little short, pudgy dude. Nothing wrong with little short, pudgy dude, but you better not have a weak personality. Motherfucker, because I've known some short, pudgy motherfuckers that people would follow into war because that motherfucker might be short and pudgy, but you know what? The reason he's pudgy is he's out drinking with his men.
Right.
Okay, well, this motherfucker wasn't one of those. And dude, I had been telling this kid because I was senior to him. I'm like, dude, don't let your E7 run you. You gotta, they will respond. You gotta show some spine. That motherfucker's, dude, I'm getting off the bridge because I was officer of the deck for the first part of this goat rope. So this kid comes up, he's the gunnery officer, and this captain of our fine motherfucking Spruance class destroyer. We are in a line of Spruance class destroyers. Those captains, like motherfucker, they are captains and they have their own politics. The captain goes fire and the gun goes click. And I'm like, oh my God. I was turning over the watch. I didn't even stay and watch. I'm like, oh my God. You expect to hear boom and the gun goes click? Oh my God. There was a conflagration. Oh my God. Oh shit. You don't know. Do you know? It's like you were in the army, right? When you're supposed to fire a howitzer, which is essentially what this big gun was on the ship, it doesn't go boom, it goes click. Like, oh shit, it didn't fire.
Right.
Oh my God. And we are on a firing range. There are other ships. The other captain's guns fired and yours didn't. oh shit, you won't die. That's the only assurance you have. All I'm saying, that's the politics of the military. Motherfucker, your shit better work. And when it should work. This is why.
And this is why John needs you in the streets, bro. You're wartime ready.
He's John. You know, the fucking ghetto isn't a war.
It can be.
I thoroughly disagree. It's not war. It's crime. There's a difference.
I'm sure there's some transferable skills there.
Okay, you know what? Cops training is different than soldiers training. That's what these motherfuckers don't understand. Soldiers don't make good cops. They can, but not, they don't train people in boot camp to come back home and be a cop. It's a different job.
Hell, I'd argue the cops in the military are very different from the civilian cops. Them MPs, man. A lot of them MPs didn't know what they was doing.
Them MPs have an MOS. They are soldiers. They police soldiers. Policing soldiers is not the same thing as policing civilians.
I don't know about that, Stanley.
All I have to say, this is one of those things. Like I have to tell Bumpkin, I know I'm right.
Okay, would you consider them?
Dude,
would you consider it more of a simile?
They do not send. They don't have boot camp for cops. It's an academy.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I'm not going to even debate this. I'm right. There's no boot camp to city cop pipeline.
Huh? Okay.
I don't know how you can dispute that argument.
I can't. You're right, Stanley.
And be brave. So tired of blacks. Speaking of which, let me go ahead and play Mr. Magruder, who is 51 by now.
The interesting thing when you talk about the media and they making us look bad. Well, one, please take responsibility for yourself, because, those are real black people up there looking bad. But two, it's really good to have these discussions with the media's doing this, the media's doing that. Well, guess what? Media's been doing the same thing for a minute, and they're going to keep doing it. So now that we've established that, we actually have to get into the very tough and unpleasant discussion of how to actually change the media. To that, you have to understand how the media works. You have to understand who these companies are that control everything you see and hear and read. You got to know about Viacom. You got to know about Sony. You got to know about News Corp, Disney, Bob Johnson. You have to understand the system that produces the images that you see. Many of us like to think it's a bunch of white people sitting around in a smoky room going, I wonder how to make black people look bad. I moved out to Hollywood about 4 years ago. And let me tell you, I wish it were that simple. But it is nowhere near that simple. The first thing to remember is that what drives this country is money and profit. Generally, most things that are going down today are going down because of money and profit. Absolutely. The wars, the peace, stocks, and every single TV show you watch. Believe me, what you see on television when you turn on CNN and you turn on MSNBC, that's entertainment. News is what people try to suppress. News is what they do not want you to know. What you're seeing is fun and games. What you're seeing is what's put out there to keep you stupid. Now, I know that sounds really conspiratorial and all of that stuff, but let me tell you, I've been in Hollywood for 4 years now. I've been working in the newspaper industry for a bit longer. Information is controlled, absolutely on every level. And then I have these discussions and people go, oh, right. Like the White House is really calling people, telling newspapers, don't run this story. They are. The White House calls newspapers, the White House calls musicians. Are you going to put a video out? Nah, we don't think you should do that. Don't get it twisted. It's that controlled. Everything you see is there because someone wants you to see it. So you figure out how the system works, and then you figure out, well, what's motivating the people behind the system? Why do they want you to see certain things? Why do they want black people looking silly? Well, it's simple. I mean, how many people have seen The Matrix? How many people have seen the second Matrix? Well, you got to see the second Matrix. Dr. West is in the second Matrix. The point is that struggles used to be organized and planned a bit differently. You used to be able to go, and there were communities, there were institutions in the community. People would go to a church, or they would go someplace, they would organize, they would meet, the movement would build, the ideology would spread, and action would take place. Why doesn't that happen now? Because everyone's getting their information from mass media. 90%. It's coming from there. So if it's not on TV, it doesn't exist. It's irrelevant. I can't knock on your door and say, brother, sister, join the revolution. You will laugh at me. You're like, what the hell are you thinking? I'm not joining anything. Who are you? I'm calling the police. I was having an argument with some young people in Cuba about this very thing. Why is there no revolution in the United States? Why is there no armed revolution like we had in Cuba? Simple. Americans have television and drugs. We're a little comfortable. Actually, you know what? We're really comfortable. And black people, we have it bad, and we somewhat self-aware, but we don't have it so bad that we're ready to pick up a gun. We don't even have it so bad that we're ready to go to jail. I only have 15 minutes. There's a lot to talk about here. But if nothing else, take away that strategy at this point is critical. The eyes on the prize routine.
Let me stop it right here. Portia, the reason I even started the show, apparently there's some black fatigue folks who have taken this Aaron Magruder thing and used it as some argument underpinning for the black fatigue argument. So I got curious and listened to it, and I can see where if you don't listen carefully, you might think that he's caring that much about, what white people care or might be tired of. To me, it's much more of an individualistic argument. Like, if you're seeing a bunch of black people acting the fool, that basically means you shouldn't do it or you don't have to do it. But anyway, I'll go ahead and start it. I'll start it back up, and we'll see what other people think. I didn't see it as reinforcing a black fatigue argument, which I will add or re-say is just a dumb argument. Only anti-black blacks and white shades would think that's a thing. It's not original thinking, this black fatigue thing. Only Ock Nation or CT or John Galt. It's just so like low hanging fruit. Why people like indulge in this? It's very Ock Nation and just fucking just not up to intellectual rigor. So it could be that the Ock Nations and the CTs and the John Galts are not up to speed as far as intellectual rigor. They'll fucking, these emotional people are tired things. Yeah. Kind of pedestrian.
Ain't gonna work. Times have changed. One must move on. There is a very close similarity between Hollywood and politics. The right wing knows it, the left wing does not. That's why we run people like Al Gore and Ralph Nader for president. And I voted for Ralph Nader. Because we don't understand that you got to be a movie star in order to be elected president. Literally. And now you got to be a movie star to be elected governor of California. Ralph Nader is not the most charismatic guy. But you know what? Neither was Bush the first. How many people remember the first Bush? There we go. Well, Bush number one was this nerdy guy that nobody liked. He didn't have any charisma. He had a lot of power. But he really wasn't very photogenic. He just wasn't that guy. So they said, okay, we're going to stick you with Reagan. Reagan was a movie star. Everybody liked Reagan, at least everybody white. Reagan made white people feel good. Bush, nobody really cared about him. But he knew that the only way he was going to get to the White House was behind Reagan. Maybe it's a coincidence that right after he got in office, somebody tried to kill Reagan. I don't know. That would be a conspiracy. I don't get into conspiracy theories. But the point is that Ralph Nader does not need to be running for president. And thankfully, he's not. Why?
Yes, sir.
Be smart enough to understand that it's...
Do you think that you ever suffered from black fatigue?
No.
In any sort of way, shape, or form?
Not really.
So the anti-black blacks don't give you black fatigue at all?
No, I just think they're stupid. I get stupid fatigue.
You mind if I ask Free
Zone? Stupidity transcends race, ethnicity. Stupid people are just stupid. Now, I get tired of bad arguments. I get tired of irrelevant arguments. But do you think stupidity is like has a color?
No.
I think that the anti-black blacks are stupid, I don't blame it on their race.
No, I look at it like this. I have had to check members of my family because they represent me, and that's as far as my ideal goes as far as representation.
That's okay. Why? Okay.
Well, let me finish. In the spirit of us, those who use the two terms us and we and our, well, three terms our sisters, our brothers, us as a race, we're this way. they sort of look at things from a family or bonded by a certain phenomena called skin color or race. They look at things as though they're
Who's
responsible for
they?
those out.
Well,
Well, I'm
sorry.
not.
Who is
I'm not.
they?
I'm not
Your
a.
family?
Our sapiens. Our sapiens. People who put ownership to other people. They say us. They say we. They say our women. Those type of people. That to me, that indicates to me that they're looking at this as more of a family or some kind of bond, and it's not. It's nothing more than a skin color.
Okay,
So what they
I'm
really.
thoroughly. You're gonna have to catch me up. Our sapien?
Okay, so let's say those people or any person who thinks that you as a black man represent something that they belong to, our race.
Okay, they think I do or know I do. I'm who? Give me an example. Is there a real life example of like I thought everybody had accepted by this time that black people are Homo sapiens, white people are Homo sapiens.
Well, look, if you need me to put a name on it, I'll just use Pan Africans. They say
Okay,
our
well,
diaspora
Pan Africans are stupid.
and pro blacks. They always use ownership.
Okay, well, I've heard people think I'm pro-black. I think if you're not anti-black, that's pro-black. I mean, to me, when you say pro-black, it's like being pro-white. You're basically saying that you're a white supremacist. There are black supremacists. So pro-black is not a problem to me, but the way the anti-black blacks use pro-black, it's like, the way a Be Brave would use it. Like John Galt, when he says pro-black, he pretty much means the same thing as a Be Brave. I just think if you're not anti-black, you're pro-black.
Well, it's a way to sum up a certain group of people who think that a certain kind of way. My point is, from a child, or as long as I can remember, I was taught to take pride in this race, and this is probably why I don't anymore. Because of the misrepresentation, I get lumped into a group for anybody else who looks at things as groups. People do that. I'm more individualistic.
This is the point. You don't even bother. If you think that way, I think it's kind of anachronistic.
It is.
I literally just talked about this. Why do you give a fuck what other people think?
I don't.
That would be my first question. Okay, well then stop it.
That doesn't mean that at one point. Well, wait, Stanley. That doesn't mean that at one point I didn't. I did. I no longer do.
Okay, then why are you reminiscing?
No, I believe that more people suffer from that than those who are like me. There's more people who think of it as a group that they belong to than people like me who can take or think of themselves as an individual. And I represent myself and only care about my immediate family. That's why I use the family example.
I see. Well, then, feel sorry for Lou's talking about Michael Brown. I wish Michael Brown would actually hit the link, but you know what? All you can, he was. I haven't seen him in a while, but here's what I think. Just they'll see the light eventually, or they won't. You cannot, dude. You have to take the oxygen mask and put it on yourself before you help the kids or other people. You got to help yourself, and then you go help other people. And the problem is the Michael Browns and the John Galts and the CTs. These motherfuckers get so lost in their own, like, whatever it is they think they're doing. They're not helping other people. I don't think John Galt is literally making any difference in the world other than his
I gotta give
audience.
you my.
I don't think
That's
CT. I don't think CT. Now he's gathering more people, but you know what? CT's not changing America. It's entertainment.
Yeah.
Dude, Sammy Davis Jr. fucking half the rappers y'all talk about I've never even heard of, but I'm telling you right now, Haktua Girl, Shiloh, these motherfucking like Haktua Girl has had more influence on America than a CT has.
Sure.
Okay, well then what the fuck is he acting like he's all that about?
You're changing the topic.
Haktua, well, no, it's related if you'll keep up. Haktua Girl is that nigga, not John Galt.
Okay.
Shiloh is that nigga.
Shiloh is that nigga. I agree with that.
Not John Galt.
Because there's a bag.
CT.
It came with a bag. I get it.
I talked about, dude, the only reason slavery in America became this thing, it was economics.
Right, a bag.
Okay, so, well, I say economics, you say bag.
Well, I'm trying to speak so that way the children can understand.
Even me, sometimes I lose sight. Race is literally started as an economic thing, and then the economic stuff that was so cruel needed justification, so they found religion, philosophy, and science. The economics came before the justification.
But isn't that a value judgment? You're saying he's not that nigga because he didn't get the economic part right.
Economics has no values. Pure capitalism is amoral.
Right.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
Okay, back to my original point. Can I?
Dude, okay, go ahead if you need a reset.
Yeah, please. I wanted to ask Free Zone Luna if he ever experienced black fatigue. Because I think I could explain to you why I became individualist because of my black fatigue.
Well, yeah,
maybe I told you that
maybe Lou will entertain this argument.
Well, I told you that I once thought I once had more of a group thought, and I became individualist because of the poor representation of the group, and I decided not to let that be something that I would be concerned with, because I can only be concerned with things I can control.
Okay, then
my group.
Okay. Oh, I see. You started getting tired of people associating you with the bad behavior.
Yes.
Okay, well then you took the right course. Fuck them. Let them act bad. I'm gonna zig while they're zagging. Okay, I get you.
Exactly. You know what it comes off to them as? I'm the contrary.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck what they thought? You should have. No, when you zagged and they zigged, you should have stopped thinking about what they thought right at that fork in the road.
But the only reason why that would even be something, not even a concern, because I really don't care, but why it would even be relevant is because those others who don't understand that movement, and it makes an impression, and there may be a situation where I might need one of them for something, or I might come across them for that. Now I got the name.
Okay, are you talking?
I'm off code. I'm off beat. That literally stops people from.
Why? Wait, hold it. Why would you need them? Are they family members?
I've been in leadership positions before, Stanley.
Okay, well then, if you're the leader, okay, I'm thoroughly confused here.
Because I'm trying to say so much.
Don't burn your bridges.
Oh man, when I make a decision, it's 100%. There's a lean in and everything.
Well, now, don't be burning bridges. I mean, you can go your own way, but you don't have to burn the bridge.
I burnt the bridge.
Okay, well, motherfucker, then that's a bad decision as well.
Not really.
Hey, if you take the fork in the road and you cross a bridge, don't burn the goddamn bridge because you can't go back. Dude.
Well, it makes me more creative. It challenge my creative juices.
Hold on. 60 years old and retired, I can burn a bridge and not give a fuck. You still have.
And that's why you don't care about property value. I was thinking that yesterday too. Is that why? Dude, because you are 60.
Well, see, this is the other motherfucker y'all don't understand. I live in this house, but not me personally, but dude, when I go to Savannah, I'm staying in my grandmother's old house. That's bought and paid for decades ago. The only reason it's not an Airbnb property is because the kids and me, and it could be an Airbnb property. And I won't be staying at the house I grew up in, because, you know, my father doesn't like to be disturbed. And then we go to the farm way south of Savannah. We're thinking of putting a tiny house there because every now and again, someone might go there, want to stay on the land. Y'all motherfuckers, the ghetto properties, well, good. There's ghetto property. Motherfucker, John Galt is not the only property owner in the John Galt landlord universe, and we don't all have property in the motherfucking hood. I get amused by some of the bullshit that gets propagated here. And then we're not even talking about South Carolina. John Galt is not the only property owner. And sometimes motherfuckers telling me I don't understand the world. If I don't understand the world, it's because I don't have to. I either have people who can do it for me, or it's not like important enough for me to pay attention to. Y'all better fucking start thinking for yourself. John Galt is a nigger. He's not the nigger. He needs to understand that. So let me start this again. Hopefully Dave will be back.
It's image.
Where's Solid Snake
for president? Ralph Nader's the nerdy guy from high school you wouldn't hang out with. That's who Ralph Nader is. If you're Ralph Nader, you find a really good-looking guy who's articulate and handsome, and you tell him what to say. And he gets elected president. That's strategy. That's just taking that extra step. Like, you know what? Is it superficial? Yes. Is it silly? Yes. But it matters. I'm going to say this here because it's so important. Al Sharpton's haircut matters. It matters. Because he's running for president. It matters. Should it matter? No. But you know what? It does. That's image. Don't be naive about the power of mass media and the power of image. It controls more than you think. I sell angry black politics to 20 million white people a day. How do I do it? Because they're cute. That's it. That's the long and the short of it. If I drew characters that actually look like Huey P. Newton and Louis Farrakhan, I would be drawing this strip in my basement. Nobody would have ever seen it. I said, wow, I wonder what happens if you just take the politics that mainstream America hates and put it in a really cute package. How do they handle it? Hey, I'm seen by 30 million people on Sunday alone. Image. We often complain about black culture, how negative it is. We talk about rappers. We talk about, all the stuff when we talk about the objectification of women. We talk about the nihilism. We talk about all of this stuff. And these are all valid critiques. But one thing I know from the few rappers I do know, a lot of these guys who may not be the most positive guys, they are very serious about the business of entertainment in a way that a lot of the goody guys are not. Understand that no matter what message you have, you better be captivating your audience first, or nobody's going to listen. You know, when I was in high school, 1988 to 1992, roughly, hip-hop wasn't where it is today. It wasn't bitches, it wasn't hoes. There was a lot of niggas, but, you know. The self-destructive nature of where hip-hop is today, it wasn't there. It was actually cool then to be smart. There was like a sort of pro-black nationalism, Pan-Africanism thing happening in the culture around that time. And it was cool. Yeah, it was a fad, and like every fad, it passed. But it was cool in that moment in time to be a conscious black individual. Why? Because these people were also serious about the business of making good music, of being entertaining. Yes, we have problems with the gangster rappers of the world. Yes, we can make valid intellectual critiques of what they do. But you know what? They make hits. The Black Eyed Peas are corny. No, let's just be honest. They're corny. And look, I really like the fact that they don't talk about all the things. They don't talk about ICE, and they don't talk about, Bentleys and all. But you know what? I don't listen to them because they're corny. And you cannot move black people if you're corny. Black people are not checking for you if you're corny. Is that right? No. Is it fair? No. Is it kind of silly and superficial? Maybe. But tough. That's the world you live. It's okay to be positive, but still be good. We face this question a lot when you're in Hollywood. Positive black entertainment. And I'm all for positive black entertainment. But again, don't be boring, don't be corny. Find out how to reach your audience and reach them. That's the sophistication that is needed. There's a million black people standing around on a street corner talking politics, and nobody's listening. Nobody. There's a bunch of people with websites writing about conspiracies and writing about what black people need to do. It doesn't matter. The rules have changed.
Yeah, what black people need to do.
Reach people. You want to reach people, it is not easy, but you better figure out a way to do
Hey,
it.
Sharice, hit the link if
And if
you
that
want.
means figuring out a way to get into government and breaking these monopolies so that there's actually competition, great. If that means starting a black network to compete with BET and get in 50, 60 million homes, great. But you better think of something. Because pretty soon the 90% that they control is going to be 95, and then it's going to be 99. The type of media control that we're facing now, the impact is staggering on us, black people. We really like to think of ourselves as the most creative geniuses on the planet, right? What the hell is so creative about 13 years of gangster rap? Nothing in rap music has changed in about 13 years. And we're supposed to be so brilliant. We're supposed to be, we feel ourselves on that. Everyone follows us. Yeah, they following us straight to hell. For real. You don't have the luxury of mistakes. Don't have it. Everything you do has to be right. Everything. Now, when it is right, people are so amazed because the expectations of you are so low. that you will really be able to achieve amazing things just by having your stuff together. Show up on time, and people are astounded. They are astounded. Should the expectations of Black America be so low? No. Is it fair? No. Is it right? No. But that's what it is. That's image. Right now, our image is that of lazy, stupid people that never show up on time. You know, so you know what? Show up on time. Break the mold. Understand not only what the world thinks of you, understand what you think of yourself, and understand who's controlling these images. You know, when I was in high school, Queen Latifah was a Black revolutionary. Now she's, you know, bringing down the house. That's a big difference. Now, the Queen Latifah, who was a Black revolutionary, was broke. Bringing down the house, Queen Latifah's rich. They call her Dana now. I really want you guys to understand that time is running out. And a lot of Black people say that, but for real. Part of why the civil rights movement has been so successful, and part of why those who have come after in terms of our leadership have been able to maintain a presence, is that Black people have always had a certain amount of moral currency that we have been using. And let me be the first to tell you, that's used up. White America has been watching us act like fools for a long enough time where any sympathy they may have had to our plight is completely gone. You're approaching a country that, forget hating Black people or not hating Black people, they just don't care. You can be talking about affirmative action, they can be like, I don't care. It literally is of no importance to me. I don't care about slavery. I don't care about segregation. I don't.
Well, I hate to stop it here, but here's the deal. I want to bring it to 2025 because this is happening in 2003. If they were tired then, I guess they're tired now. And that's my point about this. Black fatigue is not an original idea or a recent occurrence. Motherfucker, the Bakke case in 1978 is when white people started caring, or stopped caring, when affirmative action started crumbling. So these people in 2025, the white shades and the night shades and the Nations and the CTs, motherfuckers, y'all are nigga come latelys. And yeah, I'm breaking my own rule with the N word, but hey, Sharice, please forgive me. Because see, Sharice, you rarely come around here, and I'm kind of doing bad behavior here, but fuck it. You know, it's Friday, and I'm feeling a little randy. Bottom line is, y'all just noticed white people stopped caring and had fatigue? Motherfucker, it's been happening since 1978. Affirmative action started being dismantled in 1978, like 50 years ago. What the fuck are y'all talking about? And, you know, it's so nice that y'all think it's new. This is why people need to know history better than they do. This is also why, and now this is my own conspiracy theory, folks like a Ron DeSantis don't want you to know history because they want you to think this is some new shit. Y'all better do better. And this isn't just black people do better, white people need to do better, like Americans need to do better. Y'all better fucking wake up and start reading a book or listening to like a podcast or something. Start knowing shit. That way you won't look like fools when old man Stan starts showing you shit from 2003 and the people like an Ock Nation or a CT or a John Galt start acting like this is some new shit. Y'all sound like fools to people. Maybe it's an OG thing. Y'all need to do better. Fucking do goddamn better. And train your kids to do better too. Because they're going to be like you if you're not careful. There's going to be a whole lot of I am that little niggas bullshit in about 10 or 20 years. Y'all better start raising some kids that actually know stuff. This this nightshade, I sound cool and bob my head on a YouTube show. Y'all are the nightshades you're criticizing. And for some reason, it doesn't seem to come through. I don't even know what to say other than to just point it out.
I don't care about you. I don't care how many of you all go to jail. I don't care at all because I'm broke.
Funny you should say that, Dolomite. I think back in when Boondocks was really that popular, I don't know, maybe I was too busy working. I actually have been watching old episodes over the last year or so. It doesn't hold up, to be honest. Boondocks does not hold up. You know, the Ruckus characters, but fuck. I made it through like maybe all of the first season, half to all of it. It gets old real fast. Only people like Dolomite and Shredder would think this shit is funny. Y'all are probably younger than the cartoon. Huey Newton, Soul on Ice. There's some books that are actually will give you better. Cedric Robinson. There's some things that if you are getting your black revolutionary, like, hey, this is what it was like from the Boondocks, then y'all are just kind of sad. Y'all need to be much more grounded in this American culture. If you want to segregate it to black American culture, I hear people in this chat or see people, read people in this chat like acting like this shit is new. Motherfucker, the ghetto is not new. The ghettos I just fucking shake my head sometimes when I hear, and I know John Galt's lurking in the audience there. This shit is not new. Yeah, man, y'all are behind the times. History rhymes. It's just not new. So I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling on here. And Snake, I'm glad you're back. So at some point, I am going to be heading off to the beer store. Any comments, Lou? You've been silent for a while. That scares me.
Oh man,
can you hear? No. Real quick, so can you hear me now? Because I have been trying to talk. I guess my mic just wasn't on. So go ahead, Solid Snake.
Your mic is probably smarter than you are.
Oh,
come on, Stanley.
Stanley, come on, Stanley.
Come on,
it's a joke. It's a joke.
Stanley, come on, Stanley.
Come on, Mike.
No, I've always I've always enjoyed this interview, especially Aaron's part. And I agree with what he's saying, but I never saw like black or white fatigue in what he said. He doesn't sound fatigued. He doesn't even seem to say that.
Yeah.
He's not even saying that white people are fatigued. He's just saying that white people got their own shit going on, and they don't give a fuck about what you got going on.
What? Exactly. I mean, the Iraq War. People get tired of the same old shit every day.
Exactly, Stanley. Don't you think everybody in America get tired of how black people always want to talk about how downtrodden they are?
Well,
that's the white man is the white man.
That's if they only tune in to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel.
No, it's not.
No. Hey, let me segue, sir. Segue into everyone subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel, and motherfuckers, hit the like button, please. We are always light on likes. And I see we're down to 9 between the two channels. Did John Gall? I bet John Gall started up a channel, or a show. The bottom line is, when you say it's the same old shit, kind of how I feel. Why I don't have to tune into Be Brave show anymore. It's the same old shit. So,
oh, come on.
No, it actually is.
But we got Freeze on Lou on the panel, man. What's up with you, man?
Solid. What up? What up?
We're glad to have you on the panel, Freeze on. I ain't gonna lie. From the diatribe of Stanley all day.
Nah, I've never had the whole black fatigue thing. I never really had it. I mean, if I'm tired of seeing nigga shit, I just turn it off and go about my day. There's nothing that ties me to the internet that says I have to watch any of this stuff.
Well, wait, is this black fatigue thing specifically an internet phenomenon?
No, it's old. Yeah, it's old.
Real life. It's real life. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay, well then I'm confused. White people have had black fatigue since fucking the Dred Scott decision. They motherfucking had, dude. Have you ever look? Let me put it to you this way, and I'm half joking, I'm half not. Thomas Jefferson had black fatigue. Motherfuckers, people have had black fatigue since they were plantation owners, where they had to sleep. No, do not interrupt me, sir. I'm trying to make a point. If you were ever a white owner in deepest, darkest Mississippi out on the fucking bayou, you slept with one eye open and a shotgun under your bed. People look, read Uncle Tom's Cabin. White people have black fatigue. I'm tired of being scared of black people. Motherfucker, literally since slavery in pre-US and like after, black people on the plantation, the slaves, those owners, motherfucker, have you ever seen Django?
Django is a white.
These motherfucking anti-black blacks don't have original thoughts.
Well, Stanley, wait a minute. What makes you not anti-black? Stanley, you sound more anti-black than brave most of the time. Be honest.
Especially when I call Be Brave a dumb motherfucker, right?
Why would you call him that? When he consistent?
Because he consistently dumb. Okay, I do not know why you don't. Do you fear my answers like Bumpkin does?
No, I fear you always gonna shut me off and put me in the back. But other than your answers,
it's always possible. I think Be Brave is unaccomplished, nothing much to say. It's why, like, if he has my name in his panel, I'm sorry, on his show, like the other day, I didn't even go in his chat. I just watched what he had to say on my show. It's unoriginal. It's kind of repetitive. He thinks I'm insane, and I think he is unaccomplished, and he has his niche.
That's not fair, Stanley.
Why isn't it fair?
I think it's pretty disingenuous.
Why is it not fair? Is my question.
I mean, but what do you mean by unaccomplished? What do you mean by that?
What is he done?
Accomplishment, in your opinion? In your opinion, what is accomplished? What is accomplished?
What child is he raised?
Okay, but Stanley,
motherfucker, don't fucking
there is a very large percentage
no. This is where bumpkin level stupidity gets put in the back. Okay, I asked you a motherfucking question. What child has Be Brave raised to adulthood? Motherfucker, if you can't answer that, then talk about what you want to talk about. That's not how I'm going to conduct this panel. My question, what child has Be Brave raised? You asked me, what is accomplishment? I think raising a child to be a responsible adult is kind of basic level if you have children. Motherfucker, you better just start answering questions.
Okay, but what you think, Brave?
Okay, you still want to not answer my question. This is the problem with the white shades and nightshades. When you get asked a simple to hard question, you want to go but Stanley. This is why I love shitting on you. You can't even answer a question. Apparently, Be Brave. Be Brave. Solid Snake is spazzed out. So, Lou, that's my measure of success. Did you raise a child to fruition? Did you raise a child to be a successful future citizen or a current citizen? If the answer is no, then shut the fuck up. Everything else is just.
What are you talking about?
That motherfucker. Answer my question is what I'm talking about.
Stanley, your child only 18, dude. I got a child that's 30.
Again, taking up for the white shade. This is where I come off tough. Motherfucker, you need to understand what panel you're on. I'm not John Galt. I asked you a question. Simply answer it, and I am going to leave here in a few minutes, but now I'm fucking fascinated. Motherfucker, has my measure of success, arbitrary as it might be, there are other measures of success, but you asked me about me. Knowing Be Brave, knowing you, knowing this John Galt urban landlord space, everybody hit the like. My measure of success, listening to the dumbassery that is a regular part of the daily grind for a Be Brave, since he wants to talk about white culture and the glories of it, what has he done to contribute to white culture? Zero, in my opinion. He wants to be a white supremacist, but he's not contributing to the supremeness. The only thing John Galt 2, kind of a separate argument, but similar. The only thing these white supremacists have done for white supremacy is talk about it. They haven't contributed to it. This is the last chance, Solid Snake. I'm really not in the mood for you just nattering on. Yes, no. What has my measure of excellence is, has Be Brave contributed, raised a child successfully to contribute to the culture he has not participated in my opinion.
Hold on.
Motherfucker, I'm not holding on. Just answer the goddamn question. What the fuck do you think this is? Hold on to what? Okay, well, apparently my answer is no. He has not raised a child. He is a taker from white culture, not a maker of it. And Mike, who is a black, not an anti-black, but just a plain old black. Me? I just come and roast dumb fucks. At least I can say there might be a black man who fucking has a Georgia Tech degree. And that's not chopped liver. Now, what the fuck else has B Brave done? He hasn't raised a family. And I don't give a fuck if it sounds cruel. Cruelty is the point. Well, Lou, any thoughts?
I have no idea if they have kids or not, so I'm just kind of listening.
I think Be Brave is an abject failure of white supremacy. And actually, part of the reason I'm going this far is I noticed John Galt was or is in the chat. John Galt literally had the gall. John Galt literally said, well, Stanley, you did all this work and you probably live in the same sort of neighborhood as Be Brave. You're no more successful than Be Brave. Well, I mean, in the end, we all die alone. You know, whether you're a billionaire or, you know, in poverty, you will die alone. You will be buried. People will forget you eventually. But this is what I mean by a nightshade being a white shade. This motherfucker actually thinks that Be Brave has led a successful life. It totally confuses me. And you know what? Be Brave isn't starving, but motherfucker, why would you even make the comparison? It's curious why he thought to make the comparison other than John Galt wanted to get under my skin and kind of take a dig. Motherfucker, you don't compare to me, let alone Be Brave. And I don't need to.
Stanley.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I don't need to do a street interview. I don't need to talk about it. It just is. And even if I'm lying, it still just is. Y'all need to motherfucking understand what America is and its culture. It's not all about doing street interviews. It's really about raising kids in the next generation. You know, maybe I'm getting all old and religious and all that. I think raising a generation that can take over the reins is extremely important. And I don't see that happening much in this, anti-black space. It's a bunch of motherfuckers talking shit, not doing much. Having a building and doing videos about getting up at 1 o'clock, dealing with salad throwers, that's not the dope. Not in my opinion.
You said salad throwers?
Fucking salad throwers. Making fucking 88 phone calls to retrieve $13, even if it's funny to you and even if it's online. Motherfucker, I don't want to spend my goddamn days chasing $13 from some motherfucker you know doesn't have $13. How the fuck is that a life? And then this motherfucker will bring up someone like Master Kim, like, Ma Kim, you motherfucker got business, motherfucker. Really? You think that's fucking impressive? Back Kim, you know that shit's
Jesus,
not
man.
funny. That shit's not funny.
Wait.
Motherfucker.
Who was chasing somebody down for $13? What is going on, Stanley? What are you talking about?
I bet that nigga don't have $13. Motherfucker, that shit's not funny. It might be entertaining to motherfucking Dolomite or motherfucking Shredder.
Nah, that shit.
Or
You sound like a
motherfucking
1940s cartoon, nigga. That shit was so
okay,
funny.
hey, I'm not making it up. Motherfucker, I contributed $13 just to shut the motherfucker up about the $13. It's like fucking take my $13 and move the fuck on. One of John Galt's tenants, you know how John Galt likes to play like he's a big black cat toying with a fucking poor mouse? Motherfucker, 8 phone calls to find out if how much y'all want to bet in the chat there, how much you think he got. Motherfucker, that is like that is just so motherfucker, if you're gonna be black in a nightshade, have some goddamn class. I'm sorry, it's just not my cup of tea. You could make the argument, well, Stanley, why the fuck are you watching this? But goddamn, it's kind of human nature to rubberneck. I'm trying to figure out who's worse off. The poor motherfucker who owes $13 or the motherfucker doing entertainment and creating content around the plight of another human being. It's not that impressive to me. If black people have to do that, then what the fuck have we come to?
Didn't Aaron just say that? I believe that was actually one of the points that he was making.
Yeah. Well, my Uber's here because I'm too drunk to drive. So, Solid Snake, you still there? Oh, this is bad. Solid Snake.
What up, Stan?
Well,
My bad.
I'll be
I was
back
talking
in
to my friend.
I'll be back in about 15 minutes, if you please. Can you take over? Okay, be right back.
Yeah. Yeah, y'all, I don't understand what Stanley be talking about. I think it's all anti-black. I think everything we do nowadays is just anti-black. I don't think black people appreciate each other no more. I really do. I really do. When I sit back and I look at the community, as we call it, most of the successful people of the African American race don't live in these communities, and they don't want to come back to these communities, as well stated as by Stanley and every other so-called intellectual African American male. I don't think that they have a right to speak on these community issues because they left. And I think that's the number one thing. I think that if you don't live there, if I don't live in your house, how can I tell you how to run it? You get what I'm saying? And that's my point. And that's all I got to say about that. They say I'm anti-black. No, I'm in the black community. I can talk to individuals in my community. I can talk to them. I'm not afraid of them. I can do an interview with an African-American male that we so-called call the young niggas out here in these streets. I can do that because I'm not afraid of my people. And nor am I disappointed in my people because I know there are fellow intelligent African-American males who will not share this knowledge to the youth, and that's all that is. But what's up, everybody in the chat? Everybody hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that subscribe. We enjoy y'all company. We enjoy y'all coming to the channel. And we try to provide a great show every day. Now, me personally, I'd rather have Portia up here so we can chop it up a little bit.
I don't know where HB at. He been incognito for the past 2-3 weeks. I don't know where Get Crack at. Get Crack ain't been up here in over a month. So I'm beginning to wonder, do we even still have a channel? But I want everybody to hit the like, share, subscribe if you can. Join the panel. You know what I'm saying? Because we need y'all input. We love our audience members. I love my audience members because I think we have some of the most insightful views on certain topics. I mean, yeah, we not ground to do everything for everybody, but your opinion does matter on this channel. And I think that's the main thing. You know, entertainment is one thing, but information is another one. So I get on Stanley case a lot, but I love Stanley. I hate to say it, I do, because he do come up with some good theories sometimes, you know, but I don't think he's better than me, y'all. I don't think he's better than me. What you got going on,
I'm just heading home, man. We got to bring back Solid Snake reading hour, man. That's what needs to come back. Listening to you read the text on the screen, absolutely. Instead of that fucking AI voice.
I do be throwing them ad libs in, don't I?
yeah, man. We need that. We need that. Hell yeah, we need it, man.
You know, and that's what I like about this channel. Oh, Lord, my bad. Ooh, this weed good.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. Oh, God damn. Oh.
Inhale.
Okay. Yeah, this ain't good
Exhale.
weed. I'm smoking on that John Galt dope, y'all. Don't judge me, y'all. Don't judge me. God damn. Woo. But yeah, man, I just feel like we got a great channel. We got a great audience. I think that I believe we could basically take over the internet if we wanted to. But I think it takes a level of dedication. And I think it's necessary at this point. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. We need that information out here. Like what Stanley said earlier, it's not foundational Black American, it's legacy Black American. I never heard it phrased that way, and I think it's a bit more powerful than foundational. I think because a lot of people ain't foundation anyway, but I think legacy speaks to the entire race of our people because that's what we are. We are a legacy. We are the American legacy. I think Black people are more important to the American fabric than white people. Be honest with you. I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? I think if it wasn't for Black people, we wouldn't have America. And that goes all the way back to Crispus Attucks. Now, I know it's going to be some white supremacists that disagree with me. But I think the fact that we know as Black Americans, we ain't got nowhere else to go. We can't go back to Africa. But the white guys welcomed everywhere. You know, and I think that speaks to us. I think that's what it is. You know, and I think when I look at a Black American, I kind of frown on them when they start accepting other races like that. I'm not like I say, I do my thing, but you know what I'm saying, that's for financial benefit. But I think we as Black Americans, we need to get back to trying to make America great again, because I think that's really what it is. I think Black people are the only ones that can make America great again. And if it ain't us, who it's going to be? You know? It's not going to be the white people, because the white people, they too empathetic. You know, I think it's the Black man. I think the Black man can make America great again. But we got to stop all this victimhood and blaming the whitey. How whitey gonna stop you when everything labeled in black and white paperwork? You know what I'm saying? How whitey gonna stop you when you got money in your bank account? You know what I'm saying? You got money in your bank account and you crying about slavery. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I promise you, I'm so sick and tired of black people bringing up the past, living in the future, talking about the past. That's ridiculous. I don't blame the white people for nothing. I don't blame the white man for nothing because I ain't never accepted defeat. I'm not defeated. You know? I try to be a staple of my community. I try to be an example of my community, which is what surprises me about characters like Stanley, the Tariq Nasheeds, and all these guys. They only want to come out when you got a publicist. Why not be important on your own? You know what I'm saying? Just be important. Just be an example. I don't need a fucking army of people to make somebody feel like I'm important. I need my audience to make me feel like I'm important. I need the people listening to make me feel like I'm important. Other than that, I don't care. I don't have to hire nobody to make me feel important. You know, it's ridiculous. You know, but I'm drunk, y'all. I'm just drunk. I'm just talking. But what is the solution, CKJ3? I tell you what the solution is. We need to put black men back in their home, mandatorily. I don't know how we're going to do it. Maybe we're going to start off from some kind of prison-like situation, move all these abandoned families. If you're a single woman, yeah, we're going to charge you with negligence of the child, and you will be locked up with your family, and we're gonna mate you with an inmate. And I think that's how we're gonna bring black families back together. We're gonna have to do that because I think the black family has deteriorated to the point where we think that it's okay to be a single. See, it's not just the black woman that's at fault. That's my problem with the red pill community. The black man gotta go ahead and accept accountability. First of all, nigga, you don't want to be, because the thing about it is, I cannot see a black woman raising a child by herself. I hate to see it. It's diabolical. And I think that the only person that can raise a child is a black man. I'm dead serious. I'm anti-feminist to that level. I believe that the black man is the father of civilization. And I think that the system is built around putting the black man out the house for a reason. And I don't agree with that at all. Because I'm going to be honest with you. I can take care of my whole goddamn family. And I'd be damned if a motherfucker tell me I can't. But that's just my opinion. What's your opinion here, Free Zone? Hello? Anybody there? Oh, well, I myself again. Oh, shit.
What?
Anybody want to join the panel today?
You got texting somebody and I can still see your new red ass.
I wish Portia joined the panel. God dang, we can watch some body cams. But that'll piss Stanley off. You know, because Stanley don't like body cams. For some strange reason, reality shook. I don't know why. He always shook. But I'm surprised that they come with this story, everybody. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. I know, I don't care. I really don't care, but Brave ain't on live, and I really ain't got nothing else. Bumpkin, he on the panel. He will join the panel, but Bumpkin ain't live, and Orthodox ain't live. So normally that's who I be listening to right about now. I don't too much frequent CT channel anymore because I feel like I think we was the best crew there. I ain't gonna lie. I think we was the best, man. I think everybody that came from over here, because we like-minded individuals at the end of the day. And I just feel like we're a family. I do. I go to Here for the Tea. I was on Rod's channel the other night.
I mean, I love when we have conversations. And sure, I might want to take over the argument. And I do. But I don't have much interesting things to say. And sometimes I just lay in the back just so everybody else can have their opinion. Because it feeds my argument. But anyway. It feeds my argument because it lets me know that we are a community and we are part of our community, you know, and I love for Stanley to just do a street interview one day. Just meet an old lady raking up her yard or doing her lawnmower and just have a conversation with her. Just record it, Stanley. You in Savannah, Georgia. That's like Black Mecca. Be honest with you, that's Black Mecca, man. Savannah, Georgia, Mobile, Alabama, Shreveport, Louisiana. They ain't just state capitals. They Black Meccas, you know. And these cities we need to focus on, you know. I think we need to focus on those communities. You know, I'm glad 50 Cent brought attention to Shreveport. And I really appreciate that because it showed me that brother don't think like average, you know what I'm saying? And I would love to go to Shreveport and just catch him walking and then just do an interview with him. I'd do some shit like that. Because I got some interesting characters around me.
There you go.
Yeah, you stay with a lot of them.
Yeah, I stay with them. Shit, I live with these niggas, man. Real niggas do real nigga shit, man. Shit, I ain't trying to hang with no killing, murdering shit, nigga. I'm trying to build with niggas. I'm trying to build with niggas. I ain't trying to just hang with a nigga. I'm trying to do something. I changed my mind about a lot of this shit, man. Hanging with Stanley. Shit. Thinking like Stanley. God damn it.
Stanley got you right, man?
Yeah, man. Stanley's trying to... Man, I ain't gonna lie, man. You're a real motherfucker, though. I ain't gonna lie. I think that would make me lose most of my battles. Not only am I a fan, I'm a sponsor, but I can't stand him, though. You know, fuck Stanley, you know, but... That motherfucker be right, man. He be right on a lot of things. You know, I don't downplay black people. I think Stanley is my anti-black fatigue. You know, he do build me back up a little bit, you know. He give me a little faith and hope in black spirit.
Like you did with that dress on?
You know, we gonna be black, we is black, you know, but a lot of us go too far with it. And I like that Stanley foundational Black America, being that he came up with the legacy quote, but he is what I think a lot of black men need to hear. I think like you free zone, like Blacks Who Defy, like I even fucking like old boy, what's his name? Linwood. Fuck Linwood, but Linwood too. Shit, man, I think, you know what I'm saying? We need to pay attention to these arguments. Everybody want to be the antithesis, but sometimes it's good to have a stable argument. But can't nobody fuck with Stanley, though.
Well, as long as he's muting you and putting you in the back, no, you can't fuck with him.
Nah, he ain't gonna let you do that. He gonna Stanley gonna mute your ass.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll have some of my greatest quotes in the back.
Uh-oh. Backstage? That's where the magic happens, man.
You throw a nigga in the back so quick. Man, I was like, come on, Stanley, man. Shit, Stanley always stay putting a nigga in the back, man. I be like, God damn.
I'll be right back.
But I ain't gonna lie, I do think Stanley got a nigga. I think I get his question about college. And I mean, it's a loaded question when you think about what he just asked. And I'm still thinking about it like,
Do I feel like a failure as a father because my child didn't go to college?
No.
I mean, should
No.
I feel that way, Stanley? That's what I'm trying to get.
No.
You know, I don't even see quality college as a requirement.
Once you finish high school, you just, I don't know.
Go ahead, freeze on. I was trying to hear you.
No, you're not a failure because your son didn't go to college. Especially if he's making a good living for himself.
Yeah, but what's a good living at nowadays, you know? Because I think an idle mind is the devil playground. I think it's good for a man to work. I think a man built to work, you know, all the time.
Well, let me ask you a question. You don't think college is work?
No.
Okay.
Wait, Stanley. Wait a minute now.
I'll mute up.
Think about it. Look at your modern day electrician. Just look at the circuit boards they got to deal with, the amperage and all the economic costs to efficiencies and all those things come together in an equation. And I think that, you know, let's look at the manual laborer. I mean, I don't think college education is necessary.
You don't. Now, there are ways to learn, because you're talking about equations and stuff. Babies aren't born knowing equations.
Yeah, but Stanley,
you gotta
I think
learn it
that,
somewhere.
Yeah, but
and the problem with high school, you know, you're not gonna learn like how to design circuits and stuff in high school.
Yeah, but think about it. You could do that when you're a child.
I think college can be work.
Stanley, you can do that when you're a baby.
Okay.
Stanley, I can teach a child to work on a circuit board. I can teach a child how to work
Motherfucker, repairing a circuit board. See, repairing a circuit board is not the same thing as designing one.
I believe in job training.
Can you design a new circuit board?
I believe
can you just think,
that we
can
should.
you just think of how, like, what you need to be done and, like, lay it out?
Stanley, that's what you do when you build circuit boards.
I do not think you can. You will have to learn to do it. And
That's
it's not
your
going to
biggest
be that
expectations.
Solid Snake taught you how to invent a circuit board out of
Dude,
nothing.
I know how to recode BIOSes, Stanley. I learned how to recode a BIOS.
Motherfucker, you and every other person.
Well, I read a forum post, but that was like back in the day.
Dude.
They used to share some shit, man. That was on the Discord I was on.
Okay, Solid Snake, please.
I'm serious.
My brother, who is 13 years younger, my first job was mowing lawns. His first job was literally.
So you saying,
okay, motherfucker, I will not be cut off. I don't know.
Wait a minute, ain't you a computer major?
Where do you think you are? Where do you think you are?
About that. You said that the other morning.
Again, first job. You are not designing circuit boards. Soldering a motherfucking circuit board is not the same thing as building or designing or thinking of new circuits.
Yes.
It is not.
Yes, you can, Stanley.
You
can.
Don't know how to write
computer code, Stanley. I can write computer code.
It
Hell, I
gets
can build a
so
web page out
fucking
my ass.
frustrating with these motherfucking anti-black blacks.
Oh,
you
come on,
motherfucking lightning can strike right now.
Man, you look, I ain't got my computer built up yet. Man, I'll show you some shit.
Okay, motherfucker, you've been talking about that computer.
Right?
Hey, mister, I can teach someone how to do a circuit. How about get your goddamn computer together?
When I start drinking, Stanley, I will. I promise.
Motherfucker,
I'm gonna start teaching again. I'm gonna be a teacher. Watch.
Okay, all I need you to do is stop telling us that you can teach someone to do a circuit and just get that goddamn computer online after 6 months. Are you building the computer circuit by circuit or what?
No, man, I had about like 3 motherboards. They was budget though. It's like
Stop doing
$600
that.
worth of shit.
Stop doing that. I am that nigga John Galt bullshit.
No, but I got to get my shell. I got this motherboard
You're
thing.
totally missing my point. What is it that the old people used to say? You are fucking. You're talking shit that you're not backing up.
I know, man. I want that heat sink though. I got to get that heat sink, Stanley. It's like
Okay, I don't give a
$79.
shit about the details. I'm saying, don't talk about you can teach someone to do a circuit. Teach them how to build your goddamn computer.
I do that.
Yeah, for
I
6
literally
months.
do that. I
Okay.
literally help you, man. I'm telling you.
Lou, this is what I'm talking about. John is right to a certain extent. People are talking shit. Dude, stop telling me about heat sinks. Just get the goddamn computer working.
It worked. It just I gotta, you know,
Okay,
I gotta get a
motherfucker.
motherboard. I mean, a case.
Goddamn,
I
you're
gotta
not
get a
getting
case.
my point still.
I can't make my mind up, Stanley. They all interested.
Years
Like,
ago,
you got the
when
water
I
cooler type.
again was in the Navy, and this seems like final, like so small, but I've been on my ship for maybe a month, and you know what? It was something about walkie-talkies, like these VHF radios and shit like that. And we bought some new ones, and the captain wanted his personal VHF. It's a handheld. So overnight, the sentries, like we had guard pier night, like our ship was responsible for security on the pier. And for some reason or another, one of my guys had the bright idea to grab my captain's personal VHF because the VHFs they were using had run out of juice. You know, he took it off the charger, stuff like that. So I don't find out till the next morning, and I'm like, oh shit, we're getting underway. And my captain loves his VHF. He will fucking be over there talking of trawlers and fishing boats and all that stuff. So it comes to a point to where it comes to a point to where my captain needs his radio. And I'm like, well, Captain, the sentries had to use it last night. It's not fully charged. And I'm thinking, well, you know, I'm the new officer on board. The captain's going to go, oh, it's okay, Stan. You know what my captain said to me? He looked at me dead in my fucking eye, and he said, Stanley, you better shit one. So I don't want to hear excuses, motherfucker. Just fucking shit one. The anti-black blacks who want to talk about, you know, people who don't have $13 and will he have it? I put a one in the motherfucker. Stop the goddamn excuses and talk about something that's worth like actually knowing. Who gives a fuck if your tenant doesn't have $13? Why is that building? If you're going to be anti-black and criticize the black community for all its depravity, don't be depraved yourself. Shit's just, that's why I can get in the chat and fucking like roast your dumb ass. Because you're just being the nightshade you're describing. So let's get back to Aaron Magruder. Sorry, folks, I had to go and get beer. And I had to call an Uber because I'm not about. Kimmy. Hey, Kimmy, how you doing? That is what you call Snake Nightshade Happy Hour. Oh, CK. All right. Hey, Hella. So let's see. What's in the back here? Got to do a job. You must be changing diapers, Dave. So let's see. Let's get back to Aaron Magruder. This is actually maybe a couple more minutes than he's going to be done. By the way, I didn't see the next speaker, who is Cornell West. So we might listen to a few minutes of what Cornell West has to say as well. Depends.
You can't be the proud, noble fighter when every single time someone sees a person that looks like you on television, they're acting like a damn fool. How would they know? How would they know you're not a damn fool? They're going to talk to you? Yeah, right. This is what we're facing. Now, this was not a very motivational speech because I'm not a motivational speaker. I gotta be honest. No, wait. That don't matter to me. I'm a critic. That's what I do for a living. I'm not here to tell you you can do it because you know what? Maybe you just can't do it. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. I hope you can do it. I hope to God you can do it. You better do it. Because if you don't, will you suffer? Yeah. But oh, your kids are gonna catch hell. You guys are it. Don't think about Jesse. Don't think about Al. They will not be there. And quietly, well, let me stop. It's on you. This is about as uplifting as I get. It's on you. It's going to be hard. You better do it. And if you don't, I'm moving to Cuba. Thank you very much.
Now, I want to make the point. When Magruder says it's on you, it's on you. It is not on you to worry about, what the other people are doing. This community responsibility, time's over for that shit. And the racists like Be Brave need to learn this. And the racists like John Galt need to learn this. So, sorry if I'm pissing some people off, but I'm speaking my mind.
Y'all give Aaron Magruder some love up in here. Now, for those, as I said earlier, what we've attempted to do in this conference before we bring out our next speaker, who you do not want to miss, you do not want to miss. As I said earlier, we have been trying, as you know.
This is a good example of what I'm talking about here. Now, this motherfucker is telling me he rebuilt a carburetor and Stanley is still watching this video from 2003. Well, even in 2003, they had fuel injection. So if you want to build carburetors in 2003, or if you want to tell me you built a carburetor in 2003 in 2025, who gives a fuck, River of Hate? Float on. Sorrow floats. I've already told you, sorrow floats. Who gives a fuck if you built a carburetor? What's up, Alex? How you doing? Do better, River of Hate.
Young people, over the course of this last week, to expose you to the best and brightest that Black America has to offer. And as I said a moment ago, Aaron is among the best and brightest. I have said many, many times that you, for me, are like Kodak film. All you need is a little exposure. And I'm sure that once you get the exposure, that the picture that's going to develop of your future is going to be a beautiful picture. Aaron was right, and I'm glad he kept it real, as y'all like to say. I'm glad that he told you at the end that he wasn't a motivational speaker, and it wasn't a motivational speech, but it was real. And if you believe that, give Aaron some love. He kept it real. And that is precisely what your generation says it values. And because you started that, keep it real, and you say you value that, I hope that you appreciate his presentation. Trust me, if you don't now, you will in the coming months and years. But in the interim, when you get back home, if you have never heard of Ann Magruder and never heard of the Boondocks, when you get home tomorrow, I want you to start reading every day. What? That wasn't loud enough. What? One more time. Read the Boondocks every day. Huey and Riley are...
Now this is 2 years later. Who's got that echo? Is that you, Lou?
I don't know. Do I have an echo?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll fix it.
So I don't know.
Yeah, you had me muted.
Yeah, I did. Well, I wonder why.
Diabolical. You know that.
I am. Now, Cornell West is next. I don't know. Not sure I'm in the mood for Cornell. So, and Dave, Deacon Dave, are you still in the chat? Because I got your video next, but it's got animation on it, and I don't want to get John's channel in hock. So tell me, because I see it's on your channel, Dave. Is it safe? I assume it's safe, but I again, it's not my channel, so I need to be extra safe. The last thing I want is John Galt calling me a nightshade. Well, until Dave comes back, I'll see what else I got. Because to be honest, I pretty much said all I want to say today. Let's see here. What else do I have? Oh, there actually is one other thing. This is an SKC thing. SKC and I were talking yesterday about this Xanu character that that SKC is a big fan of, and I knew I'd seen this Xanu guy before, and I talked about him talking to this I think he's a Hotep or something like that. And I actually think that he's an African guy. I think he might be Kenyan, who's pretty much right wing, pretty much an anti-black, but I'm willing to give him a little bit of grace because I don't know his show that well. But this is basically a guy who talks to this anti-black about slavery. And the anti-black's point is that slavery wasn't based on racism. And when I heard that, I was like, what? So this is roughly 30 minutes. And unless something very entertaining comes up, this might be it for my day. Oh, you had something to say, Solid Snake?
Oh, no. You got it. What you drinking, Stanley?
Oh, you know what? I went ahead and got Bud Light again. It's gonna piss Lupin off. But I'll get Heineken tomorrow.
I like Heineken Light. That's the best beer.
Well, I was gonna get Bass Ale, and they didn't have any. So it's rare that you get Bass Ale at a little gas station beer shop, and Usually they do, but it's Friday. Apparently, there's some other people besides me in this little podunk town who like good beer. And River of Hate,
Yeah.
what does it? You say it says it all. Is that the commercial? Because there used to be a Bud commercial that said something like "You said it all" or something to that effect. River of Hate. I guess the point is I don't give a fuck. It's beer. I don't give a fuck what you think of it. You are still talking carburetors in 2025, son. You are an anachronism.
You know?
Man, that Bud Light a big seller, man. That Bud Light sell.
Hello, my name is Alfonso McGriff. Welcome to Project Rethink. I'm here today because I may have some questions about the idea that slavery was never based on racism. So the first question I have for you today is, can you please define for me what you mean when you...
See, I want to make a point. This is the slippery shit that a lot of far right soul brothers, Thomas Soul brothers, want to do. Slavery wasn't always based on racism. In American slavery, in particular, it wasn't so much about race until it was. Around about 1660 or so, when the first black codes were put into place on in the law books, Maryland, Virginia, and I can't remember which was first. So slavery wasn't based on race until it was specifically in the Americas. Slippery little soul brothers. And you gotta pay attention to what these soul brothers say, because they will just kind of try and act like you're the fool.
You use the word slavery.
By the way, thank you so much for coming. I know you came from a very, far away place, and I dig your outfit. Really regal and reminds me of home. I miss home. Yes, I've heard it so many times, and it came to me when I was in college. People keep talking about slavery and racism. So I decided to do a little dive and have a discussion about what they mean when they said slavery was based on racism. And what I heard from people is because white people went to Africa to buy black people. And so that's where the whole thing.
See, motherfuckers, and I kind of get, unless you're willing to actually do a whole history course over a semester, in shows like this that are 30 minutes, you kind of have to hit the high points. So I'm not going to beat him up too bad. But white people initially didn't go to Africa to fucking buy slaves. They went, the Portuguese and the Spanish specifically, but mostly the Portuguese, went to find gold. And or to figure out how to get to the east, but that the Far East. But it kind of came later. So people need to know their shit.
Whole thing became my favorite topic, and I have discussed it in some
solely
forums, and some people finally got
U.S.
to understand
slavery?
my point. So if you,
Is this conversation solely about U.S. slavery, or just slavery in general throughout history and modern day slavery?
I think they're going to try and make it like world slavery.
Okay.
Which is why when SKC's famous for this, but all of y'all SKC bros want to talk about everywhere had slavery. And usually, and I always forget to say this, not everywhere had a U.S. Constitution. And this everyone had slavery argument is just so like it's pablum for babies.
What do you mean?
Or buying people and keeping them as properties as it happened around the world. First thing I would like to do is clarify. When I say race, this is what I was taught in school. We were taught in school. There are three major races, they say. Simply using regions and people's skin color to differentiate. When you're talking about somebody who is Mongoloid, it means he comes from Asia, South Korea, Japan, China. That's right. If you talk about somebody being white skin, you mean he's from Europe, Caucasian. If you talk about somebody being Negroid, you mean he's from Africa. Now, if you die in the United States of America after 200 years, if an anthropologist was able to exhume you, he would not say this man was an African American. By your bone structure, everything, he would say this man was a Negroid. If somebody from the Mongoloid race, which is Asia, dies, you don't say this person was, yellow skin. You say this person was a Mongoloid. So race. Now, if slavery was based on race,
Is a
then it
Mongoloid?
means that slavery would have only happened.
Hey, Mo Love, how you doing?
Two continents, which would mean that white people go to Africa and buy human beings and bring it to their land. But we all know that was not the case. Slavery was never between white and black only.
So are you referencing, when you say slavery, are you talking about
Wait, did he
indentured
say
servitude? Are you talking
only?
about chattel
I
slavery?
hope he did. Let me rewind this a little bit.
It was not the case. Slavery was never between white and black only.
So are you referencing, when you say slavery, are you talking about indentured servitude? Are you talking about chattel slavery? What kind of slavery are you
Any
referencing?
form that prevents one human being from being his own autonomous person and now is a property of another who would tell him or her what to do, when to sleep, no matter how long you held them. That's what I mean by slavery. Once you are taken from your own controlled environment and become the property of another, no matter what he used you to do, since that freedom is gone and is in his hands, you are a slave. That's what I mean.
Okay, so a general understanding of slavery. You told me about race. What is racism?
Oh, racism, you would use as a noun that describes the group of people I've just described, the relationship between those three group of people, which is the major ones I'm talking about. There are sub races. That relationship is an ism. The cultural, the explanation of the culture, the living of the culture is an ism in itself, because there is no race that doesn't have its own philosophy, religion, history, ethnicity, food. That is what makes people identify race externally. I can tell a Chinese without seeing one. The red color, the dragon, the food. Yes, you name those things, I say you're talking about a Chinese. A Japanese.
Once again, just fucking tap dancing. Where is Chenard? Where's Chenard when you need him? Motherfucker, just answer the goddamn question. Ugh. This is literally, and you know what? Ordinarily I would just shit on SKC, but I'll do him the honor, since he's my buddy, not to just go, what the fuck have you introduced? It's an ism. Oh.
White with a red and then colorful kimono. If you can, I say you're talking about a Japanese. I can even, to some extent, tell you a black person. You know, the flowery shirts, the shoes.
Let me deal with this dumb son of a bitch. River of Hate. Funny how Stanley uses be brave as a token for all whites, almost like he is stereotyping. River of Hate, I don't know how often you go over to Be Brave's channel during his shows. Be Brave uses himself as a token for all whites. Motherfucker, you better fuck. Dude, River of Hate, you literally, sometimes I think you get in over your head. Be Brave literally will tell you all day how he's a street level psychologist, how rich people treated him like royalty. Motherfucker, if you ever listen to Be Brave, he's like fucking Trump level white, and he's not. So it's not me treating him as a stereotype. Be Brave self stereotypes. I think what you need to do is you need to fucking stop sniffing the gas fumes from your carburetor repair and fucking know what you're talking about. Because right now you sound high on fumes. Goddamn right, Samuel, I'm still going. You really ought to see. Never been on Be Brave's channel. Sorry, another Stanley fail. No, you want to tell me that I'm stereotyping Be Brave without knowing what I'm talking about. Another example, I won't even call it a fucking white failure. I'll just call you a river of failure. Dude, do better. Oh, you know what? It is 6 hours. You know what, Samuel? You're right. I am going on too long.
Who's the hat tilt to one side, they're walking, that is a black guy. A white man can try it all they want. They can't. So those are the external things that says, yes, you're talking about these people. A Middle Eastern person, the sub-races in between, the beard is important. And then the white turban and the white snake and all that, and they like gold a lot. That's yes.
So when you hear the term racism, what comes to mind to you is just simply the cultural differences.
Yes, the relationship between different races. If you have
cultural differences is what racism is? What kind of fucking moron is this? Oh my Lord. This is literally like John Galt level.
Man, you went up there and got beer and jelly beans?
No, I got Pringles.
Oh, okay.
I hadn't had Pringles in like 20 years, and my son brought home some last week.
And you've been craving them ever since. What flavor?
Shaking things up, I see.
Just plain. Oh, I got a whole jar of jelly beans.
Stanley got some nightshade flavored Pringles.
Is that what they are? You know,
all on your fingers talking on the mic.
I figured that would be like vinegar and salt or something. These are just plain.
Vinegar first. I see what you did.
No, they're just plain. Now look at this river of sorrow here. Enjoy your black culture of failure. Motherfucker. See, I keep trying to tell these people I am my culture. It's a culture, it's a Stanley culture. Yeah, you know, I'm many things. Dude, river of hate. You just don't understand how like people with a brain think. Motherfucker, you probably think like Be Brave thinks that he shares in white culture, and he might be right because he's not smart enough to transcend culture. This motherfucker wants to be a part of white culture. To me, someone who actually has like a high self-esteem wants to be his own culture. And if it kind of blends in, that's good. But motherfucker, you blaze your own trail, or you wind up like a Be Brave. So black culture is not my culture. It is a culture. only a moron thinks a single person owns a culture. It is not your culture. River of Hate, you know what? I think if you go back, when's the last time Hood Servative had a show? Maybe this
River be
motherfucker.
cooking.
I think River of Hate fucking needs a Hood Servative recharge. Even
He
fucking
in the chat
Hood
cooking, man. He knows how to shoot a zinger.
knows how to what?
He knows how to shoot a zinger from the chat.
That's a zinger?
Nah, he does all day. I'm not saying this one is, but he does it all day.
Okay, well maybe he does it somewhere that I'm not aware of. Because honestly, this motherfucker's Sesame Street.
Man, this show would be.
Yeah, I'm sure in the right chat he has zingers, but standards a bit higher here. River of Hate. Be Brave wants to be friends with blacks, and that's a problem. Be Brave needs to be friends with some. You know what? Now that I think of it, I don't think I've ever seen Be Brave on a white panel. Interesting. You know what? You might have actually thrown a secret zinger. I would round up and deport every nigga in the USA. Oh dear. Hood is black. Hood Servative is black? Is he?
Yeah.
What?
I think Hood Servative is a white female.
Good Lord.
Hood is Hood is black? Damn. I knew there was something.
You know what? The hood is black is propaganda. He's a white female. His name is
Hey, man.
Karen.
When you went to the store, Stanley, was you listening to the show?
No. Why would I do that?
Snake. I had him on two times speed so I could catch up. I had phone call after phone call, but Snake was in here cooking.
Well, good for him. As soon as he gets that circuit completed and his computer built, I hope he'll come and have a show.
Yeah, he should take. That's what I was trying to tell him. He should take that Gone Trucking time slot, and just y'all could be 24 hours again.
Yeah. Now, what is he? Something. Stanley has never met a true white right winger. I was in the Navy. I've met true right wingers that would put this fucking white trash Be Brave crowd to shame. What the fuck do you think is in the Navy? We aren't bleeding heart liberals, motherfucker. Every captain I had was relatively conservative. And this is what I mean. These motherfuckers will get in the chat and talk shit. Motherfucker, I've met right wingers that would put Donald Trump to shame. And I don't think Donald Trump's a right winger. Fuck. Governor Kemp is a fucking right winger, you fucking moron. And I actually said I'd vote for him. I think he's a good person. These little fucking second graders, god damn it. You know what? John's right. I should not be. Stanley thinks all white people are Be Brave. All the stupid white people I know are Be Braves. I know some smart ones too, so no. I know not all white people are Be Braves, just the motherfuckers in this John Galt CT universe.
That's a pretty big word.
I can't remember. I think River of Hate swears he's not white, but he acts like one if he's not.
He's mixed. He can get away with both sides.
Okay, River of Hate is Be Brave white, which means low caliber. The motherfucker's birdshot or rock salt. You know, if I put rock salt or rubber bullet into a shotgun, you're not gonna kill anybody with that sharp wit, sir.
different races in one place. Well, there got to be an ism to identify. So when I hear racism, well, the world is racist by nature. If God created people, he created them differently, and therefore already naturally the world is racist. Okay, now when you say racism, somebody is talking about,
One second. The world is racist.
Yes.
Because everybody was created differently.
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So when I came to the United States, any misbehavior from another person, as long as you
Brave
have a
says
different
that.
color, that misbehavior become racism or racist.
Yeah, this guy's a
However,
more.
between black
I'm sorry. This guy's a moron too.
No, he said everybody their differences make you a racist.
And he is a moron, just like Be Brave. That's the dumbest shit I've heard in quite some time from an adult male. Seriously.
I don't know. Can you tell that to the blacks who didn't? I don't know. Can you tell that to black people?
An ism implies a system, as in systematized racism, as in law and custom. Differences, fuck. You know what? You can have differences of shade within a family. This motherfucker's a moron. And I just, that SKC thinks this guy's really smart, pretty much confirms that he's a moron, to be honest.
Who, the guy, Frank or SKC?
I'm trying to figure out which I'm talking about myself.
Yeah, you threw me off. Swig that Bud Light, Stanley.
It could. No. It could be both. Actually, they're both stupid. I'm just trying to figure out who's worse. How about that?
But you're not allowed to agree with nothing this guy says after you decide that you don't.
No, seriously. Racism is literally a system. The ism is the system part. It's that there are differences or recognized differences between people is not the definition of racism. He literally is getting it wrong.
He's saying that people who look like this are different than people who look like that.
Right, and that's not racism. Race is based off of difference, phenotypical difference. Race and racism, while connected, are two different things. They're not synonymous. Read Barbara Fields and forget her sister's name, but the Field sisters. There's a book called Racecraft. You might want to read that book. It literally gets into detail about what race is, what racist is, what race is. And if you want to know who Barbara Fields is, if you've ever seen years and years ago, there was a PBS documentary. It's the one documentary that made what's his name famous, the Civil War. It was like a 2-week documentary series on PBS, and I'll think of the dude's name because he's really famous. Barbara Fields was that black female historian talking about the Civil War, and she was just fucking really gorgeous back in the day. This is like 30, 40 years ago. Let's see, I'm 60. Yeah, it was definitely 40 years ago. The Field sisters. Let me find the book. But Barbara Fields got famous as a historian after that. It was damn it, what's his name? Hold on one second. Let me Google this.
Yeah, pull her photo up. You said she was gorgeous. Let's see what you're talking about.
What? You're married, aren't you? What do you care?
I'm going off your reference. I want to see what your baseline is.
Well, she was smart, so that's part of her beauty, bitch.
Oh, absolutely.
So it was Ken Burns, the Civil War documentary. And and this was like 40 years ago. It's the documentary that made Ken Burns a household name. It was that good, by the way. And if you have not seen this series, even if you're not a history buff, you gotta watch it. It is a TV / American classic. And let's see. I guess I'll have to find. Oops. So Barbara Fields is a historian, and I think her sister, she's Karen Fields, is a sociologist. They were both academics. I should say just watch the damn documentary. You'll oh, there she is. Well, that's a picture if you can see it. But
oh, okay.
Oh, sorry for the blue. No, she just absolutely gorgeous and smart.
You said she's 64?
So
now
I think she's probably older than that.
Or you might have got me confused on who you. Yeah.
She might be in her 70s. She was she was older than I was back then. Let's see here. How old is she? She's got to be. I wouldn't be surprised if she was in her 80s. Is my computer getting slow? Or is it just this tab? Let's see. Oh shit, she's dead? Oh my lord. I hope not. That's what she looks like now, or last time I saw her.
Oh. Dang.
Almost looks like Tracy Chapman here.
When did she pass away?
I'm not. I saw an end date for her. I'm not sure, because I would have. I think I would have heard about it. God damn it! Here, let's do that. No, I think she's still alive. It says 47. So she graduated with her PhD in 78. So I was 12 or 13, somewhere in there. So she's quite a bit older than I am. She would have been doesn't have a date. So I think she's still alive. So anyway, we'll go back to this fool.
People. The same behavior you would get from another person and call it
okay,
racist.
Another dumb motherfucker here.
That behavior is always there between white people.
I don't think Barbara Fields had anything to do with the 1619 project. Maybe she did, but I'm talking the Civil War, the PBS document, River of Hate. So once again, stupidity rules on the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. And by the way, subscribe.
He's stupid. I've seen that coming a mile away.
That's crazy. John Galt is a fucking idiot. Anybody who listens to him is a motherfucking dummy. But subscribe to him. By the
way,
subscribe to him. It's like, what? What? He's got good stuff. Subscribe to him.
Stanley be taking me with that shit. And he does that off the top of his head too. You know, it's just like a quick turnaround, like a no scope, 360 no scope.
Like, bruh, he's a fucking danger to the community. The anti-blacks, they're the fucking worst. But he's a good guy, you know. Subscribe to him.
Well, the bottom line, hey, that's just my opinion. Subscribe to him and find out for yourself. I thought the title was actually pretty good, Claris. I had to play around with that title just so it sounded funny. But the title, Black Fatigue, is Pop the Balloon for Whiteshades.
Yeah, you misspelled Whiteshades.
It says Whitehades.
Didn't it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. You know what? I did. Damn it. I didn't even notice that. Well,
I don't know if it was a Freudian slip. I guess that's where your heart is, huh?
Well, bottom line is Black Fatigue is like Pop the Balloon on the black community, apparently.
You write all them books and can't spell. I'm just playing.
No, it's a totally bad form on my part. Too late to change it now. I probably could, but whatever. White Hell works too. Let's see. All right, well, we'll listen to a little bit more of SKC's doppelganger.
Oh, that behavior is always there. Between Spanish people, it's always there.
So, because people are created differently, the world is racist.
Yes.
That's your point.
Yes, racist in this, I am simply using it as an English word to say that you have different races. You must understand that relationships will be that way. If I decide to travel to Asia, which I did, I had to go through, the Washington Times have to pay for me to go through multicultural understanding before I got there. Japanese never attack each other in public. You don't criticize the Japanese in public. All those things I had to learn, painful as it was. So when I got there, I knew that I am never going to understand 99% of their behaviors. And they would not understand mine either. It would take a while. So that was in my head. And so it made my life easy for me to be there. Now, if people only misbehave towards each other based on skin color, I would have had a very smooth entry to the United States in Bridgeport. When I arrived here, because of my background, the work I did before I came to college, my academic advisor insisted that I should go to the public high schools in Bridgeport to speak and just share with the kids what I have traveled the world as a reporter. And I will tell you, even as a grown man till now, when I think about my experience in those classrooms, I shed tears. Black kids, no white person among them. They call me all kinds of names. They make fun of my accent. They ask me if I've ever slept with a lion. They ask me if I'm a booty scratcher. All kinds of things.
Well, let's get back to the point, which is slavery was never based on racism.
Right.
So, based on what you're saying, you're contradicting the statement.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're saying slavery is holding people against their will.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying the world is racist
Mm-hmm.
because everybody's of different races.
Yes.
So if that's true, then your statement, slavery was never based on racism, is not true.
Well, we're talking two different things.
No.
Yeah, I guess this motherfucker. You know, this motherfucker's just throwing the Dave. This guy does throw zingers.
I'm telling you, man.
River. Oh, I'm kidding. That motherfucker sounds like a mushroom brain. River of Hate. What exactly was quote Mustache Man right about the small hats? What's a small?
Small hats, Jesuits.
I'm just gonna. Well, no, I know what he means. I'm just mocking the dumbass. Tell us what Mustache Man, because apparently you're too much of a pussy to just say Hitler. Motherfucker, it's not a bad word. And Jews or Jewish are not bad words either. River of fake. River of fake. River of fake carburetors. River of fake zingers. River of just fake fucking fakety fake. Another dude that wants to cry about white supremacy but can't identify a white person. The fuck is he talking about? You know what? Goddamn River of Hate. I should just time you out for stupidity. Is Stanley being anti-black right now? I'm being anti-stupid. Is River of Hate black? Does River of Hate think I'm being mean to him because he's black? Stanley has no idea how YouTube works. Do I need to know how YouTube works, son? Do you know what a pussy you sound like when you start talking about Mustache Man and small hats? Motherfucker, way back in the day, we used to have cartoons like on Saturday morning, and they used to have names like Small Hat and Mustache Man. You sound like a cartoon with these names. Say it with your chest, you fucking racist.
God damn, Stanley.
Damn. No, you know what? All these motherfucking racists and anti-blacks get so. Oh, YouTube is gonna hurt my feelings, motherfucker. If you're a racist, do it loud and proud. God damn, racists are the biggest pussies I can think of. Oh, Phoenix Fish, you're good. I'm just fucking this river of this motherfucker. You're a puddle of hate. It's not even that deep.
Damn.
Motherfucker. If I stomp that puddle, there's gonna be nothing there.
Defend what I mean by it's not based on racism, and then I'll be defend what I mean by the world is racist because you have many other races. That's all. Those are two different things I'm trying to explain.
Okay. So explain slavery was never based on racism.
Oh, for example, my father's tribe, Agbome tribe, we didn't buy slaves from a different tribe. We bought from within each other. Until very recently, in the Igbo tribe of Nigeria, there was a huge population of people known as the Osu tribe, OSU. This is not Igbos buying another tribe. They bought each other and sold to another, and you work in the farm and you become an Osu, which means my children will not go to school with you. I can't trade with you. When you finally are left free, you segregate yourself to another village. Same skin color. In Asia, the Chinese could not become 1.6 billion human beings if the Ming dynasty was not buying slaves on its way, but they were of the same skin color, of the same ethnicity, of the same food, of the same religion. In India, who were called the untouchables, they were former slaves that Indian people feel you are a third class. We can't deal with you.
This is another. This motherfucker.
English people, they were not.
Dude, if you think race and racism is like a main feature in India and Hinduism in general, you are indeed as dumb as you look. Isabel Wilkerson made that same mistake. Motherfucker, caste is so complicated, it makes race look like Sesame Street. Dude is a failure of logic here. If you want to talk race and you bring caste into it, you're gonna get cooked. That's a rookie mistake. You usually can't say Hitler's name in full. It has become a bad word on YouTube. Even in unbiased World War II videos, they aren't permitted to show the unedited flag of Germany during that time. Yeah, well, you know what? Then YouTube's a pussy, and it's a ship of pussies, and River of Hate is a pussy. Say it with your chest, you racist.
Right, now let's talk about
So the point you're making is that slavery was never based on racism.
Yes.
Is a worldview. That's the context you're referencing.
Not a worldview. It's a practice that happened among people of the same race.
I'm referencing the statement.
Yes.
The statement slavery was never based on racism is a worldview. It's a statement in reference to a view of the world and slavery and racism, right? Is that what you're saying? You're referencing the world and the context of the world when you make that statement?
If I understand what you mean by what I am saying is that people of the same...
You just mentioned a bunch of different cultures and countries and how they practice this thing and everybody. Yeah. So my question to you is that slavery was never based on racism? Is that a world view?
I don't understand the world view as you're using it. Is that a practice that
referencing a bunch of countries in the world? Yeah. And you're speaking about slavery.
Yes.
In that
well, the way I understand worldview is when you hold a certain philosophy about a certain subject. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't have to be practical, it doesn't have to be real. It's a philosophy. I am describing an event that has happened to everybody. Okay, let's use that word.
Let me rephrase my language. When you use the statement slavery was never based on racism,
yes.
You are referencing countries all over the world.
Yeah, countries or yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, let's come to America and speak in reference to the enslavement of African people in America. Would you still hold that view? Are you still saying that in America, slavery was never based on racism?
Yes. The same thing that spurred it in Africa, the same thing that caused it in Asia, the same thing that caused it in Europe is the same thing that caused it in America. That's all.
What caused it?
Economic needs. The weaker person, you can catch him. The Barbary gang, they were able to catch the Northern Europeans of the Slavics and all these people because they were nearer to them, they can catch them. So whoever is weak for you to keep and use for your economic needs, slavery was purely based on economic needs.
Okay, so in America, it was based purely on economic needs.
Yes, they used them economically.
Okay, so was it based on purely using blacks from Africa for economic need?
They use other people they can catch, Indians and Chinese.
No, here in America. Slavery that took place here in America, because they chose to bring Africans here and enslave them, are you saying that it wasn't, are you saying that it was economic needs to choose and exclusively enslave black people?
Not exclusively enslave black people.
Again, we talk about the context of the enslavement.
It's not exclusively they chose black people. White people in Europe, white people.
But we're talking about America.
Yes, Americans got black people to do the economic needs they want here.
Okay. And black
people you agree or you got a rebuttal?
Who were enslaved.
Oh, I have a rebuttal. But I was actually well, first off, let me talk. Actually, I'm kind of thinking about dinner. Doing chicken breasts, making homemade chicken and gravy, and I might just put that gravy. I got this Moroccan couscous. I've gotten to be like a couscous like purist. My couscous has to come from Morocco.
Man.
Look, let me talk about Clarice right quick. Clarice, you are so right. Now, I have a friend of mine who lives out on the West Coast. He I think he might be first generation Bengali. He's American. And he and I talk about, because he's actually the one who kind of got me into even thinking about Hinduism. Hinduism is fascinating. Like he can even read a little bit of Sanskrit, like first grade Sanskrit, but he can read it. And he basically told me that like caste is not like 30,000 different castes. There are parts of Hinduism who literally think everybody has their own personal caste. Like everybody is their own caste. Comparing it to race is motherfucking just astronomically stupid. And you know, Isabel Wilkerson, when I read the book, is like, oh hey, you know, she kind of, yeah, you know, she might have done a good job, you know, she kind of made the similarities. And then once I talked to this dude, I'm like, Jesus Christ, she was so in over her head in making the comparison. You know, there is oppression. There are Dalits, making that, you know, comparison, Dalits to, you know, black people, but that's just a loose association. I don't even like talking about caste because I'm so fucking far. I might as well be on the other side of the galaxy if people want to talk about caste. It's so complicated. And let's see. River of Hate asked me if Ben Shapiro is a white person. Yes. And let me tell you why. And I actually think about the weirdest things sometimes when I wake up. Italians and Irish weren't necessarily white when they first got here at the beginning of the 20th century. They became white. Okay, Jews weren't necessarily white, but they became white. So when you ask me if Ben Shapiro is white, my answer is yes. Maybe 100 years ago he might not have been, but you got to think. Judah Benjamin, for instance, was the Confederate Secretary of State, and I think he held one other cabinet position in the Confederate government. There were Jews in the Confederacy. From a black man's perspective, and I speak from a black man's perspective, yeah, Jews are white, motherfucker. This silly bullshit that people like River of Hate want to carry on from the chat, motherfucker, y'all are literally children with these dumbass questions. And yeah, I'm gonna beat your ass up. You can fight back all you want. Literally asking me if Ben Shapiro is white is moronic. What the fuck did you think I was gonna say? No.
From a black man's perspective,
motherfucker, I'm a black man. Who else's perspective would I talk from?
from a white, so do you acknowledge that from a white man's perspective, Ben Shapiro's not white?
If a white man says he's not white, then is River of Hate white? Right
We
now,
don't
that
know. I think he's mixed.
River of Hate has been racially ambiguous. I don't think that motherfucker's human. You know, newts don't have a race.
It's possible that River is either mixed or a tether. That's not my judgment. That's just the observation.
It's possible River of Hate is a fucking bot.
Just based on what what he's saying in the chat. I
Yeah,
don't
you
think
know
he
what?
belongs to one
That's
of two
stupid.
groups.
You know what? He's a racist. That's his race.
He's
How
Slavic.
about that?
He's a Slav.
Motherfucker, I literally know someone that I talk to every now and again on Discord from Czechoslovakia. Motherfucker, go back to Slavland because they think they're European. They think they're white. Motherfucker, who's that racist that comes up on John and B. Brave's panel every now and again from Bulgaria? That motherfucker thinks he's white.
Oh, he's in Bulgaria too. Huh? What's his name? I know who you're talking about, but I can't call his name.
You know what? If that motherfucker's not white, he missed an opportunity because he thinks like a racist.
He's not even in the States, but his ideologies are similar.
Look, I can say this. I'm 60 years old. I have not met white people in my real life that are as racist as the motherfuckers in this John Galt CT space.
Then you don't know white people.
And that's saying something. I mean, I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, and I went to school in Savannah, Georgia. And the most racist white people I've ever met in my 60 years are literally in CT's universe, John Galt's universe. Like B. Brave is the most racist white person, or one of the most racist white people I've literally ever met.
I have three racist friends in real life, like real life racist.
Well,
But
racist and friend. There's a whole series of questions.
Yeah, that's fine. Fire away.
Oh no! I'm not going to even bother.
No, Stanley, it is the worst case scenario. Like one of my best friends.
Hey, you could be their pet. You might be their favorite Negro. That's possible.
And that's fine. One of my best friends gifted me a KKK Ohio coin.
I don't care about your friends. The point I'm trying to make is that if you can grow up in Savannah, Georgia, South Georgia, and go to school with some motherfuckers you thought were pretty racist, and you can meet someone online and like, goddamn, he's the most racist white person I've ever met, that's saying something. This motherfucker's top shelf racist.
The online doesn't compare to the outside world because online you can get away with inner thoughts. Outside world, people won't say this stuff to your face. Although, I do encourage them. I do encourage.
Look, you know what? If you are so racist, but you're able to keep it in and be polite and follow the golden rule, dude, I don't care about your heart and mind. I do care about, the outward stuff. Shit, for all I know, Be Brave might be someone I went to high school with.
Then that's possible. Face to face, though, the threat of violence is always there. So, of course, they're not going to just outright disrespect you.
Okay, I honestly don't know what your point is. My point is,
I thought we were just,
if you can be a 60-year-old black man from the deep South and say, I just met the most racist motherfucker I've ever met, it doesn't matter whether you're online or not. God damn, that he is literally a top shelf racist. Like, you could do a documentary on that.
Stanley, when you say racist, that makes
literally, like judging people by their skin color, by their culture, and as a group. Be Brave is one of the most pure racists I've ever talked to.
And I guarantee if he was your neighbor, you guys would be good friends.
Be brave. Be brave. Hang around too many niggas to be racist, bro.
Motherfucker, I would not let Be Brave babysit my black son.
You would not know that
that's
side of Be Brave
That's a
in
whole
real life.
different point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not letting any old man watch my kid.
Y'all are literally.
Don't accuse me of something that's not happening.
Y'all are literally doing.
I'm going to go off the deep end on you.
Be Brave doesn't need you to make excuses.
See, there you go with that bullshit, Stanley. Nobody's making excuses.
That's exactly what you're doing.
No, what I'm doing is telling you how reality works.
Motherfucker, when you get to be my daddy, then
I
you
got
can
two.
tell me,
Hey, freeze on 2-0.
Motherfucker, I have a good idea. I have a good idea of what reality is. I don't need Deacon Dave to tell me.
You don't.
Freeze on us. Freeze on us 4-0. I got 4 motherfuckers there. Nothing.
You base reality off of Savannah, Georgia. That's not reality.
All you can fucking do, Deacon Dave, is tell me your reality. Don't you dare tell me what my reality is or what reality is.
They're not judging by skin color. They're judging by behavior.
I'm literally saying you might be willing to put your head up and ask that I'm not.
That's not even the. I get what you're doing. I see what you did.
Oh, motherfucker!
They're not judging by skin color or hair texture.
I said it, motherfucker. Stop taking up for that big ass racist.
They're judging by behavior patterns.
Yes, you are.
Yes, it would take an outward action for you to consider somebody a racist.
Dude,
they would have to actually offend you for you to be able to call somebody that in real life.
See, you're one of these dumb motherfuckers who actually thinks if people say something, they don't mean it.
Okay, Stanley, here's the problem. Wait, Deacon Dave. Here's the problem with what you're saying, Stanley. Not too long ago, you said that the guy on the screen, Frank, was stupid for his definition of racism, and you gave a definition of racism that tied to a systemic definition. Systemic. What is systemic about Be Brave ranting on YouTube?
I didn't say Be Brave was racism. I said he's a racist. Racism and racist are two different things.
I hate my tongue because it's black.
You just playing with words there, Lou.
Dude, you need to do your homework, Lou. This is the other thing. You anti-black blacks.
Who?
Talk about
define that.
Blacks who are anti-black.
Who? Me and Friezo?
Yes.
Oh, we're anti. I didn't know I was in that group.
And John.
I didn't know either.
And John Galt and SKC, dude.
The SKC's anti-black.
Absolutely, he is.
Oh, so now when you say I gotta take it personally.
No, you can.
Oh, okay.
You know what?
I don't. I'm gonna tell you the power of words.
Look, if you think, and this is just my opinion, it's not like an official, nobody's gonna fucking give you a yellow star and pin it to your shirt. If you actually think there is a problem with black culture and everybody who is black is one culture, then you are an anti-black black.
John is so anti-black that he lives in a black community.
Why? You know what? You know what the question I have for you, Wicked, is? You said you were born in the United States, right?
No, man. I just came here yesterday.
Okay, motherfucker, just answer that border yesterday. This motherfucking cutsing around. I thought I heard you say you were born in the United States. Yes or no?
I just told you I crossed the river yesterday.
Okay,
back wet, boy.
See, this is why we don't get anywhere, and dumb motherfuckers want to think they're clever.
Yes, I was born here. I was born in America.
This is what these far right
motherfuckers did it now.
I answered your question. I was born here.
These motherfucking far right wing nuts cannot fucking answer a question for the life of him.
I answered it, Stanley. Aquí nací yo. Yo nací en los Estados Unidos.
And now this motherfucker, you know what? I was
He was
literally,
born in the United States.
let me just cut to the chase because this dumb motherfucker doesn't understand. See, maybe that's it. I said yes, and the motherfucker didn't know.
Sorry, no tortilla.
He had no idea that it meant C. I thought I heard him say he was born in the United States. And
Yeah,
he
I was.
He was well. Then how the fuck do you have a Spanish accent or a Hispanic accent?
Spanish was my first language.
And you were born in the United States.
Yeah.
His mom is Spanish.
Motherfucker, you know, you might be part of the problem.
You think so?
Yes.
You're in America. Speak American.
No.
It is the official language.
No. I was listening to a Cuban woman, young Cuban woman, this morning on a YouTube show. And I actually went to college with a woman who was from Puerto Rico, young girl at the time. And she had a Southern accent. If you didn't know she spoke Spanish, you'd have thought she was from Podunk, Georgia.
Well, let me ask you this, Stanley. This Cuban.
No. Don't ask me until I'm done, sir.
I should know if I should hate her because of her skin color.
I've known people who spoke Spanish.
We're not judging skin color, Stanley. We're judging behavior.
Cannot shut the fuck up. I've known Spanish speakers who were maybe first generation who grew up, in Florida, in this Cuban young woman's. She's American, but Cuban background. She had a Southern drawl. This girl I went to college with, Southern drawl. But you know what? They spoke Spanish. I don't know how well. I'm just curious how the fuck when you talk, I know you're Hispanic. And it's rare that someone who went to school in the States, maybe you were born here and you went to school in Mexico. Is that how that works?
Yeah, but jokes aside, Stanley, I learned English when I started going to school. That's how I learned English. But I grew up in a rough neighborhood, Stanley, where.
So a rough neighborhood means you don't know how to speak English. Well, and you speak well. Hold on, let me amend that because you speak English perfectly fine.
Yeah, thank you.
I was just curious.
I
was just curious about the accent. You literally are the first person of Hispanic descent who was born in the States that, and actually Latino kind of has an accent too. So maybe I'm wrong about that.
Stanley, in my house we don't speak English. My kids, we speak to them in Spanish.
Hey, Stanley, my son is being raised Spanish first.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a good skill to have, dude. That makes sense to me.
Okay. Yeah. Well, all I have to say is I've learned. It was an honest question, by the way.
No, I appreciate your sincerity, Stanley. I appreciate the counterbalance you bring, Stanley. Even though I think you're dead wrong, but you do bring a position that is important for discussion, right? And I really appreciate that from you.
Well, I appreciate you as well.
Man, we're past the 3 hour mark.
The thing is I'm not out here slinging bullets. I am genuinely curious.
But Stanley, I just want to say we are not judging skin color and hair texture, Stanley. That's dumb. We're not doing that. We're judging behavior, Stanley. Behavior.
Thank you.
I think that behavior is almost like phenotype.
Well, I mean, evidently, you got me there. It seems to be, doesn't it?
Well, then that goes against your argument, Stanley.
No, actually, it doesn't.
Behavior and phenotype, that's like saying that these people do this.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, run that back, please.
Behavior is almost, judging people by their behavior is almost like judging them by their phenotype. I use the word almost.
Well, that's still saying that these people still do this, almost.
No, I'm afraid maybe you don't understand what almost means.
Well, maybe you clear that point and it wouldn't be a question.
Okay, motherfucker, I'm not gonna tell you what almost means.
5-2, freeze on 5-2.
Well, what I was gonna say is that I had a buddy of mine who was a stockbroker. Now this is almost 30 years or so ago. Now this motherfucker, this is back in like 1990, 95, 96. Dude was making like almost $200,000 a year back then. You know, in like Norfolk, that Norfolk, Virginia Beach area, because that's where I was living at the time. So he and I, white guy, Virginia Tech grad, economics grad, smart guy. So, you know, one day we were just sitting around, you know, drinking beer or something like that, and we got to talking about race, and he was saying, "Hey, look," and this is a waspy looking guy. He's like, well, you know, one day he was taking his boat or something because he lived in Virginia Beach. You know, he was hauling his boat somewhere. So he stopped by a marina or something like that, picking up parts or something. And he was in like cut off shorts and, you know, he was out on the boat or working on his boat, you know, just kind of looked scruffy. And they were kind of treating him like shit. You know, not, you know, just kind of like, hey, you know, you look like a bum. Well, the next day he shows up in one of these fucking Armani suits because he's a goddamn stockbroker making good money. So next day he went in his normal clothes and he was just blown away at how much more respect he got. So my point is that behavior is like how you're dressed, like phenotype. I think that sometimes people will treat you, you know, if you are a rich person but you're dressed like, you know, what's his name, Eminem, they're gonna treat you like Eminem. You know, some ghetto dude, you might be worth a few $1 million. So behavior, treating people, assuming that people all act stereotypically, to me is, you know, tantamount to racism. And this argument that the anti-black blacks want to, you know, like black fatigue, motherfucker, if you think all black people act one way or another, that's just racist. If you are tired of all black people and you want to treat all black people like you're tired of them, that's racist. If you're black and you have black fatigue, you're a racist.
So, for my example earlier, where I became an individual, is that because I'm racist?
Well,
Instead of groupthink on the
if you as an individual want to tell me that, hey, I have black fatigue and I'm gonna assume that you are one of them blacks that I'm tired of until you prove otherwise, yeah, that's racist.
What if it doesn't go that way? It goes, I'm gonna give you an opportunity until you prove that you're one of those.
Well, that's barely,
is that racist?
That's barely racist. It's like, why? Your default should be let people fuck up before you judge them.
Yeah. That's the second example.
Okay, well, the first example should be, hey, until you prove you're a fuck up, I'm not going to treat you like a fuck up.
All right, cool. So then we agree. I'm not racist.
Oh, no, I still think you're a racist.
You're saying that for comedic effect. I know.
I am. Good for you to get that. Let's see here. Now look at this motherfucker. We need that dope.
Where is John go? He's streaming
That's
today.
different.
Dolomite, all I got is some Pringles. If you see someone that looks like a bum, then they are likely a bum. Yeah, okay, Shredder. You know what, Shredder? I don't need to read farther than that sentence. Why the fuck would I bother?
That means he's anti-black.
You know what that means? That means he's Shredder. You know what, Shredder goes beyond anti-black. He's just Shredder.
This title is getting passed around a lot.
Hey, you can't define that type of racist. He's just Shredder.
Oh, Stanley, this was from the Aaron Magruder. This was a while back.
Is it safe to play?
Yeah, it's just Aaron Magruder.
Right. It's a clip, right?
This is from my channel. I had clipped a few things and tried my hand at animation. That's all. It's part of what we already watched. Yeah.
This is a you. Okay, so I'm not going to get a copyright strike is really my point.
No, I won't copyright strike you.
Okay. I didn't know you were this talented.
No, this isn't talent. Free
I
time.
really want you guys to understand that time is running out. And a lot of black people say that, but for real. Part of why the civil rights movement has been so successful, and part of why those who have come after in terms of our leadership have been able to maintain a presence, is that black people have always had a certain amount of moral currency that we have been using.
This is a good point.
And let me be the first to tell you, that's used up. White America has been watching us act like fools for a long enough time where any sympathy they may have had to our plight is completely gone. You're approaching a country that, forget hating black people or not hating black people, they just don't care. You can be talking about affirmative action, they can be like, I don't care. It literally is of no importance to me. I don't care about slavery. I don't care about segregation. I don't care about you. I don't care how many of you all go to jail. I don't care at all, because I'm broke. You can't be the proud, noble fighter when every single time someone sees a person that looks like you on television, they're acting like a damn fool. How would they know? How would they know you're not a damn fool?
They see me and I ain't do nothing. Cropped out with some biker shorts, I'm showing out.
There, you know what?
My bad, I forgot that was on.
There goes the copyright.
That's not copyrighted. That was CNN.
As soon as I seen her on the screen, I'm like, all right, 1, 2, 3, here goes Stanley.
Now, who is this?
I forgot that was on there. My bad. That's Megan Thee Stallion.
It's a rapper named Glorilla. She performed at the one of the Kamala Harris
oh really?
Rallies. Yeah. She did a couple of the chicks did. Yeah. A couple of the rapper chicks.
Now look at little rivulet of hate. Ben Shapiro is white according to Stanley. Yes, I think he's white, motherfucker. Thanks for the recap. Now, Stanley still won't answer, am I white or not? But let me put it to you this way, River of Hate. I think you're Ben Shapiro. So if I think Ben Shapiro is white and I think you are Ben Shapiro, let's see, can you figure that one out? Yes, I think you're white. Damn.
I think
Shredder says,
Shapiro.
Sam, prejudice is not
Nazi.
math. That is true. But yeah, this fucking same old pattern recognition is math. Pattern recognition is pattern recognition. This motherfucker, this pattern recognition, I guess I should read the rest of it. Prejudice is usually formed from recognizing patterns. That's the dumbest shit dude. I'm not gonna even.
I didn't read it all, but from what you read,
you can teach a kid to have a prejudice, and they will look for the pattern that you teach them to have, or they'll make it up. If you tell them all black people are bad, yeah, motherfucker, all they're going to look for are bad black people. God damn, these people are stupid. I think anti-black blacks, and I've said this before, are the worst thing for the black community. White racists are pipsqueaks compared to the anti-black blacks. Like John Galt is 10 times worse for the black community. And I keep picking on John, but they're shredders. These guys are not helping, is my point. The point Aaron Magruder talks about, social capital. As I said, affirmative action pretty much started unraveling in 1978 with the Bakke decision. I think what black people have not been able to do, and if you want to say black leaders, Charlie Rangel just died. He was one of the founding members of the Black Congressional Caucus. People will say it's a grift. I just don't think they were smart enough, or maybe didn't want to realize that the problem started with affirmative action in 1978. And it's taken us all the way to 2023, until the Supreme Court ended it. 1978 is when affirmative action went under assault. And white people having the moral capital that black people had, I probably frame the argument different, but I don't think Magruder is wrong there. I also think that part of the reason that the Ron DeSantis's don't want white kids to know American history is they don't want their kids to have sympathy or know about America's past. I was reading something like overnight where there's something about Harvard or something, to that effect, where they're literally saying they want college students to be educated to appreciate the gifts they're given in America and the benefits of being an American. And to me, that's propaganda. That's not education. Any comments there, folks, before I get rid of this?
No, it's definitely propaganda.
I should have known that this Negro would have rap on the goddamn video. Started out started out with a cartoon and ends in a fucking rap.
Let's go.
No, it builds on the point that Magruder was making. The last two things he said was, "We look like damn fools." Don't play the rest. You could skip to the cartoon part, but I think there's a fight that comes on after this. Don't play that. But he finishes his soliloquy, and it pretty much encapsulates what was going on, the extras that I added in.
Well, I played the whole thing. Oh, when was this? When did you put this together? 5 months ago. Look,
yeah.
Here's
Please
the deal.
like the stream, Stanley.
What Magruder was talking about really wasn't this.
No, he was saying how we look like fools, and this is what you see on the internet. Plenty of this.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
you can't.
No. You missed the part about you don't have to act like that. That's essentially what he's saying.
Right, but this is what
Yeah,
people see.
we look like this to white people, but the message is you don't have to act like this. That was actually the message.
My question is, why do we always default what we look like to white people? You look just as foolish to black people. That's the part I care about. When I'm lumped in that group, I don't want to be seen as this.
Again, I need to center this back on what his point was. Who gives a fuck what white people think?
Right.
You don't have to act like that. Who gives a fuck? Dude, you don't act like that because you shouldn't act like that or you don't want to. Who cares what white people think? Dude, if you decide, hey, I don't want to act like this because it's just tawdry or that's not who I am, hopefully you're not basing that on what a Be Brave would think. If you're lucky, you don't know who the fuck Be Brave is.
If you're lucky. Right. And I don't.
So when you hear people say that, they'll say that people want to be adjacent to whiteness, right? When you hear that statement, do you think behavior or do you think rhetoric?
I literally don't know what that means. Unless you fucking live in, is your next door neighbor?
I'm trying to figure it out too.
If your next door neighbor's white, then I guess technically you are adjacent.
See, and that's physically adjacent. But they're trying to say
that's what adjacent means, son.
Well, the idea is that you want to be white.
What did you think adjacent?
Damn it! Did you hear what Free Zone just said?
I heard what he said. Did you hear what I said?
I know where you're trying to take it.
Adjacent literally means physically in proximity. You didn't know that?
I'm amazed at all this reading that you've done. You've never heard, you don't know what that statement means when people say it.
Oh, I know what it means.
So what does it mean when people say that?
I think I haven't heard it before. Basically, you want to be like a white person. Adjacent, you can say I want to be like a white person without using the word adjacent. How about
right?
You say
so
I want to
so when they say that, are they talking behavior or are they talking rhetoric? Like you what you actually say.
And again, if you want to try to be something that you're not, you have bigger problems than that.
But my question is, why does you gotta be something?
No. Listen to what I'm saying, because it's only partly flippant. The first thing you should teach your kids is they need to be like themselves. They need to work on themselves. If they come or if someone says you want to be like a white person, you need to tell them that, no, I'm just trying to be the best me I can be. I think there are people who care about the white gaze, but at my age, and I'm not even being flippant, I think it's a fool's errand to try to be something that you're not.
That's the minority of it.
You shouldn't try to be like other black people either.
Right. That's a straw man that people build so they can win or prove a point of some sort.
Well, I mean, when I call you an Uncle Tom, that's essentially what I'm saying.
I get it, but they never put a name on it, and I say they, and I'm not putting a name on it. But when people make these accusations, it's a huge straw man that they can easily defeat, and they walk away like they won the fight, and it's just like how you don't realize how way off he was.
I don't think it's an argument. I think it's just, hey, I think you're trying to be white. It's not really an argument. It's an insult. You realize that ad hominems aren't necessarily complete arguments.
Yeah, I realize that.
But what
I
does
just
that
hate that.
mean?
And
Like what
Yeah,
you eat
define it.
apple pie? You like what is you play baseball? Like what does that mean? You trying to
You
be
put
white? What does
mayonnaise
that
on
mean?
sandwiches? What's that mean?
Like, yeah, what are we talking about?
Let me give
You
you a
smell like
good
wet dog
example.
when you come out the shower? Like
Y'all saw well, I think it's trying to be something that you're not. And y'all know about Glenn Lowry, right?
What about him?
Well, he got dismissed, I guess, from the Manhattan Institute. Let me see,
for
can
his
I
wild
find
takes
this?
or something like
'Cause
that.
no,
yeah, I think he supported Palestine or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Well,
yeah.
he didn't.
Wild
He
take.
didn't necessarily support Palestine. Let me show you the clip because there was a clip from what's his name, Tucker Carlson. There's a clip because he did an interview with Brianna Joy Gray. And you know what? I can't remember where oh wait, hold it. I know where I put that clip. Hold on one sec here. Because Charles and I talked about it a couple Thursdays ago. Not yesterday, but the week before, I think it was.
DiCapriano says proximity to privilege.
Yeah,
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
sounds smart.
Like,
No, me either.
Don't worry, he doesn't either.
They just don't want you to run away. I think it's some slave catcher type talking. That's
yeah,
honestly how I
we
take
don't
it.
do that here.
Right. Akata.
Oh my lord. Some slave catcher mentality?
Yeah, when people say you want to be white, like you just assume it's white that I'm trying to be like, what happened to the Asian standard? Why can't I be Asian? It just so happens to be the one that you,
You know what?
diametrically oppose yourself
It
against.
was a joke, but I was also kind of half serious. Whites are has been.
Right. So why don't they accuse me of trying to be Asian?
Well, maybe you're not that good enough. Maybe you are just white standard right now. You might have to work a little harder. You might have
You're
to work
such
a
a
little
fucking
harder.
comedian. Fuck you.
Hey, you know what? Until you make all A's, you're just a white standard.
I see what you did there.
I didn't do anything. I'm just defining it.
I know.
Man,
Right.
you know what? You fucking John Galt had a field day when I basically told him that, essentially I told John Galt he was trying to be white or cared too much about the white gaze. And my comment was, John, you know what? Your little massa is second best these days. I'm raising my son to be to an Asian standard, which means excellence. Whites don't have they've kind of lost their way as far as meritocracy and high standards and stuff. And they will get mad when I say it, but motherfuckers, I mean it.
All right, we're live. Hey guys, welcome back to Critical African Thinkers. Is a place where we examine everything under the microscope of logic. That's the thing. What is most factual
And I'm going to do a little bit of promotion here. This is a show that we do on Thursdays, not last Thursday because he had something to do. But this is a guy I've known for years. Some of you will know Charles from Critical African Thinkers. We've been doing a Thursday politics show, and Glenn Lowry's name came up. And basically, he is talking to Tucker Carlson about deviating from kind of the standard that the Manhattan Institute, which is like in Manhattan Institute's kind of a big right-wing think tank. They're in a class with the Hoover Institute, AEI, American Enterprise Institute, Heritage Foundation. They're in that family of right-wing think tanks. And Glenn Lowry interviewed an Israeli, an economist, I think, who is from Israel, but I think he teaches here in America, who basically, he's like a Norm Finkelstein. Do y'all know who Norm Finkelstein is?
Yes.
Okay, well, Norm Finkelstein is a Jew. However, he has some huge criticisms of Israel. This economist that who's more to the right than a Norm Finkelstein. Glenn Lowry basically did the triumvirate or trifecta, I guess is a better term. He had this economist who had a criticism or critique of Israel, but the guy was Jewish. He had him on twice. Then Glenn Lowry actually had some compliments from Ta-Nehisi Coates. Ta-Nehisi Coates' last book had a section on his impressions of Israel, where he calls Israel tantamount to an apartheid state, made some comparisons to apartheid South Africa. And, that pretty much got him in hot water with the Manhattan Institute. Now, the deal is Glenn Lowry's like a big deal and has been for decades. He was a senior fellow with the Manhattan Institute. They sponsored his podcast and YouTube show. He wasn't just a fellow, he was a senior fellow. Glenn Lowry's like kind of legendary as a black right-wing conservative, and he didn't toe that line. My thing is that, you know what, that first time when you had that economist on, that, the Manhattan Institute was like, hey, do the show, but don't mention our name, as a sponsor. He should have gotten a hint back then, but he did it again. My only criticism of Glenn Lowry is, and it's been a long way around to get back to Dave's point, Glenn Lowry now knows he's not white.
That was a nigga wake-up call. That's what you was trying to say this whole time.
Yeah, and I'm long-winded, but you know what? But Glenn Lowry's like fucking 75. Glenn Lowry's 75 years old, and he grew up. He's in Clarence Thomas's cohort. Clarence Thomas and he are kind of comrades or peers. They were all fans of Thomas Sowell back in the day. So this motherfucker, it took him to 75 to realize that, hey, you're only that, influential with these right-wing think tanks because you, whether willingly or by design, motherfucker, as soon as you step out of line, they're just, you're going to get shit canned. They're not going to go, well, hey, because see, it kind of surprised me because Glenn Lowry's actually eminent. Like that motherfucker's up there with like a Noam Chomsky or the other good example is what's his name? Dr. West, Cornell West. Cornell West is like an eminent scholar, but he got shit canned. Harvard wouldn't even give him tenure. Now, this motherfucker, by the way, Cornell West had tenure at Princeton and is a professor emeritus at Princeton. But Harvard wouldn't give him tenure because he's too hot to handle. Same thing with Glenn Lowry. And, it might be a little bit of a dodgy proposition to say, hey, it had something to do with race. But you certainly don't have black privilege. You know that now. And it's kind of embarrassing for someone who has been almost, not quite, but almost a lifelong like Trump voter sort of like right winger. And, you know, the minute you step a little bit to the left, you get shit canned. Now, the good thing is, you know, Manhattan Institute wasn't his primary job. So, yeah, he'll lose some bucks, but, you know, he's not going to be destitute. So,
you think that's
Glenn Lowry has been accused over the years of trying to be white or caring about the white gays. So it's kind of ironic that the minute he steps, you know, to do something that the white gaze doesn't approve of, that his ass is gone from a right-wing think tank. So stop caring.
If Cornell
the good thing is that, you know what, you should never depend or like even cultivate the white gaze because they don't give a fuck about you.
That's opinion.
They don't give a fuck about white people for that matter.
That's opinion. I think if a white guy
no. You know what? Let's not call it opinion. Let's call it anecdote because there's plenty of anecdotes. It's not empirical fact, but it's not opinion. There's enough circumstantial evidence.
So Cornell was he also? I'm not familiar with the story or anything. All I know is that he got canned for.
This happened a few years ago. He was up for tenure or requested tenure. From Harvard, and he is a pro. You know, he is vehemently pro Palestine, and got shit canned from Harvard. Well, he wound up at Union Theological, which is a pretty prestigious seminary in school. But yeah,
right.
I'm not saying it's evidence. I'm saying it's circumstantial evidence. It's not quite empirical, but you know, two black scholars who are legendary in their 70s, both in that same cohort. But you know, if people start saying that you think you're white or some bullshit, just check yourself. They could just be making an ad hominem. You just need to do a self check. Am I, you know, caring too much about the white gays? Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. Who knows?
Well, just in case.
Wait. Did Cornell?
Lou, I can't hear you.
Did Cornell West, was he concerned with the white gays as well?
There are people who think he is.
Okay. Probably just the other side.
I actually think people like Cornell West, Cornell West, if no other scholar I can think of, and Adolph Reed is another one.
Mm-hmm.
He's less well known, but he's in that cohort with Glenn Lowry and Cornell West. Cornell West, I think, kind of marches to the beat of his own drum.
Right.
Cornell West did this is some years ago now, did a show, like a YouTube show with Gavin. Is it Gavin McGinnis? That dude who started Vice magazine.
Gavin McGinnis, I believe they said that he started the Proud Boys. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they said.
But he also started like Vice. He started a fairly famous magazine too. Anyway, Cornel West did something with what's her name? God damn it, I'm having a lot of senior moments. Gavin McGinnis and what's her name? The young black girl who's so famous now. Cornel West, not Cornell, Ye's buddy. I'll think of her name in a few minutes. Candace Owens, yeah. He did it. Now, imagine someone who is an avowed progressive and eminent, doing a show with McGinnis and Candace Owens, he just, Cornel West doesn't give a shit. You know what? He's Cornel West, so he'll meet with someone on, on the far right like that because he and Tucker Carlson, he go on Tucker Carlson's show. He's been on with Sean Hannity. He's just that kind of guy. He is a man of the left. However, he's very religious, so he's a socialist, but he's a Christian socialist. He's not like a Marxist because he believes in God. He's very devout. So he'll never be a Marxist. He might read Marx, might believe some Marx, but he's not going to be, non-religious.
Yeah, I don't think that I don't think they're trying to be white, because even by your first example, you said Norman Finkelstein. He made comments about Israel. Cornel West made comments about Israel. Glenn Glowry made comments about Israel.
But
so that seems to be the common denominator.
Well, Finkelstein lost favor in academia decades ago. Cornel West is just kind of Cornel West. He was going to be able to teach at Harvard. They just weren't going to tenure him. That would be tacit approval. But Cornel West is also Cornel West should have retired years ago. The motherfucker's rich.
Mark Lamont Hill, same thing. He made comments about
but
Palestine and all that stuff, and he got fired from CNN.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm just saying. What I'm saying is that, and it goes back to the whole are Jews white thing. There is a group that if you speak of, consequences will occur, and it's not white people.
But well, are Jews white? In America they are. I don't know about
a black man, like you said earlier.
To black people they are, but to everybody else, no.
Dude, most Jews, if you go look it up, Pew Research polls, and one of the reasons I don't hesitate is most Jews identify as white, according to Pew Research.
And this is why whites are having problems with Jews.
I don't give a fuck about all that. I'm just talking about the Pew Research. Who you are is a lot of how you identify. I mean, if you asked me if Rachel Dolezal is black, I'd say yes.
She's more black than Kamala.
Well, I don't know about all that fake political bullshit.
She's been claiming it longer, so she knows more about it.
I know how she identifies.
So you respect the pronouns, motherfucker, aren't you?
Yeah.
I didn't know race. What pronoun does race have?
It's the ideology behind it. It's not
the same. It's the same thing. Respecting people's identifiers, even if it's not true.
I hope you store that race is ideology thing, because I will use it against you later.
Eat the whole pie, Stanley. That's the side that you're on that side. That's what they believe. Eat the whole pie.
What you mean, Stanley? What you mean?
Well, there's some people in this space who think race is genetic.
Oh no, I don't roll with that. It's a social construct.
It was a business move.
See, here's a motherfucker here who wrong. Race is real. Race is real as a concept, yes, but not as a biological fact.
Yeah, there are
better ways. There are better ways to talk about phenotype than race. And let's see, John Straves, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Look at this dumb. Let's see. If race is a social construct, then man can be women. Dude, John Galt talked about blacks not really having a firm grasp of analogies.
Yeah. Oh, so this makes them black. This makes River black.
Apparently,
That's fucking
Yeah,
funny.
that's not how that.
race. Apparently, race.
Nobody
race
asks your
and
genetics before they do some racist shit to you. Like that's not how that works.
race is actually. You know what? In a way, he's right. Gender is a social construct.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Where you know what? I was all about to beat the shit out of River.
He's about to have some fun. Go ahead.
That's the first thing you said that's smart all day, son. Good for you. Social construct equals liberal BS. Motherfucker, you literally made a good analogy. You're the liberal bitch.
Yeah, but liberals will make a stronger case that you can change your gender before you can change your race. Like they believe the race thing is a solidified thing.
Rachel, I think Rachel Dolezal. There is trans race. There
pull
is
one out your ass.
transracial now. There is trans.
That don't get no respect though. That doesn't get acknowledged.
You know what? I would respect Rachel Dolezal for like fucking ever.
That's a black woman.
Actually, she wasn't the only one. There was another woman.
She had to get OnlyFans popping. Like we're not finna use that.
That OnlyFans is popping though.
How you know? How you know, man? What's the OF budget? What's the OF budget, Stanley?
Let me tell you. HB had a picture.
Okay.
I weren't here for that show. No, HB had pictures from her OnlyFans. Oh yeah, oh my God. She's like almost 50, I think, if not over 50. Tell you right now, for over 50 or right around 50, I was like, God.
He said, now that's a black woman I can get behind. I see you, Stanley. Go ahead.
You know what? I don't know what she did. Apparently, if you think you're black, you will have an ass like a black woman, because she did.
She got more ass than Tracy Ellis Ross.
Well, Tracy Ellis Ross is not. She's actually kind of that same body type.
I think Rachel's body is better.
I'm not going to fight you on that.
Okay, well then, I won again. I win.
What are you winning? You're only going to win if you hit that. Otherwise, it's just talk.
Stanley, I'm a married man. Respect, please.
Like I said, you're not winning here. Let's see. Why do you feel old, John? Long day? Yeah. Yeah, kind of the same here. I've been fucking almost doing this for 8 hours. But anyway, we talked about I want to be. Oh shit! This is a show. This is another guy that I've been on
black
a lot.
kids, and they want to
Not
marry
so
into
much these
blackness,
days.
but they can't.
This
take their
is a
wife.
guy from Britain. It's called the Black Betterment Broadcast. Now these motherfuckers are pro-black.
Yeah, that's telling me they're Pan
I see a
Africans.
familiar
Right?
face in the crowd. I see a familiar face on the panel.
I don't know if they would call themselves Pan-African, but they're pretty much on the same order. And this guy here, Pan Mulattoism, has actually been on this panel, my panel before.
Yeah.
The motherfucker's a nutcase.
Who's
Yep.
that?
He's like a militant
The checkmate
mulatto.
guy. The checkmate guy, Dave. Always saying checkmate.
Oh, mulatto.
Yeah.
Now, this is a black British show, which we can listen to a few minutes of. And I know Rap Raven. Shit, motherfucker, I've been on that panel drunk half the time. I've gone back and forth with these motherfuckers. And they're want to be called white. Those motherfuckers, they have literally, like, Stanley, you're not on code. You gotta be synchronized, Stanley. I'm like, fuck synchronization.
It's dangerous to be, especially if you're calling your own people. How are you calling your own people savages, bro?
Well,
Like,
with all
I'm
due
not.
respect, well,
Go
does
on.
that mean that white people are your own people because you're mixed with both? So if I call a white person a savage, am I calling my own people savages? Respectfully, I'm asking.
Yeah,
If I
yeah,
called
yeah,
a
yeah.
if I
Cool.
called a white person a savage, would you
Whatever
say
you,
that I'm disrespecting my own people?
brother, we could do it one better than that. We could say you're disrespecting the human race. We could do one better than that. Because if you disrespect someone or hurt someone, it's like you're hurting the whole of
Yes,
humanity.
but I mean let's have a dialogue, brother. There are times where disrespect is warranted. Let's be honest. So back to the discussion at hand, if he called a particular black person a savage or a particular group of black people a savage, if he felt their behavior was savage like, I cannot call him racist for that. With all due respect. Really. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I was waiting to hear the metaphorically the smoking gun. Really. But what you have played, nothing has been incriminating with all due respect. And just in closing, because I don't want to take all the time up, just so we could recircle the wagon.
Salute to the
Brother,
real blacks.
you said earlier that we as mulattoes should try to marry back into,
Deficient.
procreate back into blackness.
What's up?
Now the brother
Ignorant.
literally just said,
Ignis, what
when I
up?
say the brother, I'm
Salute,
talking about mulatto Vanguard. He literally just said the same thing.
I'm actually kind of glad you're here. We need to, you and me need to go after this fucking little Slav motherfucker.
Salute. Who you got on the chopping block?
I'm just joking. Apparently, River of Hate is a Slav, and he's asking me if he's white. My answer is yes. What the fuck else would you be?
Well, River Hate thinks he's a girl, so he's a guy who has a wig on, and he wants to be a lady. So we can't really speak logic.
He's a Slav with a blonde wig.
Yeah, he was born Samuel. He wants to be Cindy. These guys are sick in the head. He's a Caitlyn Jenner kind of guy.
Well, here's the deal. I think maybe what he's trying to say is I'm not white because if you put an E on the end of that Slav word, you're a slave. Therefore, you're black. I guess that's what he's trying to say. Who knows? You should know this, Stanley. Know what, motherfucker? Why don't you just come out or hit the link, River of Hate? I think if you are Eastern European, Slavs tend to be Eastern European. Europeans tend to identify as white. Now, are you a black Slav? Slav doesn't necessarily have to be tied to white or black or anything. Maybe you're just a Slav. Maybe you're not white. You're not black. You're just a Slav. Is that what you're wanting me to say?
This mulatto guy, was he just speaking? The mulatto?
Yeah, he has this motherfucker. My mother used to say this, people had or have a complex. This motherfucker is weird.
What side? So it's not just one shade that we're riding for.
I'm sorry, what?
What side you think he pulls more to?
I think he's just, well, I understand what he's saying. He basically just thinks that there ought to be mulatto rights. It's like, motherfucker, let's just make life more complicated.
Oh, you think they should get special treatment because they're mixed?
Well, no. He like one of his things is they want his group or he wants like a checkbox on the census, but you're already able to check mark more than one, so you could be black and white or black and Hispanic. I think they already have that. But he wants a specific mulatto category. Like this motherfucker that's on the screen here, I don't know. That might actually be Rap Raven. I don't know. But this motherfucker might be a mulatto, but no one's ever going to call him white. He looks like a mixed man, and I honestly don't know what the fuck he's after.
It's interesting.
Mulatto writes, oh, that's right. He did make that claim, Clarice. He basically said something like, hey, he was calling ice on people. I was like, you did what? Why the fuck would you be calling ice on people? Okay,
why not? I heard they paid.
Dude, you know what? I wish people would just mind their own goddamn business. Okay, look at this.
Why? I'm trying to get paid.
So, River of Hate says, again, if you can't determine who is white, how can you complain about white supremacy? Dude, I think you're white. If you are a Slav, in my opinion, you have Eastern European heritage. Maybe you're mixed, but I have hit the goddamn link, River of Hate. And when you hit the link, cam up, then we can talk. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. This is actually boring. And who is this fool? I don't have what is it? A Twitch account. So the fuck am I listening to? You're listening to me, motherfucker. And Deacon Dave and Free Zone and Ignite TV. The show is called Stanley versus the World. Hit the link, bitch. That's what you're listening to. Yeah, I am getting a little loopy here, aren't I?
Nah, you just have fun shitting on people.
I do actually. Let's see. Because see, once I get to Savannah, I probably won't be able to shit on people. The house is a lot more echoey.
Yeah, the acoustics matter. For sure, I get that. I know more people are scared to come up here, though.
You know what? They should be. You better fucking urge your loins, motherfuckers.
Why would they be scared, though, you think?
You know what? I have no idea. People. Oh, fuck that. Ignorant. You know what, motherfucker? If I shoot from the hip, just shoot back. Ignat's not scared to come up. And that motherfucker has crushed me on occasion.
Well, it's Friday. I'm chilling. I wanted to check in, see what's going on.
You know what? Not a damn thing. You know, I came up talking about black fatigue and this Aaron Magruder thing. I was watching a show earlier this morning, and they mentioned Aaron Magruder. A bunch of black fatigue people are like, "Ooh, Aaron Magruder said this," and I started watching it, and I'm like, "Well, he's not making the point that y'all are making." And I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I do not know why I cannot seem to communicate that this black fatigue thing is purely racist. B Brave's point about 70% of black people making excuses for black crime, it's purely racist. You think that crime that crime committed in the inner city is a black people problem to even make excuses for? I think all it amounts to is racializing crime and basically saying, hey, we don't need to even worry about the inner cities. It's black people's problem. Pure racism.
You know, they think the silliest things. They think there's no black men in the hole. We all
Well, there are
in
a lot of
prison.
black people who think it. John Galt thinks that.
Nah, John don't think that. He's just miserable, basically. Yeah, he don't think that. He just hate the niggas
Well,
that he
you know
got.
what?
He like a guard, a security guard. He hate the niggas he got a guard and shit. That's all
Well,
it
see,
is.
even that's
It's like
kind
the
of
CO
fucked up, though.
complex. That's what John got, a CO complex.
Really?
Yeah, like him and Bumpkin. Bumpkin's a
Correctional
Bumpkin,
officer?
yeah, Bumpkin hate niggas because he gotta watch him all day. He never spent time with
Is
him. He don't
Bumpkin
get to know him.
Bumpkin's a corrections officer?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. It's actually kind of crazy.
Oh, does he work in the same prison as Wicked?
This guy probably works at the stick somewhere. You know, like he lives in the back. His name is Bumpkin. So come on, you know, this guy's probably frying a whole turkey in his backyard or something. He's deep in the South. You know, he catch it and cook it the same day.
No, man, I've never had wild turkey, but fuck, those things are, number one, they're skinny as shit, and I've heard they're really gamey.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Okay, River of Hate, you don't have arguments either. All you've done for the past half hour is ask me if you keep telling me you're a Slav, do I think you're white? I keep saying yes, and you won't take yes for an answer. You know, you're not a cracker. What is a Slav cookie, like a cracker? I'm sure they don't have crackers in Czechoslovakia or somewhere. It's probably some, I don't know.
He's an ice cracker.
Yeah. No, I think River of Hate is just kind of fucking with me.
Yeah, man, don't worry about it. That's a 17-year-old kid that wants to be a lady. Sitting in his mom's basement.
Well, no,
trying
I
on all her
don't give him a
clothes.
little bit of grace. I think he's just flaking out because he and his wife are expecting a kid. So, you know, first time fathers can be a little flaky.
Hey, congratulations to him too.
Yeah, he's going to have a baby. What are you going to tell your son or your daughter that they are? That's an even better question.
You should have a river of love. You might have a baby, you weirdo.
You know, you make a good point there.
Yeah, what you have is a boy or a girl?
I don't think he knows. I think he said it was going to be a surprise, which, hey, why not? So, River of Hate, what are you going to tell your child when the time comes? Are you going to say you're not white? Tell us about how you would explain race to a toddler. That's actually an excellent question. How are you going to teach America and race in America to your child? Because I see you keep saying "niga." Are you gonna teach your child how to spell that with the little blocks? Kid's first word with blocks is gonna be "niga." Mommy, daddy, niga.
Niga. Spell it out in his alphabet soup.
Oh, that's gonna be funny. Fucking alphabets. Do they still make alphabets?
I don't know.
Y'all are
I ain't
old
there.
I have
enough.
no idea.
Are you talking about the blocks?
I remember the alphabet soup.
No, there used to be a cereal called Alphabets.
Oh, I haven't seen those in forever.
Nah, they stopped doing that
Did they really?
a long time ago. Yeah, man.
Too many 4-letter words.
You know, kids were getting their asses beat for what they were spelling. Oh, wait, hold it. It says here, Alphabets is back for a limited time. This is April 25. Alphabet cereal is back in 2025 for a limited time. So go out and get them. Hopefully River of Hate, you'll be able to pick up a box for your kid. You can teach him how to spell Niga. Slavs are all mixed up. John Strives says a little Mongolian, a little Greek, Roman, Russian, Jewish, maybe some Egyptian, and all white. Yeah, apparently, River of Hate is a black Slav, a Blav. God damn, I am getting drunk. Hungarians are white now, and they're literally Asians. Interesting.
I think you guys successfully ran Linwood off these streets.
I didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah,
He's been on CTs, right? Lately.
Haven't seen him.
Okay. I mean, I don't usually catch CT's show. He's been doing late nights apparently. I know Linwood's been on CT's show in the past couple weeks.
Yeah, he was shitting on him too. Ain't nowhere else to go.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd never shit on him like that.
Oh, well, yeah.
I mean, I don't mind Linwood personally. I'm not a Neely Fuller kind of guy. But I mean, I think he can be interesting.
Yeah.
That's funny.
There's nothing interesting about Neely Fuller at all.
I mean, to me, it's anachronistic. But I mean, he had his day.
I mean, it's easy to be popping when the magic words are white supremacy.
Wow, I use it and I'm not popping.
Yeah, that ain't your one word answer for everything, though. You could easily get it popping if you wanted to.
It should be.
I want to throw the challenge flag out there, family. I got to issue a challenge real quick. The last thing you just said. How's Neely Fuller anachronistic?
I think that Francis Cress Welsing bullshit is so 70s that it's not worth me. It's been years since I've read Neely Fuller, and I don't know that I've ever been able to make it through a whole thing. And I remember seeing an interview on the Phil Donahue show. Like in the past few years, I didn't see the actual show where Francis Cress Welsing starts talking about white people being like genetically predisposed to oppressing people. It was kind of bloody, and it might have worked in the 70s. It's just not my shtick.
That genetic shit don't work anymore.
No, I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out the anachronistic part.
It is old fashioned. Like when you hear it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Oh well, have I misused a word? It is so hard. I rarely do that.
It's okay. I'm not going to shit on you.
Okay, hold on one sec. Erroneous in date, containing an anachronism in a wrong time. I think I got it right.
No, you didn't.
Values.
You didn't prove it.
No, motherfucker. Values of the past, behind the times. Motherfucker, dude, don't ever challenge me like that. Do you see it? Values of the past. How am I misusing it? Old fashioned? Yeah, I could say that. Tell me how I'm wrong, Dave. Dave? Hello? Dave?
Hello?
Don't make me sound like
Hello?
Hal 9000. Don't make me sound like Hal 9000, where I keep going, Dave.
No, it doesn't mean old fashioned. Can you hear me?
It literally means old fashioned.
Context matters. It means that you got the dates wrong.
Motherfucker, you know what? You don't know English well enough to be correcting me on this shit.
Wait a minute. You misused the word. You're just gonna run through me like that?
She is anachronistic. That old-fashioned black supremacy, whites are predisposed to this and blacks are predisposed to that due to genetics. It happened before we had a firm grasp on genetics. It is a thing of the past. It is old-fashioned. It is Archie Bunker. See where it says values of the past? Old-fashioned. Old-fashioned. The values of the past are old-fashioned.
Erroneous in date, containing an anachronism.
Old-fashioned.
In a wrong time.
Not up to date.
Having an opinion of the past. Preferring things or values of the past behind the time.
Yes, behind the times. That shit is old-fashioned, behind the times. Come on, Dave.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said.
Now, see, you were pulling that same dumb fucking black.
Oh, here we go. Damn. I'm not dying on the hill right now. I'm just saying. I didn't catch when you made a reference.
You shouldn't, because I'm going to bury you with the meaning of English. I will bury you. It'll be like some weird after-school special. You remember Schoolhouse Rock? Motherfucker, I'm just going to bury you with words.
Yeah, I know. You're a gish galloper.
I'm trying to think of a song or a phrase that rhymes with "die on this hill."
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a bill, and I'm gonna die on this hill.
Okay. Well, you know what? I had to throw the challenge flag. Now we cross-referenced it and we got it straight.
Oh no!
I caught you slipping there. And honestly, you went to define it. You didn't define it,
dude.
You defined it. You pulled up the definition.
I was right in the use of the word. Old-fashioned is good enough. Values of the past equals old-fashioned. Sorry, I didn't use the exact words you were looking for, motherfucker.
Okay.
This is not third grade. This is the big leagues.
Nobody's 100% on their challenges in the NFL, nor in real life.
Motherfucker, does this look like the NFL?
It's just a challenge flag. I threw it out there.
You know what? Next time you throw out a challenge flag, you better like reconsider. Throwing out a challenge flag to a Linwood or John Galt, motherfucker, I'm not John Galt.
I'll give you this. You use the word correctly in the sentence.
I'm not that nigga. I'm this nigga.
You use the word correct in the sentence, but when I challenged it, you didn't define it correctly.
Since you want
you get a partial. I'll give you a partial.
Since you want to be such a grammarian, it's correctly.
Cool.
Latino, come up and drop off the video if you want. I think the link is pinned at the top. So we're not going to watch Cat in the Hat anymore, I take it.
He's offended. He's offended because she's not following the context of what the guy is saying.
Look, little Xanu is just totally out of whack here with these points. And I wish SKC were here to catch some flack.
Yeah, when y'all two go at it, I just go to the chat. I go to the chat. I like watching.
What's up, Latino?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Not much. I just saw this video on Twitter, and I was like, Stanley would appreciate this video because it's a reminder of how black fatigue could go wrong when people actually think that everybody is a certain way. So, yeah, if you play, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay. Is Dolomite still out there? This motherfucker sent me a cash app with a fucking middle finger. God damn, dude. Thank you for supporting the show, Dolomite. I love you too, bitch. Let's see what we got here. Hold on one sec.
Well,
Let me stop it right quick. I don't have a Twitter account. That's why it looks so weird. And I won't be getting one anytime soon until Elon Musk sells it.
Yes, I do. Well, do you work here? Are you the plumber?
The plumber is crazy, and I definitely don't answer any.
He's got a nice little body.
So
Are you a chauffeur?
It doesn't matter. Honestly, I really feel disturbed right now. So
You're feeling disturbed?
Yes, I am.
Disturbed?
Yes, I am.
Well,
Yes, I am.
I've seen you before. You're a man, and I don't know what you're doing.
Well, I've never seen you neither, okay? And honestly, I don't have to answer any of your questions. Can you please back up? Can you back up? Please, do not approach me like that. Okay, do not approach me like that, okay? I don't even know you. You already like acting crazy. Just don't do that. Like,
I asked you a simple question, and you can't tell me what
and
you
I'm not. And
Does this look staged?
Answer any of your simple questions that you're asking me.
Probably
and that's exactly. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm calling the cops.
Yeah, maybe you should. Maybe you. Wow.
Yeah, I kind of get that too, John.
Is she really running right now?
He's probably going to shut the door and fuck her.
Do you know how this is making me look? Are you serious? How's it going? I have no idea. I'm in the elevator.
Just chase me out of the elevator.
He's here to meet me. What do you mean he chased you? What am I missing? Why are you so crazy? Calm down, sit down. What's happening?
Yeah,
this is my guy. This is my business partner. Have you not met? Have you guys not met?
Well, no.
Yeah,
but I mean,
John.
it would have been great.
Yeah,
I bet she's a great lay, though.
You were technically
He's got, you know what?
This is definitely fake.
Tell me where you were going.
Those hands look like she washes her dishes and fucking
But literally
like by
you
hand.
were, because I did not know we were heading to the same location. You have to understand, like,
Those
I
are
was
man
alive.
hands.
So I didn't have to tell you that information.
You're attracted to them hard-working hands, Stanley?
You know what? I'd fuck a washer woman.
What did I do that was so strange to you?
You were being suspicious.
Those hands looks like she washes clothes and fucking with lye soap.
What the hell are you looking at?
You need some palm olive. You remember? You need Madge. Look at those hands.
Jesus, Stanley, you're not that critical with most women. The white woman, you got a bird eye view on them.
You know what? There is no missing those hands.
Nah.
You know what? I bet they got calluses.
I know what it is. You got them Bud Light eyes.
Literally, you met me on the elevator.
Hey, wait. You know I'm not giving her a compliment when I say she has man hands, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just
we seen Seinfeld. We know what it is.
It's the opposite of ear goggles.
She has man hands.
It's like drinking beer and I'm looking in the wrong end of the goggles, the binoculars. It's like, I'd like to see her face.
Yeah,
Stanley would be the type to get hand fished. Like, bitch, you didn't tell me about your hands. Like, what is this? Why you ain't tell me you have big hands like this?
You know what? When on our first anniversary, when I buy you gloves,
uh-oh,
I got you a set of driving gloves.
Man.
Latino, why'd you leave, Latino?
Man hands. He just wanted to drop the link and run.
That's all right. You know what? Now she looked like she had a pretty good figure there.
Would you overlook the hands? Would you overlook the hands for a good figure?
I said I was gonna get her gloves.
Okay, so that's not a deal breaker.
Needs to be
Stanley.
like literal kid gloves, because I don't want you to rub my skin with those rough ass hands.
I already know where you're going with that.
Yeah, I'll leave that there. You got it, Stanley.
Come here, you sandpaper-handed bitch. I need to get a fucking file and get those analysis.
Sandpaper-handed bitch.
I'm trying to get rid of this video.
That is pretty. Yeah, I gotta stop that.
You know, what are you dealing with? How do you work it? So it's like this, right?
Yeah, you know what, DiCapriono, I am old. I remember those commercials.
So the diffusion of innovation is how ideas spread in community. And how it works is you get the smaller percentage.
Man, y'all should go over to Black Betterment. Y'all would fucking pitch a conniption hearing some of this shit.
I wish you would dual stream it when you go.
That's why we're saying.
I want to see you in action over there.
I have not. I went over. To be honest, those guys know me over there, but I hadn't been on. Pretty much, there are a lot of panels I used to go on before I started. The Stanley versus the world and hanging out over here. So, every now and again, people go, "Well, where the hell you been?" I'm kind of the asshole emeritus over there. I don't even bother giving them shit anymore. I got up on the panel to talk to Pan Mulattoism, just to shit on him a little bit.
Yeah, you do that here too.
I told him to bring his ass over to my panel. I'd shit on him real good.
Yeah, he came through, didn't he?
He's been on before. He hasn't since then. Now, the good thing is one of the ladies over there who I really adore. She goes by Kushti Cosmetics. I think she's Somali, a Somali extraction. She's just really, she's kind of like Portia in a way. They just know, what, the dude sounds like an asshole, but if you treat him nice, he's actually okay. And Kushti's actually been on this panel.
So the architect
was
and the
last
people are going
week.
to come up with what we need to
It's
do.
kind of
this, we need
surprised
to-
me. She's
we
got
need
a
to focus on
beautiful
health, we need
English
to-
accent.
We've got this way of speaking that needs.
I'm disappointed that Sharice hasn't been back to do the dance with
The
you.
architects come up with it, then the engineers.
Sharice was
find a
in
way
the
to
audience
out
today.
and they find
She
a way
said
to-
she was busy. I asked her to
so
come
that
up.
the next generation.
Yeah, I'm talking about on the panel.
The influencers.
Yeah, I asked her to come up. She
From
said
the
she was
innovators
busy,
class
which,
to
you
push
know,
out there. So
I
the reason why
understand.
this podcast
It
is meant
wasn't
to be
the
focused
most.
more-
We
because
kind of made up, I
really,
think.
we
I've
are
been
really
over to
only
her
focusing on the
in
black
her
people
chat.
Everyone's
You know,
welcome
we're
to this.
at least
But
cordial.
what you find is when someone is
That's
talking
still
more
one of my
about
favorite encounters,
and
though.
also about their feelings
Man, you was
of
tearing-
this, then
you was ripping her head off real slow.
I don't even know where I came up with that gum popping shit. It just popped in my head. You know how, when these hood chicks
Yeah.
are popping gum and it's so goddamn annoying. So
As soon as you said it, I knew what you was talking about.
Yeah, she came up hot and I just fucking had to neutralize her ass right quick. It's like, bitch, you don't come up here like that. You better check. You better warm your way into it. Don't come up here hot. And Nightish pulled that shit once, and I fucked with him so bad he left. These motherfuckers, you know what? These motherfuckers actually come here thinking that, oh, you know what? It's John Galt's channel. Stanley's not gonna come after me because John Galt's gonna say something to him. Motherfucker, what are you talking about? I'll fuck with you, and when John Galt comes up to defend you, I'm gonna go after him. And people sometimes learn that shit the hard way. But I like Sharice. I think, you know what? I think she's nice. She just thought one way, and I had to educate her back to reality.
You cherish that moment. Probably won't happen again.
You know what? It's one of my favorites. That gum, dude. How the fuck that gum popping was a masterpiece.
Oh yeah, it was. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah, gum popping was hilarious. That was hilarious, man. She made you feel alive again, Stanley? Is that what you're saying?
You know what? No. Oh, fuck you. You know what? Maybe you're right. Shit. Dude, I don't get to fuss at women that much.
That had to feel damn good.
She's taken.
Uh-oh. Because if I remember correctly at that time, you were actually contemplating, like, should I even keep doing this? And then when that happened, you said, oh, nope, got my second win. Got my second.
It's like, sometimes the mission is bigger than the desire. Now, what does that mean? Stanley is Lady Gaga white. As far as I know, I mean, I'm not a big fan. Shit, I still ask myself, is she even attractive? We'll get around to white later.
I gotta say, fuck that bitch. Personally, I got to. She ruined what was supposed to be a sequel to a great movie. Fuck her.
Well, which one?
The Joker.
Oh,
she fucked that all up, man.
I haven't seen the original Joker.
Oh, the first one is good, but the second one they turned it into a musical, and it was basically surrounding her because she was the talent. So they made it into a musical, which doesn't work for the Joker.
No.
Well,
I'm glad I didn't waste my time.
I think I don't find her that attractive. I probably could, because at my age, I think you guys know this, but what you would find necessarily attractive in your 20s, you probably won't. I'm a lot more, hey, she's good enough for a 60-year-old. And let's just say, hey, maybe I don't want to die.
I don't know. I see some pictures of her and she looks good, and then I'll see some other pictures that just look just horrific. So, I don't know.
Oh,
And then she's into that whole, the whole fashion thing. I don't really care for that kind of shit.
Wasn't she like ambiguous, or like she was some kind of trans activist or something like that?
Something like that. We'll say something like that.
Yeah,
she's out there, man. She's out there with the weird stuff.
Oh, this is funny.
What?
You know what? I told you my buddy is like head of the Pacific Fleet, the ship fleet. He's a 3-star admiral. So I'm looking at this thing that he sent, and his flag lieutenant is a female. And I just want to. I'm like, really? You still have a job? fucking Hegseth hasn't fired your ass for having a female as a flag lieutenant. But I'm not going to do that. Well, maybe you're right. He might not find it that funny for that matter. We literally have known each other since we were 01s. So I've known him for like 30 years. God damn. Well, shit, I've known him for 35 years. 35 years, yeah. God damn.
Who?
Oh, this friend of mine. I was looking at my Facebook. Well, like I said, this motherfucker's a 3-star admiral now. And, I was kind of drunkenly talking about these motherfuckers do not know. I have literally been on somewhat of a world stage. I've competed because, when you're on a ship, the captain has to rank all his officers within their peer groups, like number 1, number 2, number 3. So I've had to compete with some motherfuckers in an actual meritocracy. And when I hear people going on and on about, meritocracy and all that shit, y'all motherfuckers don't know what a meritocracy is. Because I've been in a meritocratic system when there were lives on the line. I think all U.S. males and maybe even females should kind of do what the Israelis do. All y'all motherfuckers go into the armed services for a couple years. Don't even do like the every motherfucker goes into the cauldron.
And I didn't. Because my parents were hard.
I'm not really casting aspersions. I'm just saying I would like to see that happen, because when you get little pussies, these little anti-black pussies telling me, for instance, that I don't know real life or you haven't lived in the real world. Motherfucker, I've lived in the real world and had to make life and death decisions in the world. Y'all are pussies. This isn't the sort of thing where, oh shit, I have to figure out whether I'm going to wake up at 1 o'clock and say N-word 30 times in front of the cops until they tell me to stop. That's not real life. Mission accomplished, free zone Lou. What does that even mean?
He's talking about the Cash App that he sent you. Yeah.
You Dolomite.
Yeah.
You sent me money just to give me a middle finger. You know what? That's so kind. Thank you for sponsoring this episode of Stanley versus the World, brought to you, folks, by Dolomite, my biggest supporter today. You gave me a middle finger. I think you are the tops, Dolomite. I no longer think you're a racist. You're no longer a racist. You're my Boon Coon pal.
Oh, that's how you get off the anti-black list, is to send you some money?
That's right. Send me some motherfucking,
That's
send me some
fucking crazy.
motherfucking money, and you will not be anti-black no more.
Like financial
Anti-black
purgatory.
no more.
Hey, I'm gonna break your rule too. This nigga.
Wait, hold it. Have y'all ever heard of this novel? This is actually a funny novel. Hold on one sec. And I cannot think. I have a friend who is actually a very interesting woman. Way younger. Wasn't ever a girlfriend, but she is. She's the literature professor who has something called. Well, you know what? Since I'm going to do this, fuck it. You know what? Might as well just make this a learning experience. This guy was a Harlem Renaissance writer, but he was right wing. One of the rare, probably right of center black authors associated with the Harlem Renaissance. Let's see what we got here. Let's find something interesting because I want to see a picture. Interesting guy. He wound up marrying a white woman back in like the 30s, I think it was. She was like some kind of rich white girl from Texas, and they wound up moving into to Harlem back during the Renaissance.
Hey Stanley, I'll be back. I gotta call my wife. I'll be right back.
Did you hear that, Whip? I guess that didn't work, huh?
What? Here, what, Whip?
Go call your wife, man.
All right.
Damn it. You know what? Let me look this up. George Schuyler. There we go. I was hoping maybe there was a video. George Schuyler. Interesting guy. I didn't realize he lived till 1977. That motherfucker was old as shit. God damn. That motherfucker lived almost to 90 or so. So anyway, he wrote a novel called Black No More. And kind of on that theme, it was kind of like a satire. Some black American scientist invents, I can't remember whether it was a cream or a pill, but it basically turns you white. So,
what?
Yeah, it's a novel called Black No More. It was written during the Harlem Renaissance, and the satire is that this treatment turns you white. Like white people couldn't tell that you were formerly black. Let me read this. George Samuel Schuyler, conservative columnist, and he was a conservative, one of the few black conservatives during the Harlem Renaissance. Like he was friends with Langston Hughes. I mean, the motherfucker was part of the Harlem Renaissance. George Samuel Schuyler, conservative columnist, was born in Providence, Rhode Island, probably half his problem, on February 25th, 1895, to George Francis and Eliza Jane Schuyler. Upon his father's death in 1898, George and his mother moved to Syracuse, New York. In 1912, at 17, George enlisted in the Army, serving in the all-black 25th U.S. Infantry. Eventually achieved the rank of lieutenant. Despite his status as an officer, Schuyler went AWOL in 1918 in response to the systemic racism he experienced in the Army. He was captured in Chicago, Illinois, and imprisoned for 9 months for desertion. Following the release, Schuyler worked odd jobs in New York, joining the Socialist Party of America and the anti-Marcus Garvey organization. Wow. Friends of Negro Freedom. So he was an anti-Garveyite. During his time, he submitted articles and editorials to the newly created socialist-oriented Messenger magazine. He eventually wrote a regular column for the Messenger titled Shafts and Darts, a page of calumny and satire. That sounds like someone after my own heart. That's a page of calumny, satire. By 1924, he was also writing a weekly column for the Pittsburgh Courier, one of the two largest black newspapers in the United States at the time. Schuyler's columns attracted the attention of social critic and editor of American Mercury, H.L. Mencken, of all people. Their close working relationship and comparable political views led to Schuyler being labeled as the Black Mencken. Schuyler's prominence as a social critic increased when he was named chief editorial writer for the Pittsburgh Courier in 1926. The same year, he published arguably his most famous editorial, entitled The Negro Art Hokum, a scathing criticism of the then burgeoning cultural movement known as the Harlem Renaissance. Throughout the 1920s and 30s, Schuyler continued to provide more conservative and critical view of the Harlem Renaissance. Nonetheless, he remained a member of prominent civil rights organizations, including the NAACP. In 1937, he was named business manager for the NAACP and remained in that post until 1944. In the early 1950s, during the investigations by Senator Joseph McCarthy, Schuyler's political views shifted from moderate to extreme conservatism. By the 1960s, Schuyler criticized and condemned social activists such as W.E.B. Du Bois, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr. in journals such as the arch-conservative John Birch Society's American Opinion. Now, this is a black dude writing for the John Birch Society. That's how, quote, conservative he was. Schuyler's conservative opinions eventually cost him his job at the Pittsburgh Courier, as many readers threatened to cancel their subscriptions in protest to his columns. Schuyler published his autobiography, Black and Conservative, in 1966, but he never again attained the popularity he had in the 1920s or 1930s. George Schuyler died in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1977 at the age of 82. Who here, as a black conservative, even knows who the fuck George Schuyler is? Bet y'all don't.
That's what you do. That's cool.
Well, no, seriously. Do y'all even know about black conservatives?
I work with my hand.
Motherfucker, no one asked you what you worked with. I asked you if you know the history, like any, that there were black conservatives associated with the Harlem Renaissance, for instance.
I just walked in. I just got here.
And so I knew that fact. I just didn't know any names attached to it until
now you know,
what you
motherfucker. And he wrote a book called Black No More, which why do I know this shit and y'all don't?
Because he was born in 1962.
Fuck you, dude. All I have to say is I know more about black conservatives than y'all do. That's kind of sad.
When did he pass away? When did he die?
1977.
Oh,
Dude, I didn't know about him until maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
yeah, he died 5 or
Yeah,
6 years before I was born.
He was Great Depression popping.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. I, as a left of center black man, know more about conservatism and black conservatives, historical black conservatives, than almost every black conservative in this John Galt space. Why is that? Why are y'all not educating yourselves?
Because you should. Because you're 60. And you're still
What do you
on the
mean
left.
because I should? Motherfucker,
Let me
I'm not a
finish.
conservative.
Let me
I'm not a
finish.
conservative. Why do y'all not know your forebears?
What I was saying was a credit to you. I'm trying to
Yeah.
tell you that you understood both sides of the argument and you still decided to go to the left. That's why you made an educated choice.
You know what?
And I only know a couple of them.
I chose the right side because apparently
chose
a
the
whole
left
bunch
in
of
the
black
history.
conservatives are just like doorknobs.
You chose the left because historically that's what black people
No,
do.
I chose the left because motherfuckers, they read books.
Written by people on the left. Yeah, I get it.
And I've read George Schuyler. I know about George Schuyler. So apparently I read books on the right too.
Okay. That's good. That's good.
Well, to answer your question,
Did you literally just think that I discovered him like 5 minutes ago?
I kind of, because the way you was reading, you wasn't reading like the
Okay,
news read. Like you was
here's
trying
the deal.
learn.
We were talking. The dude wrote a novel about a pill, or I can't remember whether it was a pill. I think it was a pill that would turn you white.
Well, that's what
This
his
is
book was
back
about.
in like the 1930s that he wrote it, and it was a satire, and it was actually a black conservative literature professor who kind of said, "Hey, have you ever read it?" So there are actual black conservative professors out there that y'all should like know about. And
Hold on,
working with your
let me get my
hands,
pen.
motherfucker, do you read with your hands too?
Let me get my pen so I can write his name down.
just to turn the pages.
Yeah.
I used to do the thing with the thing when I follow it with my finger, but I grew up and stopped.
If your man hands are too sore to turn the pages, just get the audiobook.
Hey, scroll back up.
No, we're gonna turn the pages, bro. We gotta get that workout in. Absolutely.
Yeah, work with my hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go back. Let me see the name, Stanley, so I can write it down.
It's George Schuyler.
Oh, George Schuyler.
Hold on one sec. Let me.
I'm gonna do my homework. We'll discuss it.
Well, I put the link in the back for you.
I only know a couple of them. I know Booker T. I know Phyllis Wheatley. Hurston, last name Hurston. I really don't know a lot of black. Thank you, sir.
Zora Neale Hurston.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I'm actually reading a book of her short stories right now. Believe it or not.
What happened with him was that he didn't flip with when they said it's a political party split. He didn't do that. Instead, he held the line.
He got the notice late.
Yeah, he was just like when the Buffalo Soldiers came in and told them that they was free. Right? Is that the way you look at it, Stanley?
I'm sorry, say that again.
He held the line of conservatism.
Who? George Schuyler?
Right. I'm asking.
I guess he did. He lost his job over it. But the interesting thing is that he married a white woman from Texas and had a daughter and all that. And I I can't remember. They wound up getting divorced, and actually, his daughter wound up committing suicide. I think in the '60s. And I, you know what? It's been a few years since I've even thought about it, but his wife and he wound up getting a divorce, and you know, my impression is that he just kind of became a bitter old conservative black man, and just became kind of hard to deal with.
Niggas probably ruined his relationship with that white woman.
No, it wasn't like that. Look, back in the Harlem Renaissance, the Harlem Renaissance, believe it or not, was kind of the Wild West. There was a lot of kind of like race mixing. You oughta actually read. As a matter of fact, there's a book on the Harlem Renaissance that I read a few years ago that's interesting, and I cannot remember the name of it, but it was about white women and the Harlem Renaissance. There, you know, quite a few white women got fucked back then by people in Harlem.
Nice. Like the old freak man.
Well, no, it's not so much nice as much as motherfucker. This shit's been going on for like a century, and half the Negroes in this John Galt space have no fucking clue what they're talking about. It's sometimes kind of pitiful how much folks don't know about black people, about the history of it.
And this is where my cooning comes out, Stanley. Niggas just figured out. Niggas just figured out about passports like 2 or 3 years ago. So
that's not true. Have you ever heard of like Richard Wright and James Baldwin? Motherfuckers have been leaving. Have you ever heard of these black authors who were expatriates to France? Motherfuckers, people have not. Black people have left the country before, Lou.
Yeah,
I didn't say black people. I'm saying niggas have just figured out within the last 3 to maybe 5 years.
Let me tell you, the two are inseparable. Y'all want to make these like sharp distinctions.
No, they're not.
All I'm saying is you literally strain to make those distinctions.
Nah, I was one of those. I was one of the guys in the space saying like, you know, black people have been traveling forever, and they were like, no, black men finally have a chance to go out there, and I was just like, come on,
you
bro,
do realize that Frederick Douglass almost like moved his family to England.
I know that. You know that. They don't know that.
Well, that's not so.
They don't know that.
That's not so much being an N-word as much as just sheer ignorance.
That's precisely the point.
But I mean, ignorance isn't so much a black thing as much as an American thing.
Yeah, but you just defined
I never said that. I wasn't even trying to make that point. So
you use the N-word against the rules, by the way.
Sorry.
You wanna make this weird distinction that I don't think. I think you kind of racialize ignorance using the N-word. How about that?
Nah, there's a lot of white niggas out there too.
And you know what? I don't think you need to go there. How about just call them ignorant whites?
No, what did Robert Byrd say?
You can't go to heaven if you hate anybody.
Now I get to use the word. Now I get to use the word anachronism.
There you go.
Robert Byrd, the senator, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Anachronistic.
Okay, how? Contact.
Motherfucker, you want to talk about a guy who died decades ago. It was a Klan member. How is that not old fashioned? Out of time. Out of time. You want to quote a grand wizard?
Why not? Why not? You said our man talk black anyway. Might as well lean all the way into it.
No, Richard, Be Brave is a white shade. He's the white version of a nightshade.
Oh wait, is John up here? What up, John?
Yeah, John's here. He's
what's
been
up, man?
silent.
John, I am that nigga, John Gold. What's up, man?
How's everything?
Is he the one you were talking about, Lou?
That is that nigga, John Gold, is it not?
Well, you use that word in a saucy way.
I mean, John is usually saucy when he says it, so you know.
So you thought you would be John. So you thought you would be John Galt Jr.
For like 2 seconds. That's all. He can have it. He can have it back.
So
He can have it back.
John is saucy, so I'm gonna be saucy.
Yeah. Renegalt. That's all it was. Galt Buster. Yeah.
Motherfucker, you better know what you're doing when you start renting shit. It's like, hey,
Linda Gold.
I put on some bowling shoes and that motherfucker had athlete's foot.
Wait, you give it right back. You get one shining moment, man. One shining moment. Yeah. That's you got to
look at me.
You get a moment.
I'm singing like a Galt. What's going on, John?
Oh, nothing much, man. Nothing much. Been busy today.
Yeah, this has gone on way longer. The show started, as the title suggests, Black Fatigue is Pop the Balloon for what? Well, I misspelled white shades. This Aaron Magruder speech that I became aware of earlier this morning. That the people who want to talk about Black Fatigue. So I started watching the speech and I'm like, it has nothing to do with Black Fatigue, really. It's more like personal improvement.
Is it an old speech or a new speech?
2003. It's very old.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah. Yeah, I think I saw that video. Yeah.
So I don't know. It was really more like just be yourself. Don't act like the fools. And of course, I think everybody's just gonna kind of read what they want into it.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh.
John, you do Python?
Say what? I'm sorry.
I said, do you do Python at all?
Yeah, I never really done much Python. I can do it. Shit, it's just another programming language. But I've never done it much. Yeah, it's been something that I guess most of the companies I work with are more on the JavaScript side on the front end and C# primarily on the back end. Yeah, service side. Yeah.
Okay, Richard wants to know, is $5 guy still a tenant or did he get sent back to Africa?
No, he checked out on his own. He said, man, I guess he's gonna stay in his car for a while till he gets, he's starting the job. So I don't know where you're at.
Is that the one with the electric car?
Yeah.
Good for him. He didn't get the money from last night from
Well, he stayed 2 nights. But
okay, I thought he did DoorDash or something.
Mm-hmm. But man, you can't do DoorDash on a fucking electric car. It's stupid as hell. You know what I mean?
Well, did he get the money for that night?
Yeah, he stayed 2 nights. Yeah.
Oh shit! So he actually DoorDashed to pay you.
I guess so. Yeah.
Well, no, you know what? I'm not even making a joke. Y'all were talking. I heard several people go, "Well, can't that motherfucker do DoorDash?" At least he did it.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that kid. He hustled to pay you.
Mm-hmm. He left when he left. That's all.
Did he owe you money when he left?
No, he didn't owe anything.
Okay,
Is this
well,
the
then, you
is
know
this the
what?
$13 kid
Well, hold on
that
one
you were
sec.
talking about?
Hold on.
Oh yeah, that's not.
My point
Okay.
is that you know what? If he left on his own and didn't owe you money, it was rocky. There were shows, but I just don't have a problem with him breaking even.
You know,
Don't know shit.
I forgot that part where Richard. Yeah, because I forgot about that. As he got
Fuck it if he had an attitude. Motherfucker, he should have an attitude.
Well, you can't have attitude with the person who holds, your livelihood.
Sure you can. I do it all the time.
But I don't. Who holds your livelihood in hand? Like, he needs a place to live, and there's a way you have to talk to people. There's certain things you probably
Okay.
shouldn't say.
Well, let me clarify. I was listening. I was there when Richard said he had an attitude. Honestly, John, and I'm not even being oppositional on it. I didn't see a problem with how he was talking.
I understand you probably didn't. That's because you've never been a landlord. But if you were a landlord,
Well, motherfucker, if I was a landlord, hold it.
I understand. Like,
I just didn't see anything that was that disrespectful. Has Richard been a landlord?
I don't know, but I can tell you this: like, that shit sent a red flags for me almost immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you don't talk to people like that as a landlord in a city like this, talking about the government and shit. Don't bring that up.
Well, maybe it was another conversation that I didn't hear.
Yeah, you may miss it, but and then you're just getting a little too personal. Talking about, hey, I looked up the tax records on this. Who owns it?
Okay, yeah, I missed that conversation. Okay, my bad. I'll shut up. I missed that one.
If he had been there for a while, and he said he was handy, but you gotta prove your mettle first, because I don't know you from Adam, right? And
okay, well, John, I will apologize, because that's a conversation I did not hear. I spoke out of turn.
Yeah, and so he's a young man, and he seemed he sent me his job offer and things like that. Not bad. Good start for a young man, things like that. But to get to this point, no one has taught him how to stay in your lane in terms of talking to people. My buddy Felipe came over here. He learned it from I can't remember. It was some black Congress member. She walked into John Lewis's office and she says, "I'm here to see John Lewis." And my friend said, "He's out somewhere." And so, but he was explicit, say, "Oh, he went out with John, or he went out with Sarah, or whatever." And the lady said to my buddy Felipe, she said, "I didn't ask you where he went." I said, "I was here for a meeting with him. You tell me he's not here, and I'll come back. Don't tell me where he went." And for him, it was a life lesson. He had never been taught that before.
Motherfucker, who is this woman? She sounds like she needs to marry me.
I can't remember a black Congress member. I can't remember who it was. I get Felipe.
Was she the DC representative?
I don't think it was DC. She may have been, I can't remember who it was. Somebody in the CDC.
I hope it was Stacey Plackett. I would love to meet her. She's married though.
But anyway, so the lady, cut him off, said, "Hey, don't tell where your boss is." Right. He didn't, unless she told you to tell people where he is. You answer the question directly. And
is Philippe from Alabama too?
No, he's from New Jersey, but he was 20-something when he learned that. He hadn't learned that, up until that point. He went to Morehouse, he was well raised, but it's those little, just like nuance, the finesse, how to finesse things, how not to say.
Well, that's kind of a young person thing.
Well, this man was young. They both were young, right?
No, well, yeah. I get your point.
Mm-hmm.
Young people do have to kind of young people. Sometimes they will volunteer because when I was growing up, for instance, my mother used to say, people don't need to know all your business, So
it's just a way to answer questions. Like listening and responding to exactly what was asked of you, as opposed to being your natural. Oh man, he went out to a meeting with Jim or Jane or who. Like, that's natural. But in business, it's a little bit more measured.
Let me respond to River of Hate. Who gives a fuck about a black-owned bank collapsing in South Africa? I personally am uninterested, unless I don't have money there. So, all right. So, had you ever heard of George Schuyler?
No, never.
Black conservative novelist. One of the only black conservative I know that was literally like a part of the Harlem Renaissance and a critic of it, actually. But
What's a critic of him?
yeah, but I mean, he lived there. I mean, he was friends with the people he was criticizing. But if you ever get the notion, you really ought to know about this guy,
George Schuyler.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just, you always hear about Langston Hughes and there were people who were kind of interesting, who were kind of the loyal opposition.
Not
that the Harlem Renaissance was that liberal a thing, but he just had he was actually, you could actually call him an anti-black. He had a huge problem with that whole art, not so much the literature, but back then there was this, you know how every now and again these white liberals will get so in love with African art, like, just native, anything that's native. It kind of like Nancy Pelosi and Kente cloth. And he had huge problems with that sort of white liberal, hey, I'm gonna wear kente cloth and be in solidarity with the blacks. He had a problem with it. And not sure that I wouldn't either, for that matter.
I definitely would. Like that lady who's assigned to be the masculinity recruiter that you guys have on the left now. Did you hear about that, Stanley?
I'm sorry, say that again.
They assigned a masculinity recruiter on the left. He's like this,
Oh, what the fuck is a masculinity recruiter?
I don't know. I don't know what you guys are doing nowadays.
Okay.
Screwed up.
Well, put that link in the back so I can research it. It's got to be a comedy routine.
No, she's a overweight.
So it's a woman recruiting masculinity?
Yeah, she's doing it on college campuses.
Sounds like she just wants to get laid. Who's masculine enough to fuck a fat bitch?
Black man.
How much do you want pussy?
Who's masculine enough to fuck a fat bitch?
Are you desperate? Are you desperate tonight?
Yeah.
Take me home tonight.
Hey, I have a fat girl story. Her name was what was her name? Paula. No, dude, I was in Newport, Rhode Island, and when I was an ensign in the Navy, there were a bunch of new black ensigns. We were kind of like running buddies for like, I don't know, 6-9 months. A bunch of new black officers up in Newport, Rhode Island.
How much did she weigh?
Well, hold on. We were running like, they would run to, we would literally call it running. Let's pile in the car and go to New York City, or let's pile in the car and go to Providence or Boston. Just fucking, young, little bit of money. I'm a fucking shit hot naval officer. So the one weekend I'm like, you know what? I'm just, because unfortunately I got stationed to Newport. So while these guys were still in schools and they were running back and forth to all these cities, I actually had a job. Like, at the end of the week, I'm just fucking tired. I'm not going to New York City to club. I'm fucking tired. So I'm at this dance club, and I'm gonna estimate that she was probably about 250, and it was just one of those things. It's like, fuck, what the hell? She came up to me, so it's like
you wore the BFI jacket, the waist management.
BFI shit. It was summertime, man. I wasn't wearing a jacket. Look, I'm not proud of it, but every boy, every man, and maybe I'm wrong. You know what? I needed some pussy. What the fuck?
Yeah, point buster.
Hey, you know what? It. I'm not proud of it, but I did it. I can say I have a story.
Yeah, I avoided.
And I know it was Carlin. It was some Carl. It was an odd name. Carlotta. Maybe that was her name.
Oh, disappointment.
Now tell us about your fat girl.
I don't have one.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, whatever. I volunteered. Everyone, the masculine. You know what? She was my masculinity recruiter for that night.
I bet.
It's like, and no, to be honest, I did not enjoy it because I kept thinking about it. Like, goddamn, this is like fucking being in the ocean, man. It's like being on a big fucking wave.
That's crazy.
So
I couldn't do it. I was
you know what?
God
damn it, dude. Hey, you know what? I need a pussy. Let's just be blunt. Now, I was also 22, 23. So come on now.
On Thundercat. Strong back.
I don't recommend it. I would not recommend it to like a young man.
I had me one, so I know what you're talking about.
All I have to say is,
I
son,
was trash, bro. Good old military times.
You know what? I wasn't that trashed, to be honest.
You did it sober?
No, I'd had a couple, but I mean, I could drive. Well, no. I was seriously, it wasn't beer goggles.
You was starving.
I can't even blame that.
That brother was starving.
He was hungry.
Like I said, she was that 1990, 91 masculinity recruiter right on a Navy base.
And that nigga was living through a pussy famine.
It happens. It
happens.
All I have to say is I would not recommend it. Like, I would tell my son, for instance, and I'm keeping my voice low because he doesn't need to hear the shit. No, wait, son. Just survive the desert, survive the famine. You don't want that kind of nutrition. It'll scar you. You'll tell your friends about it. You'll tell your friends about it 40 years later on a YouTube show.
Yeah, and they're gonna laugh in your face.
You don't want that embarrassment.
No, you don't.
So I just dropped an article in the back because I was looking up. I was looking that up, Deacon Dave. I did not know they spent $20 million trying to figure this out.
Yeah, they're desperate, man. Out of pure desperation.
That ain't money laundering. I don't know what it is. It don't take no $20 million to figure that shit out.
Right.
I'm more interested in the author.
Yeah, hold on, you pulled it up?
That's you?
Did you see the photo of this chick? They got her photo in there.
Well, no, that's like her little byline photo. Democrats don't need to spend $20 million to study why men abandon the party. Just stop trashing them.
Yeah, she's cute.
David Hogg. I can't really tell. She kind of, to be honest, she kind of looks older. Not my type of blonde. But let's listen to this.
Or vision,
Let
which
me
is that
rewind it right quick.
I don't, not to bore people, but to get into the bureaucracy of the DNC, we have a gender balance rule at the DNC because, of course, we do.
Okay.
See, right away.
By the way, the Republican Party does too. If the chair is a male, then the vice chair has to be a female.
Well, what's interesting is that's even more progressive than our vision, which is that the chair doesn't count towards the gender balance rule that we have. Frankly, I don't even know if it makes sense for us to have the gender balance rule anymore in this day and age because I want to focus on whoever's just best at the job. At this point, that's my own view.
That has nothing to do with it. You gotta get the lady. You gotta see the photo of it.
Hold on one sec here.
You gotta hear her talk. It's like it seems like she means well, but that is a futile. That is not going anywhere.
Wait, what are you talking about?
You got his masculinity weird.
Oh, you know what, Lou? I'm pretty much gonna confirm that. I'm not that impressed, to be honest. Let me go back. So let's see here.
No, she's just thin. That's all. Thin with a cute little face. That's it.
No, that's not her.
No, I'm talking about the Ricky chick.
Oh.
I'm not talking about the. No, we're not talking about the fat bitch. No, we're not doing that.
Honestly, I'm not that impressed.
Whew, tough crowd. Shit.
No, seriously. Oh shoot. Let me go back. Look at this. I don't see it.
Was that her Instagram? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm
going.
Well, I think it's kind of an Eastern European thing. I'm just not that. I'm not that impressed. I wouldn't turn her down.
You know the good news about that, Stanley. Given that we provided that we're the same age, if we go out together, you can work one half of the building. I can work the other half of the building. We can never. Our interests do not have to converge. I like that.
You know what? Let's ask River of Hate if she is white. My answer. Yep, I knew you were going to do it. How do you know she is white? She looks Slavic, therefore she is white. I'm not saying she's ugly. She's just not my type. I'm not into that kind of basic. You know, every white woman wants to be a blonde. And that to me is just kind of, you know, every white woman wants to be a blonde. Not that interesting.
Hey, what do you rank like a Jennifer Aniston?
A what?
What would you have ranked a Jennifer Aniston in her prime?
Not my type. I don't like square-jawed women.
Damn, that's highly specific. You had time to think about that? Like there's like a common trend you had into. Like you know what? After the 8th.
No, square jaws. She's got a very square jaw. Like those. What do they call them? A cleft chin. I think that's just a little bit too masculine for my taste. And if you're blonde, I'd almost call you Teutonic.
That's an interesting point.
Hey, Yeah.
More for me. I don't care.
I've had years to think about this. River of Hate. This woman is white. Slavs are white. If you look Eastern European, you are white. If you are white and you want to be blonde when you're not blonde, you are white. You, River of Hate, are white. Motherfucker, if you are a Slav, you are white. Stop asking me the same question over and over. I'll be right back, guys.
I thought there were different types of Slavs, though. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the.
A River of Hate type of Slav is white.
Uh-oh.
What y'all guys up to today? Free
In
zone.
front of the laptop. And
Oh, we chilling, man. Trying to help Stanley stay calm before he goes off on another John Galt Be Brave tangent. We've managed to keep it at bay.
Oh yeah, hey Free Zone. When I was saying like 6 to 2, you called me 6 motherfuckers to your 2.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I was keeping.
I thought you were talking about like good points that were made.
No,
that also could qualify.
No, see, we're talking to Stanley. This motherfucker is nothing.
Yeah, man.
You didn't get drunk on y'all. You didn't get drunk.
He made a beer run already.
Oh, did
Yeah.
you?
Yo, drunk Stanley is hilarious, John. Hilarious. Earlier he was like, John Galt is a lying motherfucker. He's an anti-black motherfucker. But subscribe to his channel. He's a great guy. I was crying, bro. Crying.
That was a good one.
Oh my God, man. He is everything that is wrong with the black community. But subscribe to his channel, man. He's got great content. Great guy. I'm on the channel. I was like, what? Stanley?
He's like, anti-black are worse than racist white. And
You
that
love
John
that.
Galt motherfucker. The anti-black son of a bitch. Subscribe to
Sub to his channel. Sub to
Well, I
his
didn't
channel.
go that far.
Check him out. Great content. He has great content.
Last night, guys, I woke up and I got on Nightish's panel. You know Nightish, you know Nightish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess he's going through some things in real estate.
All these other people that talk
He
about
said this.
properties and whatever else. We had the good man that deals with the blacks. They like to be in their face and document them fucking up. I'm gone.
The hood Grant Cardone.
The hood Grant Cardone. That's insane.
I'm talking shit. This is good information because I'm finna do this shit in the next fucking 3 to 4 days.
Oh, that shit gonna work.
I'm going on Amazon and getting all this shit quickly. Get some motherfuckers up in here and get this shit popping. John just listen. Let's be honest, y'all. John just saved my life because I didn't know what the fuck to do. I was really lost. I'm like,
what?
John's a holy man.
I'm like, how the? I was really lost. I'm like, how the fuck? All these other people that talk about properties and whatever else. We had the good man that deals with the blacks.
He can come talk all this shit he want, but man, Nightish was having a tenant. I guess she basically moved in and just stopped paying his ass, and the management company just went left on his ass too. He was talking about that shit last night.
First time you gotta evict somebody. It's gonna pull on your heartstrings a little bit. But you gotta get over that. You gotta bury that.
Yeah.
Don't be a bitch. Throw them out.
How long did it take you, John, before you stopped feeling bad about evicting people?
Man, I did my first eviction with my mother, man. I was a child, man. You know what I mean?
Whoa, what? Wait, whoa. I wasn't ready for that answer. Yeah, I need that story. Wait, you evicted your mom when you were a child? That's the first landlord experience? Go ahead, sir.
Mom, bro.
My mother and I, we were going to pick up some rent from a lady, and she ain't had the money. And she was at work. My mom was like, fuck it. And we went and took the front doors and the back doors off the fucking house. And when she came home, there were fucking doors. That was the first one I remember.
Yeah. That's the cold shit.
Oh, damn. So by the time it was your time to evict folks, you pretty much had already gotten that out your system.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah.
He was numb. Good enough.
Plus, usually they act so bad, you know what I'm saying, when they don't want to pay you or they can't pay you. It makes it almost easy, to be quite honest with you. You know?
How often do you get like a story that, or when is the last time that you got a story that you actually like, I don't want to say bought, but you know what I'm saying? Like you showed mercy, let's say.
Oh, that fucking lawyer, bro. You didn't see that?
Yeah.
The
$5
lawyer.
Oh my God, that $5 lawyer, man. That was the funniest shit.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Telethon. He had a telethon to adopt the FDA.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
She showed him a lot of mercy, man.
Yeah. I remember that because you showed up on Bracey's channel. I'm sitting there just watching the fuckery unfold. And then here comes John. I'm finna. Which one of you niggas is gonna help me? I'm finna evict the FBA today. Which one of you niggas is gonna help him? I was like, God damn. Let me swing over to John's channel to see what's going on. Like what?
Hey, imagine if he would have went to Q butter and shit with that. That would have been hilarious.
They wouldn't have come though. They still try to give a rock.
He's like, Sharon was like, do you have anything on the topic, sir? No, I just came to let y'all know I'm finna kick one of y'all little FBA niggas up out my place. If y'all want to save them, you know what I'm saying?
Yo, let's show up and do that, bro. That is some funny shit. No, that was on It Might Be Risky. That was on Risky.
Oh my God, man.
I do on Risky. Oh man.
It was one of those, man. Was it risky?
Yeah.
Oh man. It was one of those, man. I just remember watching that. I see you pop up and then you said what you said and left. I left with you, man. I was like, wait, what? He finna what? Let me slide over to John's channels real quick.
Yo, that's how you cast a big net right there, man.
Man,
I'm telling you, I got a list of niggas that you could just pop up on and say some wild shit. I guarantee you they'll filter right over here.
Man, it's really interesting, man. Man, I ain't talking about anyone in particular, but I'm really amazed how so many people can continue talking about their relationship shit. I'm fucking really amazed. Like, kudos to them niggas. Like, they get up every day and do that shit, that monotonous shit over and over. Oh my God, I don't know how they do it.
I have my fill of the relationship stuff, and most of the time their advice is bad advice anyway.
I mean, everybody's so different. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Like everybody's relationship are so different. How can you give out any advice and relate? I don't understand that shit. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it's ran its course, definitely.
But I guess people do have a lot of relationship problems, and they want to come hear some shit. I guess that would rather make sense. Yeah. Richard said you can listen to it. Stanley, could you listen? Are you into that relationship talk? Stanley messed up off again.
Yeah, but you know who I do like, whose channel I do fuck with is Platinum Elite.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, he runs a nice show. Yeah.
He do give some real advice. I'm not saying I take his advice. I really don't agree with his stances on a lot of things. But you talk about entertainment value.
Yeah. Man,
you go over there some days, you'll be laughing till your ribs hurt.
Yeah, I like Platinum. He's pretty good. I didn't know he was funny though. I usually kind of.
That's because you afraid. That's because you scared to get at the bitch, Deacon Dave. You don't know how to get at the batch. You scared to be a real nigga and get at the bench.
Yeah, you bitch broke, nigga. You bitch broke.
You bitch.
He usually keeps that what do you call it, the avatar. So you like looking at the avatar all the time. I guess it's not bad, but I have to get used to it. I really.
Nah, once you get P-bombed, you don't. Nah, you don't.
Yeah, you don't play those games. You don't play those games after you get. Yeah.
Yeah, he's real careful about that. So he keeps the overlays up.
Yeah, I don't like that shit. You know, it kind of takes away from the visual. I much rather see avatars of people than but it works. So
it's kind of intriguing because you're like, who is this talking? And then you just listen, and then a couple streams later, that same person will pop up. If you bring up some old shit on him, like something he said that nobody caught, yeah, man, it's funny as hell. The formula works, though.
Yeah, I like the show. I think people need to cam up more. Like the people that run shows, it just adds something to it. This is just my take on it. People know who's talking. You see your facial expression, how you're responding to what you're saying, or what you're reading, and something like that. I think it makes it better.
I think it'd kill the credibility.
What do you mean?
What was it? Somebody had cammed up to talk a lot of shit online, and it was like a bald head. He was laying on his stomach, a receding hairline, or something like that. I forget who that was, but it made its way around all the other channels, and everybody was like, "So and so talk all this shit," and here you go. See, I like the personalities, man. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, I ain't talking about the guests per se. They can be on, calm down. But I think that like the person running the show, I think it's better when he's cammed up. That's just my own personal opinion. Probably an age thing, oriented to watching the news or something like that.
You do some funny shit when you cammed up, like when you was talking about adopt the FBA. You was talking into the mic all serious. Which one of you motherfucking niggas? That shit had me dying.
Yeah, that's what I think adds to the make the show a little bit more colorful there when you see who's talking.
Yeah.
Tough guys in the building. Oh boy, he's gonna come up here and violate Stanley the rule. What's up, tough guy? Shout out Dolomite with the cash out, man. Really appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the channel. I heard you sent Stanley a cash out with the middle finger up. You missed him talking about that. Did y'all watch that community meeting last night? Man, we got to review that shit at some point.
What community meeting?
You didn't see that shit? So they had a community meeting in my neighborhood. This week there was a triple shooting, and the Navy Yard where I was arrested is technically in my ward. That's my what they call that shit, gerrymandering bullshit that the blacks that control the city have done to get the tax money of the whites by including the baseball stadium, the area where I was arrested, along with the poor blacks, but they're outnumbered. So the poor blacks still control the ward that I live in. But now they have the more affluent people that live across the river and by the baseball stadium as part of the tax base now for the ward. So there's some gerrymandering there. So anyway, after the whole Navy Yard takeover, which is in my ward, and the triple shooting, which was 2 blocks up in my neighborhood, one of the commissioners, quote unquote, of this area decided to have a community meeting about the crime and the violence and, what can they do? Summer's coming. They talk about summer like this motherfucker is a boogeyman, like he got to get out of jail or something. And so they said, summer's coming and, we need a strategy for what we're going to do. And, man, it was fucking hilarious to listen to these blacks come up with strategies, things they should do. for the youth getting out of school for the summer and raising hell. Truly amazing, bro. Show you how. I think they had no answers, bro.
Is this like one of those situations that happened in New Orleans?
What happened in New Orleans?
Or the city had split, and I think the affluent area was paying most of the taxes. I forget what the name of the city was. They was paying most of the taxes, and the blacks in the lower end, they was pissed about it. I forget what city was that? Louisiana somewhere.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Now this is different because this is the same city. So we have 8 wards here. Yeah, 8 wards. And each of them to be, what they call this shit, voting representation, right? They all have to have a certain number of people in the ward, right? And so so in the area I'm in, they added the white people in, but at a number that makes them a minority. So they probably couldn't win an election in my ward, in their new ward. They probably aren't going to affect much policy, but their tax money will go toward things in this ward of the city. It's an interesting gerrymandering type concept.
Are they counting the money before they get it? Is that what's going on?
Well, think about it like this. I would say there are probably 3 wards, maybe 4. Let's just say half. They probably generate all the tax revenue in the city. The rest of the wards are more or less sucking off the tit of the other people, the affluent people, if that makes sense. So the areas where Obama lives, Georgetown, that's where all the money is, right? And the federal government, all this in the same area. And then you got the black areas that need help, they need resources, you know what I'm saying? And so, in my opinion, they gerrymander these areas, so you can't easily isolate them and say they don't contribute anything in taxes. This ward doesn't. Well, now they do, because you've added a bunch of high-income white people that have moved into these condos near the baseball stadium. And so the blacks get to govern now over that. Do you remember Trayon White? Does anyone remember that? Well, Trayon White was a council member here in DC, and he didn't live near me, even though he represented my neighborhood. He lived across the river in the newly annexed part of Ward 8. And he ended up catching bribes. See, now once you're a city council member, your bribes basically are driven by what area you represent. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
If you represent the business district, you're going to get a lot of bribes. People needing waivers, variances, all that kind of shit. If you represent the ghetto, there ain't much out there to get bribes on. Ain't much going on, right?
Well, let me ask you a question, John. Do black politicians have to take bribes?
I'm not saying that they'd have to. I'm saying that.
Oh, no. I didn't say you said that. I asked you a question.
No, they don't have to. Of course not.
So what would happen if a black politician didn't take a bribe? Any clue?
Well, honestly, what I think, to be honest with you, Stanley, and I could tell you stories, I'm not going to tell it right now unless you want to hear it. I think if he didn't take the bribe, he would get replaced by people who would. That's truly what I believe.
Interesting.
Black
so
or
he's
white.
He's just like a white politician then.
I said black or white, doesn't matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
It really doesn't matter. Because I think there's so much money at play in things that the businessmen want. And if you're not willing to basically, take the bribe and look the other way, then someone will. They put your ass out of office. And the guy Trayon White, he was willing to take the bribes, and by the fact he got caught in this area damn near right while I was arrested. They arrested him as well for taking bribes. Again, he couldn't have gotten that kind of bribe.
So y'all were in the same paddy wagon?
No, it's different days.
Sorry, I couldn't help that one.
Yeah, but the thing is, he wouldn't have gotten those kind of bribes over here, right? 10 years ago when that more affluent area was not included in my ward, he wouldn't have been able to get that bribe. Now that they've kind of gerrymandered it, there are more bribes available to him because people want to build over there where I was arrested. There's a lot of developments, billions of dollars in development there.
What's
John,
up,
why do you
tough
think?
guy?
Why do you think that you got arrested?
Yeah.
Particularly, like you specifically.
I don't know, to be honest with you. I think that you know, and I've told you guys before, like, the police are very, very hands off with the
Because
juvenile.
your ass is black, nigga.
Nah, because the officer was black too. I don't like to think about that, but I think like.
Okay, so you don't think black officers don't be acting out just because they black?
But that's when he asked me a question. I think
Let me. I apologize, John. Tough guy. This is not T's panel. So
What that mean?
I hope I don't have to say more than that.
What the fuck that mean, nigga?
Motherfucker, do you really want me to tell you what it means? It means respect your elders.
Man, fuck you and that nigga. Oh, John, bitch ass nigga.
I hope you're kidding. I really truly hope you're kidding. We are literally playing your music. Don't make me put you off this panel while your music's playing. Wouldn't that be a shame?
Man, just finish what the fuck y'all saying, man. Let John talk.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like, my something tells me there's a media blackout on this shit. There, like I said, there were hundreds of people out when the triple shooting happened in my neighborhood. There's no footage of it. When I was down there with the the teen takeover, there was no media there. As I look back on it, there were no cameras set up anywhere. They've been reporting on it all week, but there are no cameras. And here I pull up with a camera, and I get arrested for probably the most trivial thing that he can find to arrest me for. And he was so hell-bent on arresting me, he didn't even, like, he immediately put me in handcuffs. Like, it wasn't, hey, get out the bike. It was immediately put me in handcuffs, and he broke ranks. He broke rank with, typically they don't do that when they are in those formations to prevent a riot or something. They don't go out enforcing petty crimes like that when they're there for a riot. They may call someone if they see something worthy. But it's very interesting, I don't know. In DC in particular, where shit is so lax, to see them do that, and there is going to be no penalty. It's unbelievable the amount of manpower they put forward to that. Yeah. I don't know why they did it. I can't even speculate. Well, I'm speculating, but I don't know what to think.
Speculate. They just pulled up hot. That's all they wanted. They wanted to get some meat.
I think that security guard's behavior was probably the most interesting thing. Like, as soon as I mentioned the word black, like, she immediately turned all her fire on me. And that's I think that's a real big problem there. That is or was the problem. Forget about the police. But that woman there probably was the bigger problem there, because she represents all throughout the neighborhood that conflict in their head. On one hand, they're tired of the YNs, but on the other hand, they don't want anybody to notice. And that's very interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I've seen it. I can personally say from personal experience that I've seen that, where if there is a problem, whatever the problem may be, those who identify with the person who's the problem will not let you speak on it.
Yeah. It's
Why y'all got this white girl up here? What's this?
I don't know who that is. That Grace Store.
Is that Stanley? Stanley, why you got this white bitch on the screen?
CKJ3, like, I don't know what it was, but I tell you this, what's interesting to me is, like, you don't even notice that security guard. Like, you didn't find her behavior peculiar. Like, how could you look at that and like, wait a minute, there's something weird about this. Like, why is she so mad at him? When just a minute ago she was mad at the teenager and all he did was say something. You know, I don't know. Like, what's your thoughts on those kids? The overwhelming response to keep those kids out of CVS.
Do you honestly want my thoughts on that, John?
Oh, hit the button.
They're not my kids and not my responsibility.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's a good answer. But I mean, CKJ3, you know, for the people that, you know, take interest in these things that, you know, oftentimes George Floyd wasn't related to anybody, but people ain't thoughts and interests about it. And so, yeah, you know, CKJ3, that is interesting. So you say she was at work, but she wasn't working either because her job is inside CVS. Her job is not to police people out on
How do you know what her job is?
Because if she cannot police public property.
Okay, no. Please listen to my question. Maybe her job was outside it too, to keep some people who shouldn't be in there out. I see security guards outside of.
But a security guard can't be telling people where they should and should not go if they haven't even been in the store. She was telling those kids what they should and should not do. She can't instruct them.
And were you those kids' parents?
That's what was she, and she can't instruct.
Okay, John, I'll go ahead and mute up. I'm going to go ahead and mute up, but that is not your responsibility to tell another grown woman what her job is. Sir, you're not her boss. You don't actually know for sure what her job is, and you're not those kids' parents. Why would you even bother getting in the middle of this?
Okay, well, why don't you ask her the same question?
Motherfucker, seriously. I think what anti-black blacks, their biggest problem is getting their nose in other people's business, other black people's business, other just people's business in general. How about mind your own business, and I bet you won't get arrested.
Yeah, I understand that. That's what the black security guard was saying. She said, "Stop looking at this. Stop noticing these black kids."
You know what? I have to take her side on this.
I understand. And you know, CKJ3, he said, you know what's interesting? This is so interesting. The black thought, bro. It was 8 o'clock. That area depends on
motherfucker. Minding your own business is a black thought.
No, what I said is CKJ3 said, John, she was at work. You wasn't working. No, I was down there to patronize one of the businesses that they built for people like me.
But not her business, right?
People with disposable income. I did not.
Somebody was talking about going to CVS to get toothpaste, and I made a joke that maybe you were there to get toothpaste.
Yeah, you joke a lot, and I don't joke.
Yeah, motherfucker, I joke. Just not to tell you exactly what I think you're fucked up on this one, John.
Okay, that's cool.
I'm joking, so I don't have to say that.
You can say it. It doesn't. I don't mind.
Motherfucker, I not only said it, I mean it.
Right, I'm standing here.
You are not going to be able to move the goalpost about some random kids that you're not the parent of. You're not going to be able to do that fucking anti-black dance where you are responsible for black kids and all blackdom. Dude, you were out of line. You were out of line.
You have your right to your opinion.
Motherfucker, you were out of line.
Your opinion. I'm not trying to change your mind. So, but again,
and you got fucking arrested for being out of line, basically.
Correct. But again, what CKJ
so no one gives a fuck about those kids. They didn't get arrested, and you did.
Again, what CKJ3 says is, I should have been at home. CKJ3, they built that area for people like me, people with disposable income, and like me there
and disposable bikes.
Right. Without people like me there at 8 o'clock at night, that place doesn't work, right? So people like me are who that area was built for. People that like to come out and drink. It was only 8 o'clock. You should ask the kids while they were there in a bar-heavy area where they were too young to drink, don't have any money, and there was a curfew. Why weren't they at home? You never ask those questions. And I guess either you're stupid or you just willfully look away. Which one is
okay, John, I you're just making all kinds of bad points. It's a nightshade point you're making. It's a whole lot of but, the kids, oh my Lord. I cannot believe that a smart man like you is basically using the butt defense.
I didn't use the butt. I said, hey, they had the right to arrest me. They did.
Stanley, who is this white bitch on the screen?
Some person that Deacon Dave's lusting after. I'm kidding, Dave. I'm kidding, Dave.
But either way it goes.
No, I was watching
Some journalist, some New York Post journalist.
We played a community meeting here. I'll talk about it later. I'll probably leave that on my
Oh, I had fun on that one too.
Yeah, that's probably very interesting. We'll talk about it later on my stream. So it's not to be interrupted.
That seems fair.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting.
And the black guy here is John McWhorter. And the guy on the right is Bill Maher. You know, River of Hate, you weren't even watching the stream, but your white Slav ass, you know, I'm going to stop calling you a white Slav. I'm going to start calling you cold Slav. It's like, dude, you are mayonnaise and a bunch of cut up lettuce on this point. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. And I shouldn't have even.
What you're talking about?
Like, this motherfucker wants to talk about what a security guard's job is. You know less than John. John at least was there.
This motherfucker.
These anti-blacks are just fucking fascinating at how they want to make all kinds of theories about shit they don't know about.
Why do you think people are anti-black? Because of the color of their skin or what?
Oh no, just because they want to worry about kids that aren't theirs. They want to talk about the culture. Oh, everybody's getting tired of the culture. When motherfucker, I think that security guard got black fatigue after you started fucking with her. She's like, oh goddamn, my Lord, this motherfucker has gotten on my last nerve. I got black fatigue. I got black fatigue.
Go with the jokes.
It was the kids and then some 50-year-old motherfucker. The kids were bad enough, and some 50-year-old kid comes up. Motherfucker, I'm not thinking. I'm just describing what I think happened.
You call me anti-black, so what?
Motherfucker, you are so anti-black, it's almost scary.
You think it's the color of their skin?
I think that you have all kinds of critique of quote black culture. You're contributing to the delinquency of the black culture that you have no business criticizing in the first place.
So what makes me anti-black?
I literally think your critique of black culture while contributing to the delinquency of the black culture that you criticize is literally some nigger circular argument. And I don't use that N word too often, but it seems appropriate here. It's a nigger circle. It's a nigger circular argument.
Gotcha.
I'm criticizing the youth while I'm acting like a youth.
Gotcha. I just want to hear your answer. Gotcha.
John,
and you know what? You know what?
Wait,
Who would have been
can I ask
your
John a
Robin?
question,
Black Batman? River of Hate would have been your Robin.
Can I ask John a question?
Oh,
John,
go right ahead.
John, do you regret what you did?
No, I don't regret
Take it
what I
back?
did. I mean, listen.
Would you take it back?
Take what back? What did I think? I mean, listen. If they say I broke the law,
You got arrested for something. I mean, it just doesn't seem like you are holding yourself accountable or nothing.
Hey, am I not guilty until proven? Am I not innocent until proven guilty? So when
I mean, you said, "Am I not guilty?" I mean, I guess if you're guilty, you're guilty. I mean, I don't know.
I'm gonna ask you this question. See if you understand. Right now, am I not innocent? Am I innocent right now? In your eyes, am I innocent?
Well, wait, of what?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't there.
No. I haven't been convicted yet. I still have a court date. You know how it works? I have a court
But I
date.
wasn't there, John.
Okay, so this nigga.
Are you gonna fight it in court?
Well, I have to go to the court. Is virtual. So at that point, right? That's when will determine if I'm innocent or guilty or not.
You
right?
think will you put it online?
I got this nigga on the line. We're gonna see if we can educate this nigga. Hey, tough guy, nigga. Am I innocent?
Oh shit!
Right now, it's a yes or no question. Right now, as I say, am I innocent?
Basically, until you go to court.
Hey, that's right.
No, I have to take John's. That's a yes/no question.
Hold on. So I very well could get vindicated, right? They very well could get vindicated. Shit. They could say we're sorry. We're dropping the charges against you, right? So let me.
That's more than likely going to happen.
Let me ask you: if they drop the charges against me, then how would you feel about what the police did then? What was the reasoning for just arresting the nigga?
Is that question to me or tough guy?
It's the tough guy because he's probably an anti-police nigga. We're going to hear what he got to say.
It's the police fault then.
You arrest some nigga and then as soon as you get to court, that's a waste. Like,
oh, you just fell for his trap, tough guy.
Well, he didn't.
He's just trying to fight for himself. I mean, he's got to practice.
Oh no,
So,
John has a whole theory about policing.
You got to practice, so let him have it.
No,
he might not win. He might not win in real life.
John, please proceed. You got it right where you wanted.
I mean, you're the best prosecutor. I want to see how you can prosecute him. Let's try to prosecute. We're gonna have court right now. Okay, court is in session.
Hold on, be quiet.
The honorable.
Hold on one sec. Hey, don't squirm in John's trap now.
The best prosecutors.
You're there.
The best prosecutors will be in the courts, and I'll face them in a couple weeks, and they'll likely drop the charges. Even the fucking police that process me say, "Man, I can't believe they brought you in here for this bullshit on a Friday night or whatever night it was on the weekend." While they having all their problems, and maybe y'all, he said, "Man, just make sure you log on to the virtual hearing, and I assure you they're going to drop the charges." I said, "Man, it's cool, no problem." And that was that, man. It was like in and out an hour and a half, no scratches on me. I wonder, nigga, did you ask those same questions of George Floyd when he was getting his ass kneeled on? Did you ask him, did he regret passing that fucking $20 bill, nigga, or were you just out there protesting in favor of him? You was just anti-police at that time, huh?
Okay, now I'm confused. Where does George Floyd come into this?
Did you tough guy when George Floyd passed that 20 and he stuffing that fent laced drug in his mouth? You wonder if he had any regrets?
Probably not. When you high out your mind,
you didn't wonder when he OD'd a couple months before. You didn't want to say, "Damn, why that shit didn't change his behavior." A couple months later,
you know what? When you're done asking tough guy these questions, ask me so I can basically answer your questions. Because you're gonna ask me questions when I'm done with this stupidity.
Different questions. And so, but again, like for me, look, you heard me make one excuse, nigga. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I've been arrested, been in jail longer than that. Nigga, that wasn't shit to me. A fucking hour. Inconvenience, nigga. That's all it was, nigga. And them motherfucker put them handcuffs on me, nigga. I ain't say a word, nigga. You understand that?
Yeah, no, you're not supposed to say nothing. What you mean, John? What you mean? You're not supposed to say nothing anyway, nigga.
Niggas talk. Nigga, I took my lumps. You learn from that, nigga. Huh? You can learn through me. Nigga, I know how to take my lumps, nigga. I can give them, I can dish them and take them.
Oh, I'm glad you ain't no snitch, nigga. I'm glad you wasn't like ratting the whole block out because you had handcuffs on you.
I ain't got nobody to snitch on. The fuck, I ain't want to live no life where I got people to snitch on.
Hey, I think CT was snitch. CT. CT was snitch, nigga.
CT would have started crying and thrown up.
Hell yeah, he would have snitched.
I'm sorry, officer. Open the door. I gotta.
Yeah, he can't stand no pressure, man. Can't withstand the pressure. John done. Hey, you went to the pen, John, or you went to just regular jail?
No, just a holding cell.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I ain't never been to the pen. I was about to say, nigga, you better than me.
Shit, I've been
John was like, "Motherfucker, don't even look at me hard.
Shit,
I ain't even fucking with you.
I will beat you down."
Man, I ain't had no problem. I just stayed to my own business whenever I've been in there. Like, but every time I've been in there, shit is just, either in and out of, I was in solitary, so,
Yeah, but you can't in prison. You can't stay to yourself too long.
Now, I ain't never been to prison.
Yeah, you're gonna have to mingle, and you're gonna have to be a man. So ain't no getting out of that. That's why I don't understand these little shooters out here. Because once they get caught and they go to jail, like, nigga, ain't no guns in jail.
Every time I've been in jail, and I told the story before, you hear the young
Ain't
men,
no guns in jail.
They're older men, like
Whoa, Dolomite. No, I don't. Okay, Dolomite. You know what, man? You have a whole fan club, and Dolomite is the little Mickey Mouse president, John.
Oh,
that mother. What is a nigga version of Mickey Mouse here?
I guess I'll stream the court hearing.
Now I was gonna ask you that actually.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. No, I don't owe him an apology because, to be honest, I think there are times when, and I was kind of surprised you didn't ask because you brought up what you thought the cops should have been doing. You know what? If you were out to get a drink at the bar or go get toothpaste from CVS, you could have just gone about your business and not fucked with the security guard.
Yeah,
it was a little much.
All right, fair enough. Everybody has the right to their own opinion. I ain't trying to change yours,
dude. And I'm basing this. You remember?
He's just basically saying if you would have minded your business,
hold on, tough guy.
You need to know why you're basing it.
Let me let you know what I'm basing this on. You remember months ago? Was it a Caribbean Day parade when you were fucking with those female cops on the parade route?
Oh, so you got your karma.
Hold on. That's, dude, I don't just generally, with people I know, I'm actually basing it. You have a problem with female authority, like females with badges.
Okay.
I saw you do it. And was it a Caribbean Day? It was last summer, John.
Okay. All right.
You don't recall?
I don't recall, but I take your word for it. Yeah,
well, no, seriously. I was kind of shocked. Like, John's going to get his ass arrested. There were female cops, and you were fucking with them hard. Dude, it was, and everybody in, the chat, because it's online. It was shortly after you started the channel. I was like, and your kids were with you.
Did I curse him out? Did I call him a name or anything? I'm just trying to
you know what? You might have, but you were fucking with them. These women were just sitting there minding their own business, and there were male cops there too. It was just it was more than I would have done.
I understand, but did I threaten them or anything like that? I'm just curious.
Dude, your type of black conservative or conservative-ish.
Okay.
On 1 minute, you're talking about, YNs and authority and the problems they have with authority. On the other hand, you're being an old YN. To me, it's kind of a weird dichotomy.
Stanley,
why fuck with female cops to begin with? How about just walk on?
I got you. And Stanley, the interesting thing, you keep referring to me as a conservative. And I look back through my streams the other day, and I very rarely even talk about politics.
Okay, you seem to think that I'm making a political point.
But what do you mean?
I'm not asking about who you vote for. I'm talking more orientation.
But okay, Orient, like, what makes me conservative? I'm curious to know because
Well, motherfucker, you suck Trump's dick for starters.
I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't even follow.
Oh yeah, plausible deniability. I didn't vote for him, therefore I'm not. Dude, I hear you. I watch you. I'm on this channel. You are literally.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll be
You
quiet.
are literally. Well, I don't mean to upset you
because it's really all you have. Because again,
okay, no. If you would shut the fuck up and let me develop the argument, you would know what I actually have.
That's the way you have to talk.
Stop struggling. You're in that anti-black quagmire here.
So does that mean
you didn't vote for Trump? You didn't vote for Trump, therefore I can't be for Trump. Dude, save that for the motherfucking 14-year-olds.
But if you take out Trump,
I'm not taking out shit. It's all gonna stay there in my critique. Don't ask me to take out part of my critique.
But how do you align me with Trump? Well, I didn't vote for him.
Motherfucker, y'all revel in body cam vids. You motherfucking love a white supremacist. You have all. God damn it! I don't know why you can't let me develop this argument. You keep asking me what I have, but you won't let me present what I have.
Yeah, I ain't trying.
What's it gonna be?
No, go right ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Dude, you are a black conservative, and barely so. If you must feel that way, you are anti-black. That part I do know. You will go out and you will fucking fuck with females in authority. So I think you've taken a red pill. You will literally shit on black culture that you don't approve of while contributing to the culture you criticize. I think that's hypocritical.
Is that conservative?
And then you will agree with a white supremacist. I also think you're a white supremacist.
Okay.
You are a conservative white supremacist who basically thinks white culture is the apex of how black people ought to be. And you know what? I'm not really criticizing it as much as pointing it out. And I certainly don't agree.
So let me ask you this, because you said something interesting. You think that I think that blacks should emulate white people? It's a yes or no.
No. You think we ought to assimilate?
So you think
not emulate, because you can't be white, but you should assimilate.
So you think
in a Booker T. Washington way.
Oh, okay. All right.
We can't be as smart as whites. We just need to work hard for them. And maybe one day we'll be accepted by them. You pay attention to the white gaze. You care what white people think about you.
Gotcha. Okay. That free zone Lou, Dave, tough guy.
I'm here. My bad. My landlord talking about he got a plumber coming. I'm like, damn, nigga could have told me that a long ass time ago.
Motherfucker, Clue, this is Stanley versus the world. If your family's getting offended, shut the fucking phone off or the computer off. Fuck you. Bring your little black crow friend too. His ass can come up for some roasting. And motherfucker, you hit the link.
Luke does a great impression of him.
Secret. There's only one thing you gotta know. Shot from me. You gotta clean it to
Who's that, tough guy?
Yeah, what happened?
Oh, I'm saying somebody got background.
Yeah, that's me, man. I'll mute up while y'all talk for a second.
Well, I don't know. You learn from experience on that one, I guess. Well, I don't know what the takeaway is.
I think as I said, you look at the event that night, then you look at the community hearing. The black side answers to their children. It ain't my children. I don't give a fuck. But they are amongst us. They live on
God's little sunbeam is what
I knew you wanted
Clue calls the white gaze.
I could stream that. And there's nothing that can be done. I mean, we were listening to community meeting. They were talking about having STD tests. For what? Crime? The summer crime wave? How are STD tests going to
What the
solve
fuck are you talking about? What does STDs
That's what
have
I
to
was
do with
wondering.
any of
That's what
this?
the whole audience was wondering. Like, wait a minute, they're talking about STD tests to prevent a crime wave, the coming summer crime wave. And
Okay, I don't give a shit about the audience. My point is, what do STDs have to do with being anti-black or loving the white gaze like Blue does?
we kind of moved on from there.
Motherfucker, then move back because I have a point to make.
No, I thought you were still on.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I was talking to my son. I want to roast Clue for loving the white gaze. It's God's little sunbeam to his little pea plant. He can only grow with a little bit of the sunshine of the white gaze. You know what, Clue? You ask yourself whether it's a gaze or gaze. Depends on how you want to spell it and maybe which panel you're on.
Oh, shit.
And by the way, sir, hit the link. You can come up and you can get this roasting more on the panel. I don't want to make you feel, bad in the chat. Bring your dumb ass up here and bring your little black crow with you. I'm on drugs. No, you know what? When I see a coon who has a studio, I get really impressed, for starters.
Coon Studio? That's an honor.
Well, I know he likes being called a coon. As a matter of fact, he might be that white shade that pops the balloon because he is black and fatigued. Oh, no. I know Clue's not White River of Hate. He only turns white in the white gaze. It's kind of like an anti-black halo. Once their halo starts glowing, they look white. He's been N-word fatigued since 1994. Motherfucker, is that when you were born?
A lot of people fatigue, man.
Nah, I'm just fucking with Clue. He knows who he is.
That shit ain't coming out of nowhere. I say that much.
Yeah, well, I have my critiques. Who is gonna? Dolomite is still stuck on your little council meeting last night. I thought it was a total waste of your time, let alone their time.
What do you think about their time? Don't worry about mine. I got plenty of time to waste. What did you think about their time?
You know what? I got bored after about 10 minutes of it.
So you think it was a total?
Now look, here's N8 wondering about whether my stream has hit 30 people today. Well, motherfucker, it might hit 30 now that you're here in 8 ways.
Oh shit! Fucking door came open.
Innate, bring some people with you, Innate.
It did go sure. You goddamn halftime. I only had the fucking back door unlocked, man. The motherfucker just blew open with the wind.
It wasn't closed all the way?
No.
Is it stormy up there?
Yeah, like a motherfucker. So I ain't had the fucking back door locked. Fucking wind just blew.
So I guess we won't have to worry about you getting arrested for scooter violations tonight. I couldn't help it, John.
You know what? Hey, the rain is running the little YNs inside. So they're probably not
Well, you know what? None of them will get arrested
You
tonight.
should always focus on that because they are the ones destroying the city.
Are they really?
Yeah, I mean, bro, like I can't take, like, you know, like, and I ain't gonna say destroying because it's just probably a little bit extreme, but it's just the violence is so spread out. Like, what's the crazy? I was looking at some of the murders and shit in DC. I think only one of them was around here. I'm in the fucking ghetto, right? Like, but they're going all around doing the shooting.
Well, you sound disappointed that more didn't happen around you.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what's up? But what I'm saying is that, like, it's not. If it were confined to one area, people could look the other way and act oblivious to it. But by the fact that they're shooting people way up in Northwest, way on the other side of town, and everyone knows that they don't live there. Everyone knows it. This is a very segregated city by and large.
Well, maybe they don't want to kill their own. Maybe it's like a Nat Turner thing. We're just going to go to the people we feel oppressed by.
I'm not into it. It could be a number of reasons, not just one. But by the fact that it's so spread out, it makes it harder to tame than if it was just confined to, say, Southeast where I am. Feels in Southeast, fucking.
No, is this some theory? I mean, I honestly have to ask, isn't that the cops' problem to solve?
Yeah, isn't it? You know, but for the people that live here, imagine you paying.
What's not happening around you? Oh, you mean in the city?
Yeah, right. For the people that say live here, right? It's cheaper to live where I live. But over there in the Navy Yard, where they're paying $3,000 for a one-bedroom apartment, you got young black kids, you know, killing people and running all up in the buildings. That doesn't happen over here. If it does, you know, it's not that big of a deal. But over there where it's not expected, you're like, what the fuck? Like $3,000?
Well, do you think that's why they're doing it over there? Hell, nobody's going to double bolt their doors.
Well, honestly, I think they're getting past security because those buildings have security. And I think, you know, the bigger, and not white gays over there anymore. It's a very gentrified area.
Not a white gaze. It's like a white scare.
You know, I think it's just an area where, you know, there's a lot of shit going on, baseball games and all that kind of shit. And, you know, the kids live in these ghettos. There's nothing there to do. So they come to the closest area where there's a lot of shit going on. You know,
so you think they get bored in their own neighborhood, so they're going to run over to Northwest to shoot people?
Well, I don't think they go. Well, some of them may go there to shoot people, but some of them just go there to, you know, fuck around.
All right, I'm back.
And then
you are?
Something could jump off that leads to a shooting because they may come with a gun. They ain't go there to shoot somebody deliberately.
I had a plumber.
Maybe something pops off and then they shoot somebody, and then, you know, now it happened at the Navy Yard. If they were back in their neighborhood, it would happen in their neighborhood. But by the fact that they took their beef to the Navy Yard, that's what happens. And that now it becomes more of a
So it's gang related in the Navy Yard.
It's gangs. I just think it's teams. I don't hear much about gangs in DC. It's just teams, you know, they're fighting over girls. They're fighting over this, shoes, that, whatever, you know, whatever team fight over. I don't know.
So it's like the black version of West Side Story.
I guess. I don't know. But, you know, when I was there, it just looked so weird to me because, you know, I'm familiar with how the area was developed, and it was developed with adult entertainment in mind, not sexual, like clubs or anything, but bars, restaurants, high-end shit, you know, and to see these kids just standing outside of a fucking CVS, like, and the security guard got guns, the police, it's like they have nothing to do. This city offers them nothing, you know, at least down in
Well,
there.
to be honest, why should you know what? You know where I'm going to go with this. The city doesn't owe them shit.
I didn't say that, right? You know,
Oh, no. I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying you say that the city doesn't owe them stuff. That's an observation you made. And my question is, that's not the city's job.
Well, I agree with you, but these parents seemingly, like, there's so much wealth disparity here, like, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these black kids living over here in the ghettos, man. Like,
well, see, we suddenly juxtaposed. So what if there's wealth disparity?
Well,
because honestly, it sounds like an argument I would make, except I would never would.
Well, the thing is that
occupied, because I thought you said something about there were like a summer jobs program, or did I misunderstand?
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing, Stanley, man. Like, they be doing it for years and years, and I've been looking at it just, you know, from a observer, because it's a very interesting phenomenon, because it's small enough. This city is. It's not like New York, but it's big enough where they can hire a lot of people. And so what is happening is that the standards are so loose, that people are coming from all over the fucking country getting their children summer jobs, and there were no jobs.
Well, you mean summer jobs like as pages or whatever, interns on Capitol Hill?
No, I'm not talking about that. Right? In DC, they do this damn summer job. Mary Barrett, right? Summer jobs, where he basically started this whole thing where I'm going to create jobs for the kids in the summer to give them something to do while they're out of school. But no business, no organization could spin up 300 jobs overnight, right? You just the flow of doing that, hiring them, telling them where to go. It would take. You can't just hire that many people, and so he would hire all these high school kids and just give them make work jobs. And so every politician that's coming on after this has tried to mimic Marion Barry, because politically it was very successful for him. But
you make me struggle sometimes with these sorts of points. If I were a parent there, I'd be like, you know what? We need to move. Let's find a place where, look, I understand your point of view about why there's so many kids, or the kids are ruining the city. I think it all comes back down to parenting. The kids are a problem. I think their parents are a bigger problem. I'm just going to have to do that. Look, the parents are fucked up, therefore the kids are fucked up. There's not much that you can do about that.
You know what I think, Stanley? I think what it is I don't know if the parents are that fucked up. I mean, like,
okay, well, if they're not taking care of their kids, like, you need to be here. Where are you? Sounds pretty fucked up to me. You need to know where your kids are.
A 17-year-old at 8 o'clock at night, what would his curfew be? I'm not sure.
Okay, let me tell you where a 19-year-old is tonight. Now, we are leaving tomorrow, but motherfucker, if you're not in college, if you are here, now he might go out, he might not, but motherfucker, you got a phone.
But
I do care where you are. It seems fairly simple.
What was this curfew at 17?
He had no curfew. He just knew if it's a goddamn school night, you need to be here doing whatever kids do. Honestly, John, no. Let me make a point here.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
I have never given my son an allowance. I have never even looked at what he read. I've never had a net nanny. Dude, you know what the right thing is. I've taught you what the right thing is. You know what? There were no curfews because look, if you're going out on a Saturday night, be here by this time. If you're gonna be late, call me.
So
We can negotiate it.
So that's a curfew, basically, right?
Yeah, it's not be home by 10.
I mean, if you're not, just call me. It's just, it's flexible, but it's a curfew.
Well, it's an expectation. Curfew is a good word. I'm not going to dispute that. But the motherfucker knew I had an expectation.
I'm not trying to disparage you with it, but I'm just saying at some point.
Oh, no. I'm not thinking you are. I'm just saying it's not willy-nilly. Okay. If I expect you and you're 17, if I expect you to be somewhere, you need to either be there or tell me when. It doesn't sound like that's happening with the kids you experienced that night.
Well, I'm asking again because it probably wasn't an unreasonable time for a 17-year-old child to be outside.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're catching the metro to be somewhere far from home, that might be concerning. And I don't know, maybe it's not, for a city kid.
Fair enough. I can go along with that. But yeah, I just think that they probably are catching the subway, and they're leaving basically ruins. That's why they're leaving, right? They're migrating for the night, going to where it's nice, where nice things are, because there really are no nice things in their community. That's why they're leaving. They wouldn't go all the way downtown. Most of them niggas probably 2-3 miles from there.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. If they take the subway to go somewhere where it's nice, do you have money, or are you just going to sit out and harass people?
And that's what they end up doing. They sit out and harass people.
Then, motherfucker, you don't need to be there. And I'm not fussing at you. I'm just, as a parent, literally, I would ask, well, where are you going? I need to have a rough idea. If you're going all the way to Northwest or the Navy Yard, or I don't know DC that well, but like, if you're going to go there, do you plan on going into a restaurant? Is it a date? What are your plans?
Well, yeah.
And if it's just sit out and fucking cat call, motherfucker, this is not an Emmett Till situation. You need to keep your ass here.
Yeah. I mean, what's crazy?
I know you think I'm whistling Dixie, but dude, I've literally no, motherfucker, you're not going if you don't have any money, and you have no reason to be there. How about let's just not go there? Find something else to do.
I don't disagree with you, and I think that everywhere they go, honestly, like at least here. Is far outside their neighborhood because there's just nothing in their neighborhood, right? There's just nothing there, and so they go to.
You know what? That is not my problem. Your problem. If there's nothing in the neighborhood, then God damn it, parents, tell them what to do.
Maybe
okay, you laugh, but dude, I live like the most interesting thing near me that my son might want to do is fucking go fishing. He does have friends. There's maybe one theater in this little town. One day he wound up going into Atlanta or something like that, and I pitched a bitch. It's like, dude, you didn't tell me this.
Yeah.
So kids will wander.
Yeah, I mean, I did this shit when I was a kid, and that's the allure, man. You know what I'm saying?
The titty bar.
Listen, man, your son wanted to Atlanta.
Now, if my son said, "Hey, I went to the titty bar," I might just go, "Well, don't do it again," but I'm not gonna complain that much. But at least it was a mission.
These kids just going, they want to, go to nice shit too. Like your son wanted to go to Atlanta.
Dude, you know what? Then get a job so when you get there, don't fucking sit out and go in. Have some money to go in.
I mean,
Maybe get a job there, motherfucker. No, dude, you're laughing. I'm dead serious.
You know, Stanley,
Have a mission.
I tell you, bro, like, man, I got some pictures today. I took some pictures today. I was out and about. And, you'd be amazed, bro.
Okay, what Shredder? You have no clue what you're talking about. Clarence Thomas, I assume that motherfucker didn't just go to private school. That motherfucker suffered through private school. Read his biography. Read. There are a couple biographies. You want to act like Clarence suffered through that private school experience? Do better, sir.
Do better, sir.
Read about it before you comment on it, Shredder.
Yeah, I was rolling through the hood today, bro. I was just looking. I was like, man, like, yo, bro. Like, I got this one picture. It was just it's in front of like one of the stores. I ain't gonna go too deep, and it was just all these guys, and they was just standing in front of this convenience store, like a carryout bodega, whatever, right? And they all young, able-bodied and shit. They just, just chilling. And I was listening to the community meeting where they were talking about more regulation on the restaurants. And so I don't know if you know this, Stanley, but in the there's like this conflict between the restaurants, the immigrant-owned restaurants, and the people that live there that go to the stores. And so they want to regulate them more or less, saying, hey, your food, we want healthy food options, right? But these people aren't going to serve healthy food options. You're going to have to bring in some new people if that's what you want. You have to show that you're investment worthy. And so these guys who weren't at this meeting, more than likely, they're hanging out in front of the store. They don't give a shit what the health rating is. It's convenient. And it's like, two different worlds. These ANC government people that want to try to make things better. And then there's some people that's down the street like, fuck it, I like it just how it is. So it's kind of interesting, Very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm the best person, to be honest, because I'm John. I think sometimes I do live in a different world. It's like, motherfucker.
I think sometimes y'all just some old niggas and y'all got a different way of looking at shit. Both of y'all.
Well, yeah.
I'm also
that
getting
be
older as well, and so these YNs out here is just way different from us. So you're right when it comes to
no, they were
options,
raised by us. They were raised by us. The YNs are our sons.
I
almost paraphrase.
Well, these YNs are. I'll say these YNs are my nephews because I didn't have a son. But
I will say this though, Stanley.
But my nephews ain't out here wilding like that.
Well, I think that like if you want to say, hey, it's the people before them, whatever. Again, like somebody should have been building up whatever these people enjoy doing in their neighborhoods, right? And so that they don't have to go out and be ostracized the way that they were, the way I saw them. Like, that can't be healthy for a child to be sitting there faced with the police.
Okay, hold on. You said they were ostracized. How? Can you describe that?
Well, maybe that's the wrong word, but they were clearly being told that they weren't wanted down there, right?
Mm-hmm.
The police facing them off, the security guard telling them get the hell on. They weren't wanted.
Well, I mean, if they were there just quietly, just kind of standing around, I mean, there had to be a reason. And you said it was after curfew, right?
Well, whatever reason was.
Well, hold on. You said there was a curfew, right?
Well, I can't be for certain. So let's just say no, it wasn't a curfew, right? Because there was a curfew on private property at the wharf, but I don't know if the city, I can't be for sure if the city enacted the curfew or if they were even beyond the curfew yet, because I can't remember what time it was. But when I pulled up to the lady, when I pulled up across the street, the black lady security guard and the African security guard both were saying those kids need to get the hell away, right? Like, just that alone, like, those kids, nobody wanted them around. So,
Okay,
like,
well, John, finish. Why? I don't know. That statement, no one wanted them around, no one would care if they were behaving.
well, yeah, that's true too. Well,
Okay, not wanting the kids around because they're misbehaving.
Well,
that seems okay.
But they weren't misbehaving at this point because they would have been arrested, presumably.
I see.
But just their presence. That's why the lady was saying, and the man was saying, they need to get the hell on, right? And so, that's the push for the curfews because people don't want them around, behaving or not. They say, hey, we don't trust you to behave, so we're gonna pass the curfew. So after that, you'll leave. We don't want you around. And I'm just saying that just must be like devastating to those children at such an early age to be smacked in the face with that. I don't know.
Well, it strikes me when you say the kids aren't wanted, we don't want them around.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's interesting.
Well, it's not actually. It's actually.
I love when
not
John
that
be like, "That's
interesting."
interesting."
To me, it's
Hey, John,
not that interesting.
John, what's that mean when you say that's interesting?
Motherfucker, what do you think it means?
John is a dick.
No, I didn't take that impression. I feel bad. But I also look.
What I'm
people need to do better. Black people need to do better is my point. But you know what?
Okay, but we've been saying that for like 20 years.
Okay, motherfucker. It's either gonna get better or it doesn't.
Okay, so it's not then.
Hey, let me tell you, Stanley. I'm curious to know what you think. You're a tough guy. I got a good. Well, he used to be a good buddy, man. Things are going by the wayside for him, but he reminded me of the lawyer that I had, the $6 lawyer. So he went to this third tier law school. I've told a story about him, but man, he's fallen on such hard times, and so he's become somewhat of a recluse. And I never thought he was that smart to be a lawyer in particular. I never thought he'd be a lawyer. And so anyway, he sued one of his past employers for racial discrimination, whatever. He won that one, got a little money, but now he has a hard way to go, man. Trying to be a lawyer. What would you suggest to someone like that?
Wait, hold it. He's a lawyer trying to become a lawyer. Was he disbarred?
Well, he's trying to get a law job, right? He can't find a law job.
Okay, if he sued his employer, good luck with that.
Yeah. And
because that's going to get around. Now, I think if he's clever, maybe teach at a law school. He won't be teaching at Howard because that's going to get around too. He's an actual. He passed the bar, right?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Okay, he'll find something to do, but it might not be in DC. He might just fucking have to move.
Bro, I'm telling you, once you sue people, this is what I was telling you about the young boy when he called in. Like when you mention lawsuits to people, motherfuckers start backing up. Like, hey, I don't want to do business with you, bro. Like you talking about lawsuit shit, right?
Well, let me give you probably a bad example, and it's not about lawyers. My son made 1B in high school. It was fucking in band his sophomore year. And the reason he did not make an A, and I'm not going to get too deep into it, but it was my fault because I made a command decision and the band teacher was black. This motherfucker, he wound up winning teacher of the year, I think it was the following year. This motherfucker was auditioning to be like the band leader or whatever they call him. of one of the HBCUs. You know, this motherfucker was demanding professionalism, and you know, you need to, and that's all well and good. But like I told him, it's like, dude, this isn't fucking FAMU. It's a fucking small town Georgia high school. And it got to a point, because I was so unsatisfied with him, I called his boss, who happened to be a black man as well, vice principal of something or another. And you know what? The vice principal said he would talk to the guy and the band director, and nothing happened there. And my sister is a retired teacher. So I called her and I'm like, you know what? I'm about to go to the board because this is gonna be fixed. And you know what she told me? She's like, Stanley, you can do that, but you're gonna make it difficult for the child. If you go and if you actually go to the Carroll County School Board, you might change things, but it's gonna fuck, you know, the teachers are gonna know. So I had to eat that bee, and it wasn't my son's fault. And I could get deeper into detail, but motherfucker, I just had to eat that bee, and it was personal. It was a decision I made, cost him an A, but my sister's like, no, he'll make an A, but motherfucker, it's gonna haunt him. Same thing with that lawyer. You sue, motherfucker, it gets around. You better just eat it.
You know, the bigger thing,
that boy needs to move, is my point.
You know, the bigger thing, Stanley, is and I talk about this a lot of times because I see it so much, bro, like so much. And it pains me to see it all the time. The guy that I'm talking about that sued, for him to effectively sue, he had to go against one of his co-workers that he had become friendly with.
Oh shit.
So basically he broke the friendship off that probably could have lasted him a professional lifetime, if not a full lifetime. So now no more references, no more that for a short term.
He fucked it up.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, he grew up very poor. You know what's interesting? He started a business, and you know, like, I'm be a little law firm business, right? And he named it after his housing projects that he grew up in. There's nothing wrong with that, but it kind of shows you where he's coming from. You know what I mean? You know, very poor. And in my own opinion, I don't dislike him. I'm just being honest. I just don't think he had the you know, to really be a lawyer. Not in DC, for sure. DC's, you know,
well, you know what? That is kind of a different place to be a lawyer. He's swimming in like Navy waters when he's Coast Guard material.
Right.
I hope there's a Coast Guard motherfucker.
You know, like DC, New York, you know, probably Miami. You know, those are very LA. You know, to be a lawyer in San Francisco, you got to be very, like, you know, very, very serious.
You know what? And John, you're right about that. Motherfucker, it was his first job was in DC.
Yeah, chasing a girl. But see, you know, man, you know, I could go all the way back.
I bet that girl probably has a famous lawyer husband by now.
Man, I'm gonna tell you that story a little bit later.
That motherfucker, she's married to what's the civil rights lawyer? Can't think of his name.
It gets worse than that or better than that, depending on your point of view. But the interesting thing, though, Stanley, you know, kind of what I've seen all along is like, this was a guy that was never serious. He worked for John Lewis. You know John Lewis, right?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
As a legislative aide? What did he worked in John Lewis's office?
He was in LA.
That motherfucker wound up like fucking not having $5.
Now Philippe worked for John Lewis too, but Philippe parlayed that shit like a motherfucker. Two different people, and like two different niggas. Philippe a real nigga, like you're smart nigga.
Yeah. Well, Philippe is the par excellence anti-black.
That nigga real smart, bro. I'm telling you. You got the ability to not overreact to shit. Like, you got this shit like natural, bro. What the fuck is natural? You know what I mean? Like,
is it though?
For him,
he must have had good. Now I don't know and don't particularly care, but he must have had good parents.
Yeah, but
sometimes parents.
It's his demeanor, Stanley. It's his demeanor. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, very, very, very logical person. So he's not gonna get rattled and shit. You know,
was he a computer guy?
But now he works in data centers. Now he works in building that data centers.
Right, but I mean, what was his undergrad?
Political science, I think. Yeah, more interesting. Yeah, but very, very fucking logical guy. Very logical, and
well, you know, I knew a guy who became a Navy nuclear engineer with a political science degree.
One of my other buddies is a Navy nuclear engineer. Yeah, I'll get him on the stream one day. Yeah, he works up in Minnesota right now, nuclear plants and shit.
Oh, motherfucker, you better have him on now. That's totally interesting. Black guy?
Yeah, black nigga. You know, nigga.
God damn.
You know who he's related to? You ain't gonna like this, so Stanley. Jason Whitlock. He's related to Jason Whitlock.
Okay, why wouldn't I like that? He can't pick his relations.
I was just talking shit.
Motherfuckers probably like him. Is he a Republican too?
He's not. He's kind of like me. He's not very political, bro. He may vote. I'm not sure. He lives in Minnesota, so it doesn't really matter.
No, motherfucker, he's a goddamn nuclear engineer. Who gives a fuck about his politics?
You know what's interesting about this, Stanley?
Motherfucker, do you know how rare it is to have a black nuclear engineer?
I know. He's a smart nigga too, and I'm gonna get him on because you might find this interesting. That nigga dropped out of Tuskegee.
Really? Why? Where he went in the Navy or what?
Say it just wasn't challenging enough for him. So
well, so you know what, dude? I told you, my mother graduated from Savannah State, and you know, it's not like it wasn't like you know, I want to graduate from Savannah State too, but the thing I learned. Because I wanted to be a chemical engineer. You know, I was going to do something with chemistry. And the one thing that kind of shied me away was Savannah State had a Bachelor of Science in, it wasn't chemical engineering, it was electrical engineering technology, which means you learn how to solder, but I'm a big theory guy. I think you can do both. And what made me just like, no, I'm not going to do engineering technology. It either needs to be engineering. Why would I waste my time? And me, no. Why are we talking technology? Because, motherfucker, that is so Booker T. Washington. You know, you're going to apprentice to an actual engineer and then you work your way up. What if you are good at theory?
Yeah.
Go to Georgia Tech.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get him on the stream one day. It might be interesting.
I gotta be there.
He's in the Navy, ships and shit.
Was he a machinist mate? You know what he did? Because those. Dude, I went to OCS with a black guy who was a nuke machinist mate. No, those motherfuckers are really smart. Black kid enlisted, machinist mate, nuclear machinist mate. Yeah, they are like in the wonderful thing or the bad thing. It's not like a semester. Those motherfuckers pump that shit in like 2 or 3 months. They accelerate it. That's the interesting thing about if you can get through a military school and it's a technical military school, motherfucker, it's harder than college. If you didn't have the basics, your ass will be up all night studying, trying to get shit and you still might fail. If that motherfucker got through Navy nuke school, that motherfucker is bright. It's like the Navy SEALs for the brain. Tough guy, what you got to say? Oh, he fell asleep apparently.
Yeah. Sometimes you know, do that, a nigga gotta reach the damn mute button.
Nah, I want to talk to this motherfucker. John, the black guys I knew, who were nukes, and I guess I should have gone to nuke school. I'm like, nope, nope. If I don't have to do it, I won't. But the motherfuckers, dude, that shit. I was just making a joke. It's like this Bud's SEAL training for the mind, motherfucker. Those motherfuckers are just like smart, but smart under pressure, which actually means you're actually smart.
Yeah, I don't think when I was telling you about he dropped out of Tuskegee, I wanted to cast an aspersion on Tuskegee as much as I think that.
Oh no! I didn't take it at that.
Yeah,
if it wasn't a challenge, he got it at nuke school.
Yeah, I just don't think college was suitable for him. You understand? I don't.
Did he go back?
No, he never went back. Yeah, I don't think so.
Interesting.
I mean, you know, he got so much training in the Navy. It's always constant. You know, there's constant nuke training. Like,
is that right?
Know, yeah, you know, like shit. It's constant. Hey, we don't want to blow this place up, type shit.
Motherfucker, that's all you do.
Right. You know what I mean? So
the military, all you do is drill daily. Right. Like, motherfucker, worst case scenario, let's practice it.
Right. And then, you know, you need to train other people, and then you're writing up procedures and policies. So it's a you know, from what he tells me, it's fairly intense. You know, one of the things.
Intense. Is that the word he used? Have you ever heard him say it was a goat fuck?
But, you know, so he works in nuclear plants here in America now, and so one was in Chicago, and he was talking about how the mob still has an influence in the nuclear plants. I'm not sure where the nuclear plant is.
See, those are the motherfuckers you need to have on here. Is he married?
Yeah, he's married. He's married to Laotian, whatever it is. Laotian. Yeah, and I think, you know, he kind of fell out of, you know,
is he like a Philippe with a nuclear engineering background?
Yeah, I would say they're probably very similar.
Well,
you know, I don't know if he's political. I don't know if Philippe is political.
No. Philippe, y'all are all anti-black blacks. It's like, motherfucker, if you aren't white, Bob is another mother. Y'all well, not you specifically, John, because honestly,
I'm in the hood, man.
you are not like Bob. You are not.
Philippe and Bob are very similar because they're very polished. You know what I'm saying? You know,
polished? Those motherfuckers aren't polished.
Nah, bro. I bet you if you see Bob out, that nigga's clean. You know what I'm saying? He polished.
Okay, well. Motherfucker, let me tell you something right now. Bob, maybe, because his father was a doctor and all that shit. So he was raised to be polished. But motherfucker, you know what? Maybe he just cuts loose on some of these anti-black like CT shows.
Yeah,
I don't think Bob is that polished, to be honest.
No, he probably is pretty polished. You know, I'm familiar with
motherfucker. Then he just cuts loose on these anti-black panels.
Yeah, I think that's what he does. Yeah, he cuts loose.
I bet he doesn't act like that in front of his white lady.
But I think she's better on the panel.
You know what? When you have a white lady, like I think he might have a white lady, you don't say you prefer white ladies. I bet that motherfucker has never told his white lady, if you were black, I would not like you.
You know, his wife has been on the panel before. She's been on the panel before.
Okay, that's not my point. He has. I would love, next time I run into Bob, I'm gonna have to ask him. Did you ever tell your white lady if she were black, you wouldn't like her?
But I think, I don't know how much she listens to him, but I know that she's been in the audience on CT's panel when he's been cutting up over there. So I'm not sure how much she knows about him, but she may know enough, right? There's enough footage on him that she may have seen something there. I don't know.
Oh,
so you never know. You never know.
Oh, I have an idea.
What? What's that? What's your idea, Sam? Tough guy's quiet over there.
What'd you say, nigga?
I said you quiet tonight, huh? Friday night, you quiet.
Man, I've been busy as fuck, dog. You don't even understand. I'm about to.
Should we understand?
Yeah, you probably do.
Well, tell us why we should understand your travails.
Shut up, Stanley.
What? I didn't mean to be offensive.
Oh, nigga, I'm tired. How do you think people act when they tired, motherfucker?
Motherfucker, no one cares if you're tired. You should never lead with "I'm tired," motherfucker. Tell that to your woman.
Nigga, you asked me.
How's your daughter doing?
She good.
Good.
Yeah, she good. I'm gonna see her ass shortly.
Well, good. That daddy-daughter time is very important.
Oh yeah, we have it all the time. So, but the main thing is to keep it consistent, right?
I would think.
There you go.
I don't have daughters, so I don't even. Dude, that shit is so terrifying.
And that's some crazy shit. This nigga doing a crazy ass. Look at this shit.
What you talking about?
Shit crazy.
What's crazy, Tough guy? What the hell are you talking about?
You don't see it? Oh, my camera ain't working. Hold on.
Well, I think that's probably your face, big and black and round.
Is he blending right in?
We can't see you. Smile.
I'm trying to fix the camera.
This is Black Crow's next.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck wrong with this shit.
These motherfuckers are just weird.
Who is Black Crow?
Oh, Truism.
Oh, Truism. Okay.
Yeah, the camera ain't working. I don't know what the fuck. I'll probably have to go out, come back. I ain't doing all that shit. Man.
Okay. Well,
I'm ready for football season, nigga.
We'll be back in New York in a couple weeks, man. Can't wait to get live.
Hey, Daniel,
where you at, nigga? You ain't in New York?
I'm in DC right now.
Oh, okay, that's right. You go back and forth. That's right.
Hey, Daniel, are you a subscriber to Truism's channel? If you like monkeys, that Truism is a fucking flying monkey.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he calls himself a crow, so he must have wings.
Must have wings.
You actually let me find out because you really ought to.
Hey, y'all niggas? I want to hear y'all best British accent. Let me hear you.
Motherfucker, I don't want to be white.
There's hella black people that got British accents, nigga.
And you aren't one of the hella?
Hold up. Hold up.
You know, I was telling Dave today, don't be something you're not.
You're something you're not.
Don't be something you're not.
Is that the crow truism? The crow.
Yeah, I'm fucking with truism. Let's see, Daniel Nixon. I'm gonna drop Crow's link.
Right.
Because if Crow, the truism monkey, he really does need. I encourage, if you like monkeys and that Lord shit. God damn, that is so fucking annoying.
What thing?
And honestly, I don't find him funny. I just don't get it. He and SKC have that fucking stage laugh. I just found that shit so annoying. I mean, it was so annoying that fucking this is the one time that I actually I'm like, be brave. I admire you. He told Truism, don't do that fucking stage laugh on my panel. It's annoying. And you know what?
Really?
I admire Be Brave. Oh fuck yeah. And you know what? Be Brave is the first motherfucker who's just like, essentially, he told him, you know what? I think black people are clowns, but motherfucker, you are over clowning. It's like, it's like I think black people are minstrels, but motherfucker, don't minstrel out on my panel. Now I'm fucking with Be Brave on that one. He didn't even come close. But I do admire that Be Brave. Yeah, Be Brave. That was a good call. Motherfucker, you are taking away from my panel when you do that fucking. You've heard SKC is bad about it, but he doesn't do it on my panel, thank God.
Well, what does he do?
Crow is just like, let me see, can I find let's go back to a Black Crow show. Because it is classic, but it's like it's like maybe it's like a Joker thing.
Oh.
Let's see.
Maybe
This is a
show.
He what?
You think it's from a TV show or something?
No, it's just a staged laugh. And I honestly, I've been meaning to ask him this, and this is actually would be a genuine question. Is that motherfucker a theater major or what? Why do you feel like a chuckle turns into a major laugh?
He says Black Crows are a band, Stanley, and he is a Storm Crow.
You know what? It's a dumb nickname, but it's his thing. So I'm not gonna
keep the show growing. But as you see on the tin, that is correct. This lovely lady right here, right?
Angry Snowman. I know what
AKA
Black Crows
Sydney
are.
Sweeney, has decided to join the ranks of the white women who have decided to use their image and use their bodily excretions, as a matter of fact, to craft high quality artisan goods. Yes. Something about the white woman. Something about the white woman. Something within her genetics maybe within her very soul. I'm not sure what it is, but for some reason, it inspires men to want to craft fine artisan luxury goods.
This motherfucker just sounds
Just from
like
her bodily excretions. Do you understand me?
This motherfucker
I'm about to
is
go.
like, this is like if you took Amos and Andy and you wanted to concentrate their fucking
this is stupid.
coonishness. No,
I'm
this
about-
is this is the Black Crow.
I'm about
Hit
to
the
watch
link,
these.
Snowman, if you want. Take it
need
easy,
to relax.
Chuck.
All right, y'all.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna get it listening to Coon Crow, Cooney Crow, and you know, Raven, fucking, he'll get me back, but no, I just, this is just motherfucking, just annoying.
You got dudes out here willing to buy bath water. You got dudes running out about buy candles that even smell like the essence of the white woman. But before we get into all of that, again, all the links are pinned up top. Yeah. If you want to stop in and give your thoughts on this, hell no, ain't gonna buy your doggone piss. You're a dude. Hey, you what? Huh? You're a dude. Ain't nobody gonna buy your piss. What? I mean, maybe somebody, a gay dude, maybe. I guess. I don't know. I mean, stranger things have happened, but nah, fam. No, ain't no woman gonna buy your piss. I'm sorry, man. Yeah. I'm saying, no, it's not gonna happen. But let us go on to what I was actually going to bring to you. Here we go. So, let me show you this. Bammo. And we're going to take this down. Bango. Here we are. And here she is in her video. Looking very lovely, by the way. I ain't going to lie. Look, with the makeup on, I would dare say, without the makeup, what's going on, Frankie? She's probably like a 6.5, a 7. Without that, because she does have a very cute face without, all the makeup and everything else. But with the makeup, you don't really have to use a whole bunch of makeup on her face, really. Not.
It's really weird. And this is a guy who married a white woman. This motherfucker is cringe. I married a white woman because that happened to be the woman that was kind of compatible, and we just enjoyed each other. This motherfucker is just totally cringe. It's a mixture of, hey, Humble. It is Stepin Fetchit, Joker, and Woody the Woodpecker. That's what it is. You'll hear the laugh coming up. And Angry Snowman, hit the link. Come up and let's bash on Black Crow. And yes, I actually have a way back in the day, it was the 90s or something. I actually have a Black Crow CD somewhere.
Really. But here we go.
Hello, you dirty little boys. Are you interested in my body? Wash? Well, you can't have it. Because this isn't for boys, it's for men. This is Dr. Squatch Natural Body Wash. With long-lasting natural aromas like wood barrel bourbon, pine tar, coconut castaway, and fresh falls, you'll finally get the attention you deserve. So go to drsquatch.com today and quit being a dirty little boy.
Quit being a dirty little boy. Now, this commercial right here says it's an old commercial, but now she made an announcement, and allow me to show you what the announcement is. Oh, every word of this song's gonna be about this. So now, Here we go. And I shall read this aloud. Let me just let's zoom in on this. Let's zoom in on this nice old glass of milk. Let me just put the you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it on the high pass filter. Here we go. Sydney Sweeney is selling soap made with drops of her actual bath water in a collab with Dr. Squatch. I repeat, she is literally selling soap that is made with drops of her own bath water. Literally, milliliter.
This motherfucker is just weird. So annoying. So I had to make that comment.
Of bath water.
Yeah, I guess I could skip ahead.
Dad used to say. Notes of pine. Shit, that's what like sewer water. I mean, I don't. Oh man, y'all was going crazy in the chat. Let me see. Hold on, wait a second. Let me see what happened. Y'all was going in here going insane.
Oh, fuck.
I'm looking at it now. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Jesus.
Let me see what you doing. Y'all motherfuckers went insane when my doggone thing went off, man. Oh, man. Come on, y'all. Kyle gotta take this nibble away. Tourism overdose off this bitch bathwater. Y'all.
And that's another thing. You know what? This motherfucker's such a pussy. He can't even say nigga. It's got to be nibba. Motherfucker, what is this? Anti-black Sesame Street? This motherfucker is not a man.
Y'all is evil, man.
This
Y'all
motherfucker's
is just some evil people, boy. I love y'all for it, but man, y'all are vicious.
John.
Oh man, y'all was cooking me, boy. This free zone? Is that you, bro?
Yeah.
Man, hey, y'all was cooking me in the doggone chat. I'm over here fighting him up for my life. Y'all just kicking a bird while he's down. Damn.
Hey, I know what it is, man. It'd be like that, bro.
I know. What
you done talk yourself into getting the bathwater soap, and you're trying to put your credit card info in, and it ain't going through. So now you gotta call Amex and be like, no, this ain't a fraud charge. I'm really trying to get the bathwater.
I'm really trying to get that bathwater better.
Yeah.
But man, thank you for coming over. I appreciate it. But boy, y'all was eating me alive in the doggone chat. Coming to the soap crow, the bath crow. True mixing the bathwater with gin. Damn, Crow don't read the comments.
The soap crow.
That bathwater hit
True
different.
is the soap crow, man. That's crazy.
Gosh, y'all was broke his mic for the bath. Damn. Oh my gosh, y'all was just vicious. That was just a battle. Y'all was insane in the chat, man. Look, the chat is undefeated. Salute to the motherfucking chat, man. So what do you think on this so far from what I'm a little sabbatical? What do you think about it so far?
Well, number one, males are cooked. That's the first thing. Let's get that out the way.
Yeah.
But more importantly, maybe I'm just not in that area.
Mm-hmm.
This sounds like female soap.
No, this is man soap. This is a male soap because this is the Dr. Squatch. It's soap that's made for men. You know the commercials like you these are soap for a boy that you're a man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna show you, Doctor.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, you ain't gotta show it. I got you. I know you're talking about. Nice from Moxie.
Is a nibba a used bar of soap?
And your body wash is a synthetic detergent, but you're not a dish. You're a man. Switch to Dr. Squatch Natural Soap for Men. For men who build things. Open pickle jars on the first try. Slate.
sounds like it came from the South.
Yep. Okay.
Mid to late 20th century.
Mm-hmm.
So talking about it says the later half of the 20th century.
So that probably would be anywhere between 1950 on up. By that time, my father was born in 53. His father was born before that. I would dare say there's maybe about a 25-year gap between him and my dad. So round about that time. Oh. Bam. Amaranth beer. Oh no. I forgot about this. Lord have mercy. I started
numbers too, didn't it?
I started a new business. Have you ever wanted to smell your favorite streamer or own their hot?
About the beer.
I'm talking about the Badu box.
Really? You just break it down.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Here's 211 Cooter Reserve. Cooter Light. Badgeweiser. That's crazy.
Badgeweiser. You said it. Badgeweiser.
That's insane.
I bet Lesbos. Yeah, they probably would. This is hashtag Amaranth, hashtag yeast beer, hashtag what is going on. But she was also selling her farts and her bath water.
Yeah.
What the fuck, man? Look, listen to this. Need more Amaranth beer?
About the beer.
I'm talking about the Badu box candles and incense. Because
they're going for that.
She did this. You read this. Can I get over the fact that Gwyneth Paltrow is selling a candle on Goop that smells like her poissoir and that Elton John really liked it for some reason?
All right, so here's the difference though. Badu could get it off because her boxes literally changed lives. Like Common used to be a nigga that would be willing to go against NWA for what he believed in, and then he turned into this like conscious, soft.
There are times when you need someone, I will be by your side. Sampling ass, yeah.
Andre 3000, member of one of the greatest Southern duos, arguably one of the greatest hip hop duos
ever.
Top 10, definitely.
Out here dressing like he's a fucking fucking elf from fucking Santa's workshop and shit.
Turned into a homeless nigga that you could just see walking around the town. In any part of the world, which is crazy. He's a worldwide homeless nigga.
Luke sounds like a fucking chipmunk.
Doodle-doo. Look, man.
Nigga showed up to the gala with a whole piano on his back. That's Post Badu.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm good. If he can make one of the smoothest Southern playalistic rappers in fucking history from the South, the motherfucking dirty South.
Like, what nigga is like, yo, this product is so good that fucking Elton John gay ass wants it. Like, no, nobody's thinking that.
Hey, yo, man, yo, you know that dude Elton John, the old Benny, fucking Goodbye Yellow Brick Road ass nigga? Yeah, him, the Rainbow Revolutionary, yeah, that dude. Yeah, that's that federal agent mad because he's flagrantly gay ass. Yeah, that dude.
Yo, man, yo. Woody the Woodpecker.
Yo, this bitch got a pussy candle out here that made that nigga feel comfortable, my nigga. Heal that nigga's soul, my nigga. I gotta buy it. It's possible.
Damn.
It's possible. Not a lot of them. There's some of them out there like, Gwyneth Paltrow is not a bad looking woman. Not good enough for me to buy her fucking candle, but
I'm sorry. You said something, John?
No, I was just laughing there.
Yeah, you know what? I this is just fascinating. I don't worry. I will stop this. This is gonna take it to the end. It's 11:19. At 12 or 11:55, I will stop this shit. This crazy, honestly, and I guess I shouldn't be so critical because I have my own problems, but this is just like, y'all motherfuckers want to know if you want to buy into this is why the black community is fucked up. I'll be honest, it's because these motherfuckers, why the fuck are we even watching this? Well, I'm watching it, so I guess I can only go so far. This is like a fascinating. Wish Universal Jones was here. What the fuck do you think of this motherfucker?
Yeah, where's Universal? Well, I saw him the other day in the chat.
He was here earlier. And you know me, I always have to bash him a little bit, but goddamn, we need his expertise right now. Honestly, Clue in Black Crow, they're kind of two peas in a pod. I bet they're not raising black boys. I bet they have girls. I bet these motherfuckers are goddamn. I'm just like, what the fuck? These motherfuckers are cartoon characters, not real men.
I'm not mad at that.
Wait,
I'm not
hold on, I
mad.
gotta hear that laugh.
Yes, but pretty eye color. I like the color of her eyes. Pretty nose, mouth is nice. I mean, she had a nice tits. Got a nice little hip ratio and everything. You know what I mean? So
she's about what a 7 at worst.
Yes, without the makeup, she's a 7 is worse. With the makeup on, she's probably like she's about an 8.
If I'm in the building and the 3 options are
so
presented,
that's
I'm still
Deacon
finding the other 2 to
Dave.
get the decision. I'm not buying your bathwater, bitch. I'm not buying your
Deacon Dave.
I'm not mad at that, Lou. I'm not mad.
So yeah, I think she here we go. Another picture of me. Homegirl, she's not she floating them titties out there. She definitely let
Okay, well, please don't how about this. How about this? Sweeney or Salma Hayek.
I'll sell them all day. Come on, man. Stop it.
My boy.
Sell them all day.
In
I know
her
y'all like
prime?
the Beckys, but
No. Wait. In her prime, I would have to go.
Even now, Salma looks better than a lot of them in their 30s.
I don't know about that, but in her prime.
Like as far as
okay,
when was she not in her prime? Like what?
Exactly. Her best to me was when she did Desperado.
Okay, let's see, Selma.
I'm thinking of the snake scene in
from
Dusk Till Dawn.
I think that's probably the best that she looked. Here we go.
Yeah, I can't lie. I probably drink some whiskey off the foot too. I can't lie.
See now I don't know.
You know what? River of Hate, you make a great point here. Motherfucker, you never. SKC, he and I will go back and forth forever and ever and ever in a day. That motherfucker has class. This, when I say the anti-black blacks are the biggest problem, these motherfuckers might be raising young black males to be fucked up. This is a problem. And the problem is these motherfuckers aren't 25. These are like grown men, like over 40. What the fuck are they doing? Ugh.
All about that play. I don't know about that.
Why are they fucking what'd you say? Who said gooning? I don't even know that this is gooning as much as this is just why the fuck? Why are you sweating over women you'll never get? Go out and get your own woman or like fucking get it. Dude. This is just teenage boys fucking gawking over a Playboy like back in the 1980s. Yeah, John, you're right.
What am I
John Stravas.
Oh.
Sorry. And Jesus. You know what? We will just go here.
This is really men out here doing this. And it all started with a chick who got on Twitch and thirst trapped dudes in 2019. In 2019, no less. And you know what? Seeing as how it's appropriate for the theme, I guess I might as well just kind of just close out with this. But again, thank you guys for coming out for the night.
Genius, what the fuck did you agree? What did they say that was worth agreeing with? And this is an honest question. Hit the link. Because I'm an older motherfucker. I'm an old 60-year-old black man. what the fuck did these fools say that was even worth anyone listening? Hey, Lindy. Honestly, this is what I don't want my son to be. These motherfuckers are goony. And I mean, like, these motherfuckers, I wonder if they ever had, like, it's confusing. Eating potato chips, I think these motherfuckers are misfits. Well, apparently, Lindy hitting the link depends on whether it's your show or mine, John. Lindy, look at the show title. It is Stanley versus the World. You can hit the link, Lindy. I won't be mean. Your boyfriend John is here to protect you.
Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to tell a friend, tell your enemies, tell random strangers that you meet on the street about your boy. Help my channel grow. Subscribe to the Rumble. Subscribe to the Rumble because you never know when YouTube is going to try to be crazy. So you still want to stay up with your boy? Sign up for the Rumble. Also sign up for my Subscribe Star. It's free. If you want to give other more support, you can do that. You can join the folks like this.
I like what he does there. That's pretty cool.
I think he is like, you know how those media, like, creative people are just weird? I think he's one of those.
Oh, is he in the media or something?
I have no clue, but listen to his laugh. That motherfucker's a thespian. That motherfucker was born to be on a stage, apparently. And, you know, more power to him. He's cringe. Oh, come on now, River of Hate. You will, once you are over 50, you will love what they have to say, especially if they go, hey, you look young. Here is your here's your Lipitor, and here is your penis pill, dear. You're gonna love that. Oh, Black Crow is live now. Oops. So we'll listen to Black Crow up until the 12-hour mark, I guess. Now, his poll is, should the term passport bros go the way of the dodo? Jesus Christ, what a stupid question.
Is he a passport bro?
I fucking have no idea.
Like this because it's went beyond viral. It's going beyond viral, right? You know, you got little hot tweets, you know.
I'm not that interested.
Things that go viral. But when it came to
I'm here for the gooniness. This motherfucker is a weird dude.
With almost 500 million on TikTok alone, 500 million hashtags and mentions on TikTok. It's almost impossible, right? It takes some time to rebrand it from all the, you know, negative associations with that people put on the term.
Okay. With all the negative associations that people put on the brand. So
the brand.
Let's talk about those negative associations, shall we? And shout out to Free Zone for the stuff that he sent out here. Let's go look at this, right? We're going to talk about some of the negative associations.
Never regular, right?
Yeah.
Remember, there's always premium petrol, right?
Yeah.
Always. Remember that. No matter what you do, remember, always premium, never regular.
Oh, damn. He lit that whole daggone thing on fire. Woof. Now, this doggone monkey here, boy. This monkey
I'm
here.
damn near about to cry. I'm broke. I'm really a broke nigga, yo. I'm really a broke nigga.
And he says here in big letters, J. Rello, freshest in Gary. But yet, he's a broke nibber. So you trying to tell me that Gary Indiana is so...
I'll tell you right now, I think B-Brain
freshest nibber in it
is
per his
literally
words.
just okay compared to this weird motherfucker. Now, you know what, and you know me, I'm always willing to throw a criticism out. This motherfucker is creative. He is a creative, and
I'm the freshest dude, XYZ, and then sit down and actually have a heart-to-heart with a bunch.
Oops. Did he lose audio? Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, church music going. Yeah, the church music going, man.
You know what, though? It's anti-black
That's
the
a
way he
hot
uses it.
one.
However, he has
Damn,
more
my bad. Sorry
subscribers
about
than
that.
I do.
Indie Animals, man. I was muted. Damn. Patrick Saint, that was a fucking hot one, bro. Called him Indie Animals.
Oh, shit. Look at this diss, John.
What's going on, JJ Starwin?
A woman has dissed me.
Damn, bro. That was diabolical. Now that one right there was diabolical.
Well, I'll miss you,
bro.
Lindy.
Whoo, let's go.
I'm really a broke nigga. Go ahead.
Well, I want to ask you. So you can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead. You loud and clear.
Okay, so I want to ask you. Okay, you came in first day in the suit. How you end up with two at the crib though?
No, I listen. Okay, so what happened was I seen a girl at Rumbles that was an 8. I was really feeling her, bad, thick as hell, petite, whatever. I had made up my mind I wanted to spend the night with her, but it was still early. So in that time that I was letting time die down to the time that I wanted the 8 to come through, another girl that was a 6 basically developed a fatal attraction to me and would not leave me alone.
Developed a fatal attraction. And this is in Sasua. Now, it was called Sasua. And most likely before Nibbers came along and fucked it up, thanks BMT, it was probably a very nice place for people to go to in the Dominican Republic. But since they let the monkey show just rumble right all across it and fuck it all up, now it has become Sasua. He had a stream where he had this nasty midget dirty foot bitch. I don't know if you still have that in this stream or not, bro. This motherfucker was just D-E-E-E fucking disgusting.
That's pretty funny, River of Hate.
Fucking gross. Fucking gross, bro. Fucking gross. Yeah,
I
look at
don't
this shit.
need giant guns.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Yeah, that
look
might
at this
have to
shit.
be a.
Look at this nigga.
That might have to be a fucking show
Shit out of your
title.
ass. Come on, mom. This bitch just broke my home up.
Oh.
You go to jail.
Yeah, let me go ahead and stop this here because I have to deal with your buddy Shazam Shenard, motherfucker. Why don't you hit the link so I can create some content that's not showing others fucking videos? Hit the link, dude. Come on, Shenard. I need a snack before I fucking end this because got about 20 minutes left. Come up. Let's you be the content. Come on up, Shenard. I'm waiting. Oops.
Just go with the money. Just go.
Listen what he said.
Go. I didn't touch you. Just go. Go.
Pay me.
I don't have it.
Pay me. I don't have it. I don't have it. I'm scared. Nibba, I'm scared. I'm scared. Nibba, I'm scared. This Spanish bitch broke my window. I'm scared. I don't have it. The way he said it, I don't have it. This bitch was terrorizing his ass at 2 or 3 o'clock in the motherfucking morning. I don't have it. I'm scared.
Go. I didn't touch you. Just go with the money.
Okay,
Just go.
You see, I've like to
Go. Just go home.
You okay? You don't know. You don't know.
Just go. All right, I don't know you. Just go home.
You don't know what she's going to do. You don't know the things this whole will do to you. What she's about to prove. You don't know. You don't know. Yeah. There you go. There you go, Philly Mogul. You are 100% correct.
Yeah, that. Yeah, I was
this
thinking
fucking monkey bullshit.
It literally is like Woody the Woodpecker. You're old enough to remember Woody Woodpecker, right?
Yeah, I remember.
About that.
That motherfucker, it sounds so silly. You know what? I don't know that I agree with that, Shenard. I think that he does have self-awareness. It's just, it's kind of like when I think he has self-awareness. I think so many people are confirming that, hey, we think this is funny. We think this is unique. That's my thoughts on it. And Shenard, the reason I'm looking at this is fascinating that a grown-ass black man who's over like 30, and he might even be over 40, that this motherfucker actually thinks this is winning. This is how a black person should be. And, like I said, he's a creative, obviously. So who am I? Maybe I'm just too serious.
Dominican Republic, we're talking about Colombia.
Maybe Moxie Witcher's over there. And, she's not chopped liver. I think that, maybe I should be Stanleyism. The storm, whatever. This motherfucker is weird, though.
For that? You have the link for that? Please, please, please let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Come on, Imperius. Come on, bro. Y'all be going back and forth about this, man. Oh, man. Yeah. Moxie had everybody up in here. They're like, whoo. Oh, these boys, when they saw that profile pic, they was on some old.
was troll paying
Yeah,
6 times.
shout out to Moxie. He says here go Trey. All cat costs. It's best to kick them a few dollars, even if they ain't a pro. I don't know, man. I've gotten the most out of chicks when I paid the least. Now, if you want to say that it cost in time, okay, I can give you that. Yeah, time is your most precious resource, so therefore, the laws of it. I mean, yeah, but so I can grant you if you say it costs you in time, yeah, but I've gotten plenty of poon without having to pay for it. Hey, what's going on, Clue? What's good, fam? What you got on there? Uh-oh. Audio problems. And Pierce says, if you don't pay, they respect you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. It costs in psyche. Damn. Oof. Damn. What you got on it, bro?
Yeah, these the Sasua bros. I mean, I mentioned in the chat that a couple of them caught a flight to another country to fight each other.
You got the link for that?
I don't. I just remember it.
Brandon, salute, bro. Yo, I had a good time talking on your panel, bro. Salute to you. Another good MGTOW, brother. Like I said before, I don't have an issue with MGTOW. In fact, I 100% understand why you're doing what you're doing, and it makes perfect sense given the situation men are in right now. Salute to you, brother. Stay safe, stay sane. That's all I care about. But these nibbers here, listen to him. He's over there. I don't have it. I'm scared. Mama, look at this nigga, man. He's just terrified. This bitch got him terrified late at night. A full-grown ass man.
Why would you record this, though?
There it is again, Sam.
You have a problem with your woman. You have a problem with your woman. You keep it offline. You don't.
You would think that, right?
What happened to discretion? Men used to be discreet. Men used to be discreet. Now everything has to be discussed on social media. What the fuck happened?
Because nibbers. Okay, so this is what you're talking about. Oh,
you got it?
International Zoe. He was talking about this. Free Zone sent me this link too. We're gonna look at that shit too. But now everybody, he wants to talk about all the negative associations with Passport Bros. Well, there's a reason why there's negative association with Passport Bro. So much, in fact, that the dude that helped to build the fucking shit decided to retire from it.
He said, "Depart from me, for I never knew you."
Correct.
Biblical.
Yes. What's going on, Sigma? What's good, bro? You got it? Can you hear me, Sigma?
We got the Sith Lord in the building.
Yes, we do. You want to talk about that? Hey, yo, fam, look. It ain't like everybody. I can see if everybody was just hating because of you guys were going over there and you making families, you becoming a part of the actual community over there, and you guys are thriving. That would make sense. You're not doing it. You got monkey motherfuckers like Jay Rello claiming that they're traveling, making you dudes look bad by association, and ain't not nail motherfucker said, and it was in Passport Bros that disclaimed this dude, that disavowed this dude, that even talked or criticized this dude. None of you. None of you. Not A1.
And Floyd's doing time, right? In Nebraska?
Floyd, apparently he is, yes.
I didn't know Nebraska had jails. I know now.
What you got on this, Sigma, bro? I'm sorry, I was cooking a little bit. What you got on it? What's going on, Sith Lord?
I think he's muted. I think he's muted.
Yeah, I think he is. Trey was trying to give a little bit. Yeah, man. Yeah, Floyd is in jail right now on some old dumb shit. Yes, we're gonna look at it too. We're gonna look at all the things that people keep saying were the negative associations with Passport Bros, as if Passport Bros didn't do in the work. You gotta fucking do the work a fucking separating yourself from the trash. No, not Floyd Mayweather. Not Floyd Mayweather.
If he was a passport bro, that would help the movement. That would help the movement.
I don't know, bro. Maybe not. I don't know because he can't read and shit. So I don't know if that really would help or not. I don't know if it would help or not. That would be just bad business. We got Trey and Kamasi, two of my Gulag Gang brothers. What you got on it, along with the Dark Lord of the Sith? What's good? What's good, bros? What y'all got on it?
What's good, man?
Hey, Trey. You wanted me to do this, bro, so here we go.
No, I mean, it was just a suggestion, man.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't watch the video. I got the clip notes, man. Like I said, BMT the homie. I gave him a friendly piece of advice years ago when I saw the direction in which it was going.
Mm-hmm.
And bro, I've been doing this since 2003.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Charles Tyler days.
Yep.
You know, I'm like triple OG age. So, well, whatever BMT got going on, man, that's his business. And, you know, I mean, certain cats catch wind. If they're going to do what they're going to do, it's still an individualistic movement. But as far as what I was saying in the comments about paying for it, this is a new day and age.
Mm-hmm.
And the passport game isn't like the U.S. It's never been like the U.S. and Latin America. When you're dealing with second and third world countries,
yeah,
you get yourself in a world of hurt if you try to go over there with like American Gang, or what we used to know as American Gang before everything got flipped on its head.
Uh-oh.
When I say kick them a few dollars,
mm-hmm.
you kick them a few dollars to save yourself some headache and let them know they place. That's it. Either you know, I mean, if you're gonna, you know, flat foot trick or whatever,
flat foot trick.
You know, if you're gonna leave with your wallet, you know, it is what it is. But if you're a G with it, and you got multiple, and they just feeling you, you know, real genuine desire, it don't even matter. Still kicking some dollars on the way out. Pay a phone bill, kicking some grocery money, buy they freaking little kids something. But they gotta know, man, what their place is. That they just a hoe. They just paid help and letting you enjoy your vacation.
Okay, so basically, what you basically just tell them that, like, hey, look, I'm paying you. You know what this is. You know what this is about.
It's consulting. It's consulting.
I'm gonna pay you out. Yeah, I'm gonna pay you out this little bit. And then we do what we do, and we go about our business.
No. After the fact.
After the fact, so you don't do it beforehand.
Hell no, bro.
Why not? Why'd you let them know up front?
I mean, okay, here's the thing. Like I said, man, if you going out of like Hong Kong and Tijuana, or you go into like the red light in Amsterdam, and you just straight paying for the box.
Okay.
That's one thing. But like, okay, I'll use myself as example, bro. I'm damn near fluent in Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
I got paper, you know. I handle myself perfectly fine over there.
Mm-hmm.
And chicks will just throw themselves at you just because you know you got that ticket to the big PX in the sky. You know, you got. But if you don't freaking let them know they place after the fact, they're gonna give you the pussy just off the strength. Just because you're a gringo who, you know, they think they can catch a meal ticket off of. If you don't let them know, like, look, this is all it's about, they're gonna make your life a living headache.
But I'm saying, like, why don't you just tell them, like Fred the Gate, look, I'm not really looking for anything more than just, you know what I mean, the In-N-Out burger, and you know, I pay for your time, and that's it.
Okay, bro, they ain't trying to hear that because they think they know the deal with like American women. They got Instagram, TikTok, and all this shit. They know American women are fat. They know American women are masculine. They know what white boys, niggas, Asian dudes are going through in the U.S. And they think their pussy is like the best thing since sliced bread. And trust me, they will do shit to you that make a dumb nigga get married. And then they got you.
Mm-hmm.
So all that shit, tell them like right off the gate, that shit don't mean nothing to them. They still gonna try to freaking like reel you in.
Okay, so then, all right, so then, It doesn't matter if you tell them in the beginning or not; they're still going to do it. But then you have to tell them afterwards. So I'm okay. So maybe there's something wrong. Maybe I'm not because I don't do that kind of stuff because But it doesn't explain to me why it's better to do it after the fact if they still have that kind of thought in their head. You see what I'm saying?
Bro, because in their mind, okay, man, you got freelancers.
Gotcha.
They just freelancers, man.
Mhm.
Everyone has a price, just like in the U.S. Just
Mhm.
over there, it's just like this unwritten rule.
Mm-hmm.
Like buy something to eat. You smash, take her out to eat or something. Do whatever after the fact.
Mhm.
Go get some cervezas or whatever. Just kick him some money for the phone bill, or just straight up give him some cash, some pesos or whatever country you in.
Mm-hmm.
You just do that just because, bro. To let them know they place. Let's put it as a placeholder. I mean, shit. They probably got a local boyfriend or something or whatever. And she might be taking them out with your dollar. Cool. You just subsidizing the freaking, the economy, keeping things balanced.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. But we're going back here. I think Kamasi fell off. But we're going back to this particular individual here who is being held hostage. He is experiencing the epitome of absolute horror at this point in time in his life because an angry Dag Latina is terrorizing him right now, fucking up his Airbnb. What's going on, Kamasi? You there, bro?
Little
I'm here, man.
thing I had to deal with.
A little bit, man.
Angry Snowman hit link.
This is amazing.
John,
so we're going to look at all the negative associations that BMT said we're talking
Everyone,
about
please
in
hit
regards to the
link.
passport bro.
Well, I'm sorry. Hit the like button.
Moniker. So
please
here's
subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord
negative
channel.
association.
Please
with it.
make
Here we
sure that you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel as well.
Just go home.
At Stanley Cross 6000.
That
A little
bitch look
ragged at the
ugly. Even in
end,
the dark, you can
but,
see how this
I
bitch was
think
ugly, fam.
we
Like
got
you got
our
to be an
point
ugly bitch when niggas can see you ugly in the dark.
Cross.
How do you have radioactive ugliness? That's just
He mispronounced. Who mispronounced epitome?
Well, here's the thing, bro. I'll tell you about this, man. And
Shenard,
I
hit the
warned
goddamn
brothers.
link.
Shit, that's one thing me and BMC
I
go
need
back
to
and forth
know
on
that
back
this
in the day.
motherfucker,
It's
he couldn't have been
Afro-Latinas,
mispronounced
or this quote-unquote
epitome. No one does now.
Afro-Latinas, just basically melanated freaking chicks that speak Spanish from a Latin country. That Afro-Latina shit don't mean nothing.
Oof.
The only reason they adopted that Afro-Latina shit is because of niggas. Before that, there was Panamanian, Colombian, Honduran, Dominican. And then niggas came along calling themselves African Americans, and they was like, "Oh,
rewind it."
Let's see. Let me get some
Okay,
money out of
is it
niggas
really
who
worth
identify
that? I
with
guess
them.
I
No,
will
this ain't
have to
stupid.
do that.
So then they started.
It was a money grab.
Yeah.
Nice.
And silly ass Clue is up there.
Yes, they did.
So he's over here, dealing with mama and auntie and them, and then you go over to freaking a foreign country, and then you got this drag who's got.
God damn it! Why?
And good hair, and you ain't got no red pill awareness whatsoever. Yeah, they see a lick coming, and then you start acting stupid, and they like, damn, motherfucker, I should just stay fucking with the white boys, the freaking Norwegian cats, the Dutch cats.
This is interesting. Let's do this.
Nonsense.
Your ass is why do I
There
always
we
get the
go.
crazy John? Always.
You know what? I
You the
cannot
quiet
go
nigga from
back on
Gary,
this.
Indiana. That's why.
There is a setting.